It's a particularly significant day for the India-Japan relationship. Even as Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Takaichi meet just a few kilometers from here for the 16th India-Japan Annual Summit, we gather to continue another important conversation. Because while government-shaped policy dialogues such as this help shape the ideas, the partnerships and investments that ultimately bring those policies to life, few bilateral relationships have evolved with the quiet consistency and strategic trust that define India and Japan. Built on shared democratic values, mutual respect, and a common vision for a free, open, and inclusive Indo-Pacific, this partnership today spans infrastructure, technology, manufacturing, defense, innovation, talent, and increasingly culture. As the global order continues to evolve, the India-Japan partnership has never been more relevant or more consequential. Over the course of the day, we will hear from policymakers, we will hear from diplomats, business leaders, innovators, and thought leaders as we explore how our two countries can help shape what many are calling the Asian century. Before we get started, we'd like to thank our partners who have made this event possible. Tourism partner, Delhi Tourism. Impact partners, Adani Green Energy Limited, Adani Ports and Logistics. State partner, Government of Uttar Pradesh. And special partner, Guwahati International Airport. So let's get started. We often measure relationships between countries through trade, through investment, and through diplomacy. But some of the strongest connections are built through culture and through people. Our first guest has done exactly that. With her infectious curiosity, fluent Hindi, and deep affection for India, she has built a remarkable following while bringing the two cultures a little closer. Her newest series, Moshi Moshi Mumbai, offers a charming look at the city through a distinctly Japanese lens, proving that sometimes the best way to understand a country is simply to experience it. Before we bring Mayo on stage, let's get my colleague Arun Singh on stage.
Thank you, Vedika. Before we get this conversation started, I want some energy from you guys. So why don't you guys give me a huge round of applause? Just to get the morning started. Lovely. I love these smiles on your face. Our first guest has done something many of us struggle with. She didn't just learn a new language, she won millions of hearts through it. Human hearts and those virtual ones also that you see when you hit like on social media. She's a creator from Japan who chose to learn Hindi, immersed herself in Indian culture, and today has one of the largest Indian audiences on YouTube. Through her videos, she's become a cultural bridge between India and Japan, proving that language isn't just about words, it's about connection. Please join me in welcoming woman many Indians fondly know as Mayo Japan. A huge round of applause and a little bit of music. Hello, good morning, a very warm welcome. Of course, we wanted to have a musical start.
बेली जैसे धूल उड़ा के सिंग उठा के तुम भी नाचो बाजी जम के ताल ढोल बेटा राजू उड़ के नाचो हीरो से भी तेज कोई कर सके जो बेज नाचो अस्तबल में घोड़े जैसे भाग डोर छोड़ नाचो इतनी जो रोट मोटा मिर्च खा के ऐसे नाचो हाँ जा छोरे हाँ जा गोरे हाँ जा छोरे नाचो 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 वीर नाचो 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 यारा नाचो
I love that. Thanks for giving us such. I tried. Please have a seat. Guys, we want another round of applause. I mean, this was great start for us and बहुत कम ऐसा होता है कि हमारे पास मेहमान आए और इस तरीके से हमें एनर्जी दें, हमें उन्हें एनर्जी देनी पड़ती है. And why I am also switching to Hindi is that she speaks absolutely lovely Hindi. सबसे पहले तो हमारे दर्शकों को आप क्या कहना चाहेंगी मायो?
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद इकट्ठे होने के लिए. मैं हूँ हिंदी बोलने वाली जापानी लड़की. मैंने हिंदी में बीए किया है जापान में ओसाका यूनिवर्सिटी में. और अच्छा थैंक यू. और हाँ, और यूट्यूबर बन गई एंड आज मैं यहाँ बैठी हूँ, सो थैंक यू सो मच।
आपकी सीरीज मोशी मोशी मुंबई बहुत कमाल की है।
अच्छा।
अगर आप में से किसी ने चेक नहीं की तो YouTube पर आप वो जरूर देख सकते हैं। Now, you know, my first question is a little bit obvious.
Okay.
But I'm really curious to know the answer. Is India your home now?
Yes.
Is it home?
Yes.
And can you also share what made it your home? Any moment when you realized, okay, ये मेरा घर है?
So, अभी मैं मुंबई में रहती हूँ। 1 साल पहले मैं मुंबई शिफ्ट हो गई एंड उससे पहले there was a reason that made me home in Mumbai. So there is one particular Indian family who has been receiving me as a host family. So now the host mother of the house is actually the choreographer of Ghumar. So she's very cultural person and very nice, and she has been teaching me so many things about Indian culture. And it had been like 2-3 years that I was going there constantly, and I felt like, oh, now Mumbai feels like a home for me. And then I shifted to Mumbai last year.
While both these countries, India and Japan, you know, share a lot of commonalities, but there are also a few cultural differences. So what was the biggest cultural shock you received when you first came to India?
I think people are way more friendly than Japanese people. It's not like Japanese people are not friendly, but it takes a lot of time to get to know each other. First, we are like super polite and then keep distance and like just bow, you know. It's not, I'm not lying. I think bowing is the first thing. But in India, you can become friends very quickly. You ask, you know, bunch of questions and you quickly, you know, घर आ जाओ, हमारा खाना खाओ. And that has been like, there are so many invites for home cooked food, which I love absolutely.
सबसे ज़्यादा क्या पसंद करती हैं आप खाना हिंदुस्तानी खाने में?
आलू पराठा.
सुबह सुबह आपने क्या बोल दिया यार, सबके मुंह में पानी आ चुका है आलू का पराठा सुनने के बाद.
But really good.
Of course, उसके आगे हर चीज जो है वो खत्म हो जाती है आलू के पराठे के आगे. But then you also explain, you know, Japan to Indians, and then you also introduce Indian culture to Japanese.
Yes.
Which job is harder?
Oh, introducing Japanese culture to Indian people and
Versus Indian culture to Japanese
both
people.
a very difficult job, but I feel like introducing Indian culture to Japanese people is way harder because I feel like Japanese people do not have a lot of correct image towards India. India is so diverse. It's
Right.
like there is like Delhi is a center, but the Nagaland is, for example, very different. It's totally different vibe, and explaining, like, it's not yet well known about those diversity of India, and it's not easy to explain this to Japanese people. So this is very challenging job, but I love it.
Yeah, since you mentioned Delhi, I mean, I think within Delhi there is there are so many different cultures. It's a melting pot in itself.
Yes.
And taking cue from what you said, what are some of the common misconceptions that Japanese people usually have about Indians or Indian culture?
Yeah, as I said, I think India is too diverse, which is not known. Like, let's say food. We know naan and curry. So what is curry, right? Like, as you know, what is curry? It's the masala gravy for Japanese people, but what they don't know is there's so many types of Indian cuisine with multiple, you know, so many different variety of masala. So those things are very, still yet discovered.
So if you had to give a starter kit to somebody from Japan visiting India, what would be your top 3 tips for them to keep in mind when they are visiting our country?
Visit multiple places and eat multiple cuisines from street से लेकर like अच्छा होटल पे क्योंकि अलग है, like there's so many different things. So that's second thing. The third thing is local से मिलो. Like अगर sightseeing spot में जाएंगे तो there are people who are waiting to meet foreigners, which is very different vibe. But अगर कोई अच्छा असली दोस्त मिले, and then if you visit someone else's house, for example, and you know eat home cooked food, it's a totally different attitude level, Baba. So I think that those are the 3. Did I mention 3? 3 बोला मैंने?
Yes.
हाँ है ना? हाँ.
हो गया.
Those are the 3 tips.
आपने बढ़िया तरीके से एंड भी उसे किया अतिथि देवो भव. मेरे तो सवाल चल ही रहे हैं, लेकिन आप लोगों को रिमाइंड कर दो that we'll take questions from the audience as well. So keep your questions prepared. I'll open the floor very soon for questions from the audience. Now, you know, if you have to understand a country, of course, you understand it through their food, but also through their language. What were
Yes.
the first few words that you learned before you pursued your BA in Hindi?
Hindi. I think I only knew Namaste and maybe Swadesh or Swaraj from history books.
Right.
Like when I was learning word histories, all those words.
What was your gateway to Indian culture? What attracted you to this culture?
So my father used to be a Himalayan mountaineer, and he used to come to India very often. And बचपन में ऐसे कुछ souvenirs लिया था कि like I don't even know what this is, but like India का है ऐसे करके. So those are my childhood memory. And then when I was thinking what to learn in college में कुछ तो subject चुनना पड़ता है. Then my father recommended me to study Hindi because it's a very interesting culture, interesting language, interesting country, and पढ़ने के बाद बहुत मतलब मजा आएगा ऐसे. So I did not know much about Indian culture before like deciding to study Hindi, but मुझे लगता है मैंने अच्छा काम किया है हिंदी
बहुत अच्छा काम किया, जोरदार तालियां एक बार मायो के लिए. वही खाने और भाषा के अलावा अगर आप किसी भी कंट्री को, किसी भी देश को समझना चाहते हैं तो मुझे लगता है मूवीज, सिनेमा एक अलग मीडियम है जिससे आप वो नॉलेज ले सकते हैं. यू रिमेंबर द फर्स्ट हिंदी फिल्म यू वॉच्ड?
I think that was Ravan. That was the time that I was studying Hindi in a university, and मेरे जो senior had this, movie watching home party, and I joined. Then I watched Ravan, and I think that after that I watched Om Shanti Om. And yeah, but in Japan, the funny thing is they're more like, since I was a Hindi student, I watched Ravan and Om Shanti Om. But the majority of Japanese people get to know about Indian film through South Indian cinema. Like RRR का नाटू नाटू हमने अभी किया है, but RRR was a big hit, and उससे पहले बाहुबली was a big hit, and उससे बहुत पहले मुट्ठू, the Rajnikant movie was very famous in Japan. So South की movies बहुत चलती है जापान में.
And what do you think is the reason that southern cinema works really well in Japan?
I think it's more like जोश बोलते हैं क्या? Like it's very energetic, and dance is also very energetic. So I think it's very liked by Japanese people.
And since you mentioned Ravan and Om Shanti Om, can I take a guess about your favorite Hindi film star? Is it Shah Rukh Khan?
Actually, I prefer Ranveer Singh.
What are you saying? Have you changed your likings? Because I remember watching something at your platform where you said you really fond of Shah Rukh Khan. So is it Ranveer Singh now? Your loyalties have shifted.
Yeah, I mean,
Ouch.
he's hot.
Any SRK fans here? Do you feel hurt? दर्द हुआ आपको यहाँ पे दिल में? Tell me, if Ranveer Singh was watching you now, what would you tell him? Have you ever met him?
No, actually
So what would
no.
you want to tell Ranveer Singh
Uh,
in Hindi?
बस मैं सीधा फैन बन जाऊंगी कि यार मैं आपके बहुत बड़ी फैन हूँ, मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता है देख के ऐसा ही. I think I will be very fan girl.
Love that. Now we'll start with the audience questions as well. Do we have any question? You can raise your hand and we'll send you the mic. Any question from the audience? Yes, sir. Can we get him a mic, please? Please start with your name and then the question.
こんにちは。
こんにちは。
私はラフロと申します。
こんにちは。
今日本語を勉強しています。日本語でいいですか？今。
हाँ, मुझे कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. मैं आपका सवाल ना अनुवाद करके लोगों को भी बताती हूँ. तो आप जापानीज में पूछिए.
हमें हिंदी में बता देंगे.
マヨさんにとってインドと日本の関係を教えてください。
Okay, for me.
はい。
पहले तो आप सवाल को ट्रांसलेट कर दीजिए.
मेरे लिए इंडिया और जापान का कनेक्शन क्या है और कैसा है? हाँ, मेरे लिए इंडिया और जापान बहुत मिलता जुलता है. अब तो मेरा सेकंड होम हो गया. अभी तो पता नहीं चल रहा है कि कौन सा वाला असली होम है. सुना मुंबई में घर है और जापान में भी घर है. But I feel those countries have a lot of different differences, but दिल से बहुत मिलता जुलता है. So the core spirit of Japanese people and Indian people are very similar. For example, जापान के बोला जाता है शिंटोइज्म और बुद्धिज्म के जो 90% के भगवान है वो हिंदू भगवान से आए हुए हैं ऐसे and then how we are still you know same Asian we have this Asian क्या बोलना बहुत like समझाना मुश्किल है but the spirit जो है थोड़ा मिलता जुलता लगता है so I feel it's very close and the connection has been getting very stronger
インドについてマヤさんにとって一番好きなことは何ですか
インドで一番好きなことですか、the best thing like about India dahi puri
Dahi puri, ahaha. You
पहले
also
मैं
made a
पहले मैं पानीपुरी बोलते थे लेकिन आजकल मेरा वो शिफ्ट हो गया वो बदलता
गर्मी भी आ गई है ना, so dahi puri really
दही पूरी
works
अच्छा लगता है
for the. Of course, you also made a video about things that India is better at if we compare it with Japan. Can you list any 3 things that you?
Okay, India is best at preparing everything in the last minute. ये इसका जुगाड़ जापानीज लोगों को नहीं आता है but because of that things can move very fast. Yes, Japanese people are good at planning things ahead पर अगर कोई भी opportunity 2-3 दिन पहले आ गया for example जैसे कि ये कोई important लोग आ रहे हैं and then there is opportunity of making this kind of event Japanese लोग शायद नहीं कर पाएंगे इंडियन लोग फटाफट 1-2 दिन में सब कुछ तैयार कर सकते हैं इसका जुगाड़ स्किल है ना वो माइंड ब्लोइंग
So jugaad is number 1.
yes जुगाड़ is number 1 number 2 Indian people are good at as I said making friends it's so and number 3 dancing like it's not like ये stereotype है दुनिया भर like stereotype बता सकते हैं that people think Indian people are good at dancing and then movie में नाचते हैं and then इंडिया के सच में लगता है कि actually everyone is good at dancing because शादी में भी नाचते हैं home party में भी नाचते हैं so when Japanese people come and then join those dancing you know circle like I think it will be क्या करेंगे
I think Barat dance is a genre in itself. It's a dance form in itself where you just let loose and have the best time of your life.
Yes,
Can we have second question from the audience? You'll have to raise your hand. Can we go to this lady on the first table? We'll come there as well.
Hi,
hello
my name is Yashvi and good to see you here.
good to see you
My question is कि government diplomacy पे they spend like millions of money. लेकिन एक viral video, like one viral video can sometimes change perceptions more effectively than official campaigns. So do you think like influencers are becoming more sort of a powerful actors in establishing people to people relations or in diplomacy and or soft power maybe then these cultural diplomacy thing
okay so कौन सा वाला ज़्यादा powerful है मैं ये नहीं बता सकती हूँ I don't think I'm that powerful in general but I like to believe that what I'm doing is people to people diplomacy because I know that if I make घटिया very bad video then it can change people's mind and it can cause trouble so as a content creator I try to keep this in mind that what I'm making is something that can affect. I think it's very important to have this mentality because आजकल तो सब लोग यूट्यूबर बन सकते हैं सब लोग वीडियोस बना सकते हैं एंड कुछ लोग हैं जो व्यूज़ के लिए बहुत ख़राब या गलत या लाइक बैड इमेज फैलाने की कोशिश करते हैं व्यूज़ के लिए which is very long because even though the person is an individual the minute the other countries people see that person is representing Japan or India or any country. So जब बाकी के विदेशी लोग ये कंटेंट देखेंगे ये कंटेंट ऐसे मेंटालिटी में देखेंगे कि ये इस देश का बंदा है. So thinking that I have the power of changing people's mind or countries' relationship is very important whether or not I actually have the power or not.
Lovely. Can we please stick to one question at a time so that we can accommodate more people as well? Can we go to that gentleman at the back?
マヨさん久しぶりですね。
はい、久しぶりですね。元気ですか？
元気
कैसे हैं?
元気。like if you could tell us briefly how was your journey about Moshi Moshi Mumbai from idea to the big screen?
Okay, thank you so much. So Moshi Moshi Mumbai is a drama series that are created with Indian production, Indian movie director in Mumbai. So it is all on YouTube now. Please go and check and watch. But it is a story about a Japanese girl moving to India because her father used to live in India and explore. But she does not know about how the journey went because the father already passed away very young. It is very similar to my story. Actually, मेरी कहानी director और writer से बात की है, and then the writer made a beautiful story on it. So now this series is a beautiful capture of Mumbai, like आज के Mumbai. Like typical Mumbai ने आज के beautiful Mumbai को capture करने की कोशिश की है और Japanese culture को capture करने की कोशिश की है. And अपने journey कैसा था ये पूछा था ना?
Yeah, how was your journey?
So that journey was very hard क्योंकि
What was the biggest challenge, if you could mention?
Yes, so I think हम तो सब लोग passionate लोग थे, इतना बड़े बड़े प्रोडक्शन के बड़े बड़े लोग नहीं थे और शुरुआत बहुत छोटे प्रोजेक्ट के रूप में शुरू हुआ था. एक्चुअली एज अ वर्टिकल ड्रामा शुरू किया हुआ था, पर वो आगे जाके 80 मिनट के हॉरिजॉन्टल हो गया. सो द क्रू वाज वेरी पैशनेट बट नॉट लाइक द बिग प्रोडक्शन. तो चाहे कोई परमिशन लेना है शूट के लिए या कुछ जो भी है, it was very difficult because everyone was doing something new for the first time. But I think it went great.
Give it up for Moshi Moshi Mumbai as well.
Yes, sir.
And we'll come back to the audience. Before that, we are pausing for a fun segment, which is again an attempt to understand the Japanese culture. I'll give you some Indian scenarios, situations, and then you tell me the Japanese equivalent of that.
Okay.
Yeah? Bonding with your office colleagues over chai ki tapri. What is the Japanese equivalent?
I think lunch. We have lunch. Honestly, we do not have a lot of fun talks in the office. I think it
Keep it
happens
professional.
outside of office. So lunch, yeah, drinking, dinner party.
Okay.
That's yeah.
Weddings lasting 5 to 7 days at least. What would be the scenario in Japan?
Only 3 hours of ceremony and
With how many guests? if you
three
can-
hours of party. It's Indian wedding is very long. जापान का
Elaborate.
बहुत छोटा, एक दिन में सब कुछ हो जाता है. सच्ची में? Yes.
और कम से कम 250 से 300 लोग. And if you can list the number of attendees there in Japanese,
50 to 100.
50 to 100.
आजकल तो फैमिली के अंदर में ही करने वाले भी बहुत है, बहुत छोटा छोटा.
Oh, 50 से 100 तो इतने हमारे यहाँ नाराज हो जाते हैं. But India-Pakistan cricket match, where everything comes to a standstill, it becomes a festival.
उस लेवल का तो जापान में नहीं है. But I think World Cup had been very big because Japan went to the highest so far in the history of Japanese soccer football. So I think that was like a festival, but not as compared to Pakistan-India cricket match. That's another level.
Okay. Indian hospitality where you're forced to eat more. Oh, thoda aur kha lo, aur kha lo, aur kha lo. What is the scenario in Japan?
Well, we don't इतना ज़्यादा खिलाते तो नहीं है. बस I think, yeah, that's all I'm gonna say.
Lastly, we when we go out for street shopping, there are superstitions that we also have to face where, shopkeepers would say, ye boni ka time hai, 12 baje se pehle, they won't return anything. Anything like that in on street shops?
Street shops.
Or in the market, any superstitions
I
or
don't-
any culture-specific tradition that they follow?
So we don't have anything, I think, any superstition related to shopping, but we do have a lot of superstitions like अगर बिजली हो रही है, if the thunderstorm is coming, then the राक्षस आपके पास आके belly button चुराएगा. Like I don't know how, but like we are supposed to hide the belly button if the thunderstorm is going on. I think it's because it gets cold and you're not supposed to wear something like chota so that you don't get cold or something.
So that's where the logic is.
Yeah, I
you
think logic
Yeah.
behind it is. I think that is the logic, but we have a lot of superstitions as well.
That was an
Like
interesting
India.
one. We'll go to the audience for our next question.
Yes.
We'll go to the middle, and then we'll come back here. Can you send the mic there? Right in the end. In the end, yes.
はじめまして。
はじめまして。
私はアルンです。メイトの大学生です。My question is, what are 5 things that you miss about Japan in India?
That's a
5
cute question.
things. I think cold weather, like Mumbai ki garmi mein, I feel like I want to go to Japan's winter. I mean, I can go to Himachal and like north as well, but sometimes like breeze, like cold air is something.
So weather is something.
Weather
that you
is something.
miss a lot about Japan.
And second one is, oh, it's a really okay. Sushi and sashimi. I know it's very typical, but कच्ची मछली जापान में सबसे अच्छी मिलती है ताज़ी ताज़ी. So that's second thing. And the third thing, I think home. मेरे घर के countryside is very like ऐसा है कि खेत भी है, like बहुत शांति रहती है, and घर भी बहुत बड़ा है. मुंबई का घर कितना छोटा है, बट क्या बताएं.
और शांति तो I'm sure दूर-दूर तक नहीं है.
So that's the third point. And fourth, I think sometimes I miss like commuting on train. Like Japan, of course, India में भी trains हैं, पर थोड़ा मेहनत करना पड़ता है. Like Mumbai local is something that sometimes I take Mumbai local, but थोड़ा मुश्किल है समझना. But Japan train, even though if it's packed, no one disturb other people. Like इतना अपने दुनिया में रहते हैं कि ईयरफोन लगा के कि इतने नज़दीक में अगर इंसान हो फिर भी पता नहीं चलता है. वो सबका ना एग्जिस्टेंस को मिटाने का स्किल जापान में बहुत बढ़िया है. So like the commuting in Japan is train is easy. पर जापान में Uber वगैरह टैक्सी वगैरह बहुत कम मिलता है. So for me, transportation is like pros and cons in India and Japan. पर जापान में ट्रेन पे ट्रेवल करना, I think I like it sometimes. So that's something. Number 5. Wow, it's 5 मेंशन करना बहुत लंबा हो गया है भैया. But I think जापान में I don't know. Okay, I'll say 4th. Social media पे face बोल.
That's a good sign. That means you being hosted well here in
हाँ,
this country.
इतना भी ज़्यादा miss नहीं करती हूँ ना, तो चलो ठीक है. Okay.
No. We'll take 4 as your answer. As the mic reaches here, I have another question. Since you mentioned food and sushi, would you want to recommend any restaurants in India who do like sushi or Japanese food really well?
In India, okay, Mumbai mein I like Kuraku.
Okay.
Yes, Kuraku is. I think the chef is Japanese also. Okay. So I think Delhi mein bhi hai, Mumbai mein hai. So I think I'm gonna say Kuraku.
Kuraku. Okay. So we know where to go to have authentic
Yes,
Japanese
it's very
food next
authentic.
time.
It's really good.
We'll go here for next question. To this gentleman here, and then of course we'll pass the mic to you. Extreme left, yes.
おはようございます。
おはようございます。
シッダロトと申します。My name is Siddharth and I'm a Japanese language student. My question is that we often talk about how and what people from Japan think about India and Indians. But you've been living in India for quite some time now, and so
Yes.
I want to know, according to you, what misconceptions do Indians have as far as daily habits of Japan and Japanese people are concerned?
Daily habits of misconception. I don't think daily habits is something that there's misconception about. I think what we have, I think food, it's not even misconception, but I think a lot of Indian people know sushi and ramen, but don't know, again, the diversity of food in Japan. So I'd love to introduce more. And oftentimes I feel like when Indian people come to Japan, there is no good veg food in Japan. So sushi ko veg mein karke, honestly, it's not gonna taste very good. I mean, sushi, the definition of sushi is kachi machli or chawal. Isko avocado, I love it, but it's not the very authentic form of it. But if you go to, for example, temples, the temple's food is traditionally veggie. So it tastes good. It is made in a way that tastes good with veggie. So I think those things are still yet to discover, and I love to tell my audience about those things.
はい、ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much for that answer. But I'm a vegetarian, so I think that's the only way. Avocado is the only way that I can be
I mean,
introduced
it's
to the
good.
world of.
I like avocado.
Yeah.
But the thing is, अगर non-veg खाने के non-veg को veg में डालेंगे, तो it's a little bit like okay-ish for me. But when the Japanese food, which is meant to be tasted as veggie, it tastes as it is really good.
Yeah.
So I think थोड़ा सा वो options दिखाना
But I think as
पड़ेगा.
Indians, we are all game for experimentation with food, right? When we talk about South Indian food as well, here in North, we've done so much of experimentation there. We have a Szechuan dosa as well, where
Yeah.
we're blending flavors from different countries within our own cuisine. So I think that's all about experimenting as well. We'll take one question from here, and then again, I have another fun segment. Sorry, we'll take that question first. So sorry, ma'am, and then we'll come to you, and then we'll have my yes.
Konnichiwa, Mayo-san.
Konnichiwa.
Watashi wa Ronaku to moshimasu. I am Ronak, everybody. आपने हिंदी language सीखा,
Yes.
which is another Asian language, and you've done a commendable job. From the country of matcha and manga, आप मुंबई में survive कर रहे हो, so that's awesome.
Thank you.
My question to you is, यहाँ पर we have a lot of my friends and I as well are learning Japanese. We know the grammar, we've been doing all the notebook stuff. Demo, Nihongo ni tsuite, Nihongo no kai wa ni tsuite, Mayo-san no o susime wa nan desu ka?
Have a Japanese boyfriend. Joking. I think, yes, I understand like the Japanese in the books and the Japanese in conversations are very different. And what I do to learn Japanese language or like Hindi language or any other language is watch a lot of movies and do the shadowing. That you have to choose the right movie for that, because if that someone is talking like anime, like then that's gonna be very different.
Exactly.
But what I do a lot is watch movie and do shadowing, then speak by myself. So that's how I like to learn. But yeah, I think only किताब से तो ग्रामर सीख सकते हैं ना कि conversation नहीं सीख सकते हैं. So make friends, make boyfriend or girlfriend if possible. That's very good, proven by Mayo.
Watashi wa
Yeah.
kekkon shimashita, Indo de.
So make friends, yes, and watch a lot of movies, authentic ones. I think that will be good. Yes.
I mean, what a strategy!
Arigato.
What an Indo-Japan strategy! Make a boyfriend or a
Yes,
girlfriend.
yes,
Love,
yes,
love that.
yes.
Love that.
Highly recommended.
We'll go to ma'am here, and while the mic reaches, I have another segment.
Okay.
Okay, I'm giving you some Indian things. Okay. Imagine I'm a tourist. Convince me in 10 to 30 seconds
Okay.
why I should experience this.
Okay.
Okay. Indian wedding.
In your wedding, it's the biggest celebration you can ever imagine. Japan में ये नहीं होगा, like विदेश में नहीं होगा. You have to go and
Holi.
eat lots of food. Holi, again, it's the beautiful chaos you can imagine. It's fun. सफेद कपड़ा पहन के आ जाओ. Yes.
Auto rickshaw ride.
Auto rickshaw. Oh, it's perfect for after rain. The air will be really, it feels really good on your face,
a free blow
yeah,
dry.
it's an experience.
Chai ki tapri.
Chai, it's an instant relaxation, and it's a culture in one cup. So I think you have to try.
Cricket match.
Cricket match, of course, you have to learn the rules, which is really hard for foreigners. But once you get to know, it's excitement. Yes.
Local train.
Local train. Again, the air is gonna feel really good. You can observe, and actually, I enjoy looking at people. Imagining ये तो ऑफिस जा रहे होंगे या like जो भी है, like you can see Indian people's life in one dabba, so it's fun.
Lastly, street food.
Street food, पानी पूरी तो खाना ही पड़ेगा. That's like no reason, just my always saying that खाओ.
और फिर सब भूल जाओ. Ma'am, can we have your question, please? Can we get her a mic, please?
Yes.
Ma'am, please raise your hand so that he can reach you.
Namaste, ma'am.
Namaste.
My name is Khushbu Nitin Jain. I am from Shakti Nagar, Delhi. As you know, Hindi language, so I would like to talk to you in Hindi.
Achha.
Because it's nice to see you speaking Hindi. And my question is related to family values. तो मैं आपसे ये जानना चाहती हूँ कि जापान में अक्सर न्यूक्लियर फैमिलीज होती हैं.
Yes.
और भारत में जॉइंट फैमिली की परंपरा है.
Yes.
तो आप भारतीय जो पारिवारिक संबंध हैं उनको किस नज़रिए से देखते हैं? और दूसरा क्वेश्चन मेरा ये है कि अगर कोई लड़की जापान में किसी से वेडिंग पर्पस से I mean शादी करना चाहती है, जैसे इंडिया में होता है लव मैरिज या अरेंज मैरिज, तो क्या आप इजीली उसको लड़की मतलब एज अ बहू, एज अ डॉटर इन लॉ उसको एक्सेप्ट कर लेते हैं या कुछ प्रॉब्लम्स आती हैं?
That's an interesting question. The levels that you have to cross for a shadi in Japan, because there are many here in India. So
I think it's very different, and I'm not gonna lie, it's going to be very challenging. I actually have there is a Japanese YouTuber who married an Indian boy, and she has been vlogging, and the name of the channel is I forgot, but
मैं चाहूँगी कि आप हिंदी में बोलें.
अच्छा हिंदी में बोलेंगे. हाँ.
इनके दो सवाल थे. पहला सवाल ये है कि न्यूक्लियर फैमिलीज वर्सेस यहाँ का फैमिली कल्चर, एंड सेकंड शादी के लिए किस तरीके के लेवल्स को क्रॉस करना पड़ता है.
तो आई थिंक ओके, पहले फर्क के बारे में बताऊंगी कि आई थिंक एज यू सेड जापान में घर न्यूक्लियर फैमिली होता है, एंड वो खाली न्यूक्लियर फैमिली की बात नहीं, पर फैमिली मेम्बर के अंदर में बहुत इंडिपेंडेंस और इंडिविजुअलिस्टिक माइंडसेट है कि जैसे कि अगर कोई भी चीज़ करने के लिए इफ़ वो 20 साल के बाद मम्मी पापा का परमिशन मांगते नहीं है. लाइक वो मम्मी पापा भी, मुझे भी ऐसा सिखाया गया था कि खुद सोचो, खुद करो, मुझे मत पूछो, ऐसा मेंटलिटी ज़्यादा है. तो थोड़ा ज़्यादा इंडिविजुअलिस्टिक हो जाता है. और पर उसकी वजह से इट्स अ प्रोज एंड कॉन्स कि अगर ऐसे हैं और ज़्यादा इंडिविजुअल हो जाएंगे तो थोड़ा आइसोलेशन भी होएगा ना. तो जैसे कि बच्चे जापान के जो ज़्यादा बच्चे हैं वो मम्मी पापा अगर दूर रहते हैं तो इतना बात नहीं करते हैं.
डबल एज स्वॉर्ड है.
हाँ. और इंडिया में आप लोगों को तो पता है कि बहुत मिलजुल के रहते हैं, हमेशा बात करते हैं और सहायता ओपिनियंस भी बहुत इम्पोर्टेंस देते हैं. तो आई थिंक उसकी वजह से हमेशा मिलजुल के रहते हैं, विच आई फील रियली गुड. मुझे भी इंडिया आके ये सीखा है कि थोड़ा मम्मी से बात करनी ही चाहिए तो बात ज़्यादा करना शुरू किया है. तो आई थिंक वो फ़र्क तो है. तो अब अगर कोई भी जापानी लड़की इंडिया आएंगे या कोई भी जापानी लड़का इंडिया आएंगे और शादी करेंगे तो वो इसका फ़र्क बहुत ज़्यादा है. खाना भी बहुत अलग है और घर के अंदर में जो नियम हैं वो अलग अलग हैं. तो बहुत चैलेंजिंग होगा. पर अगर फैमिली सपोर्टिव है तो कोई चिंता नहीं है ना. तो आई थिंक फैमिली अच्छा है तो सब अच्छा है.
फैमिली और प्यार, that's all we need. Give it up for Mayo. But before we let you go, of course we'll have to do Natu Natu one more time.
Okay.
Yeah, because we had such a great start and now we want to wrap it also with that kind of energy.
Okay.
So can we have the track again and have her dance on Natu Natu once
Okay.
again? Give it up for Mayo, guys.
दूसरा सेक्शन कर सकते हैं क्या?
क्या कर सकते हैं?
बेल जैसे धूल उड़ा
वो मैं
के
नहीं कर
सिंग
पाऊंगा,
उठा के
but
तुम
आप-
भी नाचो, बाजे जम के ताल ढोल बेटा राजू उड़ के नाचो. हीरो से भी तेज कोई कर सके जो बेज
guys,
नाचो. पल में घोड़े जैसे भाग डोर छोड़ नाचो. मिट्टी जो तो रोट मोटा मिर्च खा के ऐसे नाचो. हाँ जा छोरे, हाँ जा गोरे, हाँ जा छोरे नाचो 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 वीर नाचो 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 यारा नाचो 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 कच्ची कैरी जैसा कट्टा नाचो.
Love that. Thank you, Mayo. Thank you very much. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. हील्स के लिए और जोरदार तालियां. She was doing much better with the heels. Give it up for our first guest who's opened the event with such a high energy and on a high note. Give it up for Mayo, ladies and gentlemen, once again. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mayo and also the Union Minister, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, who joins us at the session today. Thank you, Mayo. Thank you, Arun. Culture may build the first bridges between nations, but enduring partnerships are strengthened by shared strategic interests, economic ambition, and mutual trust. India and Japan's relationship has evolved into one of the defining partnerships in the Indo-Pacific. Over the past 12 years, the special strategic and global partnership has expanded across trade, technology, infrastructure, supply chain, security, and innovation, anchored by a shared vision for a free, open, and prosperous region. To explore the next chapter of this relationship, we have Rahul Kanwal, CEO and Editor-in-Chief NDTV, for a special fireside conversation with the Honorable Union Minister for Commerce and Industry, Shri Piyush Goyal. Thank you, sir.
Hello and welcome to the NDTV World India-Japan Strategic Dialogue. The Japanese Prime Minister is in India at a time when Minister Goyal and the Modi government are trying to up the amp on India-Japan investment and trade. This is also when the India-UK trade deal goes live in just a few days from now. And the India-United States deal is about 99% done. So we're in very exciting times, and the man who's in the midst of a lot of that excitement is India's Minister for Commerce and Industry, Minister Piyush Goyal. Welcome to the NDTV India-Japan Strategic Dialogue. Can we have a round of applause as we welcome the Minister, please?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I want to start by asking you, from the lens of the Indian government, Minister Goyal, what according to you are the key takeaways you're expecting from the visit of the Japanese Prime Minister to India this time round?
Rahul, it's been a relationship of trust, a very comprehensive relationship where we have, over the years, ever since the time of Prime Minister Abe-san, Prime Minister Modi has been building and nurturing this relationship. And I believe that post the reset of our partnership into a comprehensive strategic partnership, and after the announcement in the 15th Japan-India Summit, where Japan also committed to invest 100 trillion yen, that's about $65–70 billion in India in different sectors, in infrastructure and industry. We have seen a significant increase in the engagement with Japan, whether it's on geopolitical issues, whether it's on technology issues, whether it's in investment, trade. And I suspect that this engagement over the 3-day visit of Prime Minister Takaichi-san will help evolve this partnership to take it to the next level.
The India-Japan relationship is described as being heavy on investment and light on trade. We have about $27 billion of trade. India's exports about 6 billion plus, our imports are 21 billion plus. The trade deficit is heavily skewed against us. And you've spoken about this, Minister, in the past, the need for a review of the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement. Is that something you'll be pressing the Japanese side for during this visit? And how do you see that happen, in what form and shape?
Over the years, different partners have had different roles to play in India's economic development. Japan's engagement with India has largely been focused around investments. For that matter, but for the Japanese partnership with India, we at one point of time did not even have modern automobiles in India. It was Maruti Suzuki that came in nearly 40 years ago and brought to India a modern, affordable, technology-driven automobile, which ultimately set India on the track to become a global power in the sector of automobiles. I was just reading the figures for last month. Maruti Suzuki has a 147,000 car share out of 400,000 passenger vehicles sold in India in the month of May. So very clearly this demonstrates that they have played an important role in specific industry segments, specific infrastructure segments. I don't know if you are aware that many, many years ago, our first dedicated freight corridor was built with Japanese partnership in Odisha, which helped us evacuate iron ore. And they took the export of iron ore obligation also in return for investments in building up the infrastructure. So it's a partnership that has many dimensions. Trade also is an important element of this partnership, particularly given our complementary strengths. What we get from Japan are largely technology-driven products. What we sell to Japan are also value-added products. We are not selling raw materials or intermediates. We are selling high-quality, precision-engineered material, auto components, electronic components. So, in effect, this particular relationship has both the trade and investment dimension, and both are of significant value-added products. Therefore, I think it's a good partnership. We encourage more trade, we encourage more investments with Japan. The dialogue to improvise and further expand our trade basket and expand opportunities for trade is a continuing dialogue.
So the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement with Japan was signed way back in 2011. We signed a similar SEPA with the UAE, and in 3 years, trade crossed $100 billion. So my question is, why is it that it's taken 15 plus years to reach just about $27.5 billion? And what are you as Trade Minister doing to try and increase the volume of trade and also improve some of the imbalances that currently prevent Indian services companies or Indian citizens going to Japan and working there, where some of the regulations are so stringent at the moment that Indians are finding it tough to grow the trade numbers?
Every country has regulations. I mean, we have our own regulations. Businesses will have to participate in the regulatory process, will have to find opportunities to expand trade. For instance, Japan is looking for a number of highly skilled caregivers. But one of the prerequisites, and I would say rightly so, is that the person should know the Japanese language. Otherwise, how are they going to be able to provide nursing facilities to the aged people in Japan? Ideally, if you have a combination of language and some knowledge of their culture, it makes it even better. Each country also has its own cultural identity. And I would think that we will have to, as industry, also make a focused effort, a much more deeper engagement with industry, with different services sectors there. We should promote language skills in India, and not only in Japanese, in several other languages. Same story goes for German language, same story goes for the French language. My sense is that people are recognizing that. In my own skill development center in Mumbai, we run classes on Japanese language and Japanese culture, which helps children get very highly paid jobs in Japan after that. As the Ministry of Commerce, we have recently come out with an export promotion mission, which has several dimensions to it, one of which is regulatory engagement with different countries. So under the EPM, we are encouraging our industry to be more forthcoming in getting regulatory approvals, which are quite expensive in Japan and often could be the reason that people or industry has not been very forthcoming.
Governments have been complaining about it, generic drugs have been complaining about it. The time taken to get regulatory approval has been one of the concerns of India.
Undoubtedly, it's an issue that I have been discussing with my counterparts at different forums. It's an issue that will have to be resolved both at the government level and at the industry level.
The 508-kilometer long Mumbai-Ahmedabad high-speed rail corridor, and you've been railway minister in the past, has been one of the showcases of the India-Japan partnership based on Japanese Shinkansen technology. This is also now running massively late. It's also, the cost overruns are expected to be more than 80% of the original estimates. What's your sense of where things stand at the moment? Because you're also involved in the politics of Maharashtra, where now land clearances are easier than they were in the past. But the fact is, from the Japanese lens, at some level they blame or attribute to India the inability to allow for land to be acquired in an expeditious fashion for the rail project to come live on time.
Japan works in a very systematic manner. I have learned that over the years that the Japanese style of implementing a project is significant focus in the planning process, often extending into a greater number of years than the actual implementation period. But the perfection that they bring to the table is something that we all in India need to emulate. We were quite on track. Almost the entire land, if not all, in the Gujarat sector was acquired for the high-speed rail project. Sadly, in 2019, Mr. Uddhav Thackeray backstabbed the BJP or the Mahayuti and ditched us to form a government with the Congress and the NCP. And at that point of time, two important elements of this project got stalled. One was the originating station at the Bandra Kurla complex, where a particular piece of land was to be allotted for the starting station of the high-speed rail, and it was only going to enhance its value. It was going to be a station with a large building on top of it, which would have really given it an identity and a significant value. And thereafter, there was land in the stretch up to the border, the stretch in Palghar up to Vapi. And sadly, the Uddhav government, maybe to spite the people of Maharashtra, maybe to oppose for the sake of opposition, did not cooperate at all either in giving the land for the station or in this stretch of land up to Vapi, Vasai, Palghar, that region. And in the process, we did lose very significant amount of time. You know, once the flow of a project gets lost, then it has its own multi-dimensional impact and collateral damage is usually significant. Fortunately, the people of Maharashtra have once again got a government led by Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde and Sunitra Pawar. And since then the project has been going on smoothly. Land acquisition has been done. The land for the station has been given. So my sense is the project now is on track.
It will be 6 years late, 2023 versus 2029 by when it's functional.
I don't think 23 at any point of time, because we did the launch of the project sometime end of 17. And then we had got into the planning phase, the alignment. At that time, we did not have Gati Shakti, PM Gati Shakti, which could have helped us plan it much faster and smarter and better. So it was more of physical planning, physical surveys, ensuring acquisition of land along the route, ensuring the alignment was right. And the planning phase would entail longer period. And I don't think 23, while we had desired very much that it should be ready by 23, I don't think 23 was practical.
The threat posed by China is a common angle for both Japan and India, and both countries are currently exploring complementarities in semiconductors, critical minerals. How do you see this play out in the context of China monopolizing or trying to control and dominate a lot of the supply chains on critical minerals?
Well, supply chain resilience is something that the entire world is today concerned about. Different groupings are getting together to assess and safeguard their supply chains in different fields. The entire semiconductor business is largely dependent on inputs that come from China today. And it's an area of shared concern. Not per se that it comes from China, but it's the concentration in one geography that causes concern. So if you recall, during COVID, China had completely sealed its borders, and it caused significant difficulty for supply chains around the world. Similarly, when the permanent magnets were stopped from being allowed to export, we saw turbulence in the electronic sector, and that reflected also in the automobile sector. So I think it's been a wake-up call for the entire world. It's been a wake-up call for India. The Semicon mission that Prime Minister Modi embarked upon has been a success. We now have almost 12 major initiatives coming in the semiconductor field. India is a trusted partner of the world, and countries around the world and companies around the world recognize the talent that India has. Almost 20% of design engineers in the field of semiconductors are Indian. And therefore, most parts of the world, we are finding very good resonance when it comes to promoting the supply chain in India for semiconductors. You might have noticed ASML signed up in Netherlands during the Prime Minister's visit, their first plant outside Europe, in India. Similarly, we have the semiconductor fab coming up in Assam, coming up in Dholera in Gujarat, clearly demonstrating that India has arrived and is receiving support from friendly countries, including Japan, who also is very keen that India integrates into the supply chain, given the talent we have, given the affordability of production here, and given the significant market that India brings to the table. We already have a $100 billion semicon market here.
The India-Japan dialogue was actually meant to happen in Guwahati. And Japan, interestingly, works with India on the Act East corridor. What role do you think a country like Japan can help in the upliftment of India's northeast region? Because a lot of people in Guwahati were actually looking forward to these deliberations happening there because of scheduling reasons. Ultimately, they couldn't. But the role that you think Japan can play in trying to uplift economic development in the northeast?
Well, I think Japan has, over the years, been an important part of India's Act East policy. The Northeast is an area which has very high talent, very good talent. The Northeast is much closer to the ASEAN region, and linkages between the Northeast and this ASEAN region make it a very natural gateway for trade with ASEAN. And therefore, Japan and India are working together to promote industry, to promote the infrastructure in the Northeast is a very natural trajectory of partnership, serving the eastern parts of the continent. It also very well fits into Prime Minister Modi's own personal commitment to the people of India and to the people of the Northeast, that every region in India should see equitable development. If you recall, right in 2014, 12 years ago, when he became Prime Minister, one of his first comments was, India cannot develop in parts. India has to develop as a whole. Unless eastern part of India or northeastern India develops, we cannot see inclusive growth across the country. And therefore, he must be the singular individual, one Prime Minister, who's had more than 50 or 60 visits to the Northeast so far. Every minister has been mandated to visit the Northeast, speed up projects there, get better connectivity, get better infrastructure. We have the Unnati scheme, which promotes industrial development of the Northeast. In railways, we have now reached almost every state capital in the Northeast with rail connectivity. Airports are coming up at a very fast pace in the Northeast. Many of these will ultimately become flag bearers for greater engagement with Japan and other ASEAN countries.
Both India and Japan have been hit by Trump-era trade sanctions and tariffs. and both are trying to renegotiate their economic trajectory with Washington at this moment. What do you make, Minister, of the fact that the India-Pacific Command has once again been renamed the Pacific Command by Washington? What do you individually and institutionally make?
I think we are reading too much into that. What is important is the fact that whether it is the United States, whether it is Japan or India, we all believe in a free and open Indo-Pacific. We are all concerned that this region should continue to see stability, continue to be peaceful, continue to provide opportunity for all countries in this region, and the shared values that we wish to promote in that area, the values of democracy, values of freedom of trade, is something that binds the US, Japan and India together. And I don't see any difficulty in working together as a team, since we are also members of the Quad. I think we'll be able to ensure that this region, the Quad
at this moment feels more like a tripod. You got India, Japan and Australia holding firm in the way that they were, and the fourth leg is very wobbly.
Not at all. I think Mr. Marco Rubio was here only recently, and it's a continued engagement. Personally, I don't see any difficulty. We've had the foreign ministers of the Quad meet in the US just a month or so ago, and they have reinforced the importance of the Quad.
We're a few days away from the comprehensive economic trade agreement with the United Kingdom getting into force from the 15th of July. This was signed by Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Steinmeier during the G7 summit. And you were in the UK recently winning awards and talking about, so congratulations for that, and talking about the trade deal with the United Kingdom. How do you see this play out over the next several months? Because we know in certain quarters in India, for example, let me just take one sector, Indian whiskies. Indian malts have been trying very hard to build a certain name and aura brand for themselves on the global stage. They're very threatened by Scotch suddenly becoming much cheaper and coming into India with tariffs being reduced on them. So how are you looking at this?
Well, I think it's a proud moment for India that we will be having a free trade agreement, a very comprehensive agreement at that, coming into effect on 15th of July. Opening up huge opportunities for our businesses in UK. In fact, I had the largest ever delegation to step out of India's shores. Over 165 business persons who accompanied me to the UK, who had very good deliberations. I had feedback sessions with them, which gives us the confidence that UK market is pregnant with a lot of possibilities, a lot of potential for further growth. The textile industry during the delegation meetings has given me confidence that the textile sector alone is looking to double business with the UK in the next 2 years only. And they've already, since the agreement was signed last year, already started making contacts, already started engaging with local businesses, with the market. The sampling part they've already done. So our businesses have been quick to take up the opportunities in Europe. EFTA is already in place. EU FTA legal scrub will be over in about 10 days, 10 or 12 days. And then we are looking at approval from the Commission and the Parliament. By end of this year, that should be done and dusted.
Are you hopeful that this will happen by December 2026?
Oh, yes,
because
certainly.
several of the other agreements, for example, the trade deal between Europe and Canada was signed way back in 2016. And even now, it hasn't been fully ratified. So concerns are being asked about whether you get stuck in Brussels and its bureaucracy.
Rahul, this is in fact a very unique comprehensive agreement that the European Union and India have entered into. It is the first agreement which will be agreed to and concluded within one calendar year. January 27th, it was kind of the handshake agreement was done. And before 31st December, we would have inked the final documentation before it comes into effect, maybe early next year. It will be the fastest ever approved agreement by EU. And the second important element is, it is the only FTA which has seen 27 member nations everybody supporting it. There's not one single country which has opposed the EU-India FTA. It shows you how deftly and smartly it has been agreed between Ms. von der Leyen and Mr. Modi, how they have looked at grabbing the low-hanging fruits, how they have recognized and appreciated the sensitivities of different member states of EU and of India, that not a single person could find fault with it or could criticize it. All the member states, and I'm meeting all of them one after the other to build up the momentum for business and investment once it comes into effect. The excitement about the India-EU FTA is palpable. And I think this new India, which engages with developed countries from a position of strength, with self-confidence, with confidence in our ability of young boys and girls and young India, our businesses, our entrepreneurs, to engage with the best of class across the world, the confidence that we have that we actually complement their economies and we are not in competition on hardly anything. The fact that now, even with the UK, we will have a totalization agreement, a double contribution convention agreement for 5 years instead of 3 originally, which was negotiated almost in the last week before we decided on entry into force. So we now have a 5-year DCC, which means Indian professionals or Indian people going to work on a temporary work permit, and we have a large number, probably 100,000, and the salaries there are large. 25% of their salary, which was earlier going into, with no benefits to the individual, will now be deposited in their Provident Fund account here in India, and which will be a social security net for them for life. So we have seen tremendous elements of each of these partnerships, which I think will hold India in very good stead in the years to come.
Let's now spend some time on arguably the most contentious trade negotiation that you've been a part of, which is the Delhi DC interim trade agreement, which we're working towards. Now, America's ambassador Sergio Gore said recently that this agreement is 99% done. So why don't you explain to everyone sitting here, what is this 1% that is left, and how soon do you hope to cross that bridge?
Rahul, I hope you don't have the misunderstandings of the other Rahul about the very fair and balanced trade deal that the world's fastest growing economy has finalized with the largest economy of the world. It's a very fair, very equitable. It's a deal that gives us preferential access to the United States market. And free trade agreements are all about preferential access. Whether a country wants to charge duties is something that their importers pay, and it impacts their economy. For us, the primary factor in the free trade deal is to get a preference over all our competitors, our neighbors, the Southeast Asian countries, and that's the lens in which every country in the world has looked at it. Even the developed economies, the EU, UK, Switzerland, Japan, Korea, all have looked at it from the lens of relative benefits and advantages and competitiveness. And that is that 1% link. That's after the IEEMA tariffs were struck down by the Supreme Court, the United States has to find the correct mechanism, a legally tenable mechanism by which they can give us the comparative advantage over our competitors.
You were asked this question in London 26th of June. I want to quote to everyone watching at this time what you said. The day the US finds appropriate tools to give us a competitive advantage, the deal is on. That, to my mind, sounds like a lot more than just 1%, because if so far in these negotiations, the United States hasn't suggested how India has a competitive advantage over, say, Bangladesh or the ASEAN nations, that sounds to me from the outside, without knowing the intricacies, a lot more than just 1%.
The important thing is, in a trade deal, all the different elements, whether it's the concessions in different goods, whether it's the breaking down of non-tariff barriers, all the other elements have been usually finalized. till they give us this competitive advantage, it's very difficult to enter into force any agreement. And that's a position that the US also appreciates and understands. In fact, Jameson Greer is on record at the recently concluded US ISPF annual meeting in Washington, D.C., where he acknowledged that that's the area on which they have to work, where the US has to work, how they will give us a competitive advantage compared to our peers.
Try and give us some insights without obviously revealing stuff that the public should know about how much of a nightmare or how difficult has this been versus, say, trying to do a trade deal with the EU or with the United Kingdom?
Not at all. In fact, over the last 3.5 years, it's been a joyous and very learning experience.
Given the kind of turmoil we've seen, when you say it's been such a joyous experience, it's been a nightmarish experience.
I'm not talking about the US deal alone. I'm talking about a joyous experience doing these 9 free trade agreements, which covered 2/3 of global economy. So effectively now India has been successful in opening the doors for our businesses, our talent to work in large parts of the world, which opens up huge opportunities. And India cannot aspire to become a developed economy until we engage with the developed world from a position of strength and confidence. And that success is what really encourages us to really look at continuing to be the fastest growing large economy for the next 20-25 years, till we reach a $30 trillion.
You're dodging my question.
As far as the US is concerned, the only nightmare part of it is the time difference is such that at times we have to stay awake in the night, but you know I sleep very late. So for me, that was also not very difficult. My staff and my team may have had some difficulty that often negotiations went all till late in the evening. But throughout this period, both negotiating teams have had a very good working relationship. I've had a fabulous relationship with both my counterparts there. I don't think there was any stress at any point of time. And even when duties were imposed for, let's say, the Russian oil purchase, the additional 25%, or the Liberation Day tariff of 25%, our exporters continued to export. Businesses there were also conscious that they did not want to lose reliable suppliers in India. And our exports haven't suffered. So, friends, we had 50% tariffs from the US on our exports to them, our largest trading partner. We had the Ukraine war going on. We had the beginnings of the West Asia crisis towards the end of last fiscal year. Despite all of that, we have seen growth in international trade, our exports, both in goods and in services, reflecting the strength of the Indian economy, reflecting the ability of Indian businesses. And ever since we've seen some improvement in the West Asia situation, you can see Indian exports galloping. So our first quarter exports will be probably 15% growth over the first quarter last year.
But what's your estimate of how badly India's economic growth has been hurt because of the West Asia crisis, and what is the government planning to do over the rest of the 9 months to try and catch up for the damage caused by the war from February onwards?
But I fail to understand how you have not recognized how astutely Mr. Modi has been able to steer India through the West Asia crisis, where on the one hand, countries saw up to 70% increase in petrol and diesel prices or other energy prices. India is that one country where we did not see even double-digit increase in prices of energy. Our electricity prices have been stable. We have been fairly able to ensure availability of all forms of energy to our people. Unlike many of our neighbors or other countries where you saw gas stations running out of petrol or diesel or long queues outside, I don't think India, even for a single day, had a difficulty of availability of petrol or diesel or LPG, LNG. The whole management of the entire stress period was absolutely impeccable. And I think it's been a story of resilience. It's a fact that our macroeconomic fundamentals were so strong that we were able to absorb a lot of these increased costs. We cut down excise duty on crude oil or petroleum products so that the burden is taken by the central government, not by the people. We even cut down, we added a lot of subsidy to fertilizers so that throughout the country fertilizer is available at the old prices. 12 years we have not seen any increase in urea prices, and at the peak of West Asia crisis, the world was facing fertilizer shortages. We had to buy fertilizer at nearly 10 times what we were selling it. So you're looking at a 90% subsidy. But the central government, Prime Minister Modi, being very, very compassionate towards our farmers, paid that 90% from the central coffers as subsidy, but made sure our annadatas, our farmers, continue to get adequate fertilizer on time throughout the country at the price which prevailed 12 years ago, which will ensure the food security of India and which is a testimony to the resilience that the Indian economy has generated over the last 12 years.
How concerned are you about the looming super El Nino, which potentially impacts agricultural produce in the months ahead, and what can the government tell us about what's being done to ensure that the impact is limited to the extent possible?
There'll be two major elements that one will have to be very conscious of. The El Nino seems to be pretty much a reality. June has been a very serious matter of concern. One is hopeful that July will come out better. Fortunately, I come from Mumbai where the rains are in full swing, and if it continues, we may be able to make up the huge shortfall in June. But at the same time, the government is conscious that we will have to plan for difficult times. There'll be two elements, friends, and I would, in a way, suggest that we all become a little more conscious about these two elements. One is food grains and food security, in which the government has planned sufficient stocks of rice, of wheat, the two basic staple foods in the country, so that should there be a difficulty in the farmer produce this year, we will still not have a difficulty. We have sufficient stocks to last us until next year. And in that sense, Prime Minister Modi's management of food stocks and sufficient reserves of food grain that he has consistently maintained is a big thumbs up to our ability to feed our people and make sure. We saw that in COVID also. COVID, we didn't see a single starvation death in the country. Similarly, even now we have sufficient food stocks. So that's something that's full credit to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, that he has planned in advance and that the country can be rest assured will not be a problem. Second element will be water. And I think that's something which, to the extent we have reservoirs and to the extent we have sufficient water in different parts of the country, will be available. But I think the people of India, all of us, and that's something that NDTV should consider even as a media house, to create more awareness, not necessarily for the current year, but generally speaking, an awareness about efficiency in use of resources like water, electricity, fuel and petroleum products. All of these, as efficient and careful we are in consuming these natural resources, that much we will be able to contribute to sustainability, to sustainable development and growth. That much we will save on our pockets also. After all, that's a saving that comes straight to our pocket if we are more efficient in our consumption of these natural resources.
Minister, you were at Rashtrapati Bhavan earlier today. You've come straight out of being in the middle of a lot of official engagements. We appreciate you taking out time and joining us here at the NDTV India-Japan Strategic Dialogue. Can we have a round of applause for Minister Piyush Goyal, please? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Goel, for those insightful perspectives. Now, as India and Japan look to the future, the next phase of this partnership will be defined not just by volume of trade, but by the quality of investment. From high-speed rail and industrial corridors to semiconductors, artificial intelligence, clean energy, and resilient supply chains, the relationship is evolving into one that is as strategic as it is economic. So how can the next wave of Japanese investment accelerate India's infrastructure ambitions? Where should capital flow from next? And how can the two countries collaborate to build trusted supply chains, strengthen semiconductor ecosystems, and drive innovation in critical technologies? To explore these questions, please welcome our moderator, Gauri Dwivedi. Joining her on stage are Ambassador Sanjay Kumar Verma, former Ambassador of India to Japan, Ravi Kapoor, former Secretary to the Government of India, Mr. Ashok Chandak, President, Indian Electronics and Semiconductor Association and SEMI India, and Yosuke Sato, Senior Representative, Japan International Cooperation Agency, India, and Dr. Vikas Kumar, Managing Director, Delhi Metro Rail Corporation. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our distinguished panel for Financing the Future, Investing in India.
All right, after that riveting session that just concluded, the next conversation is essentially at the very heart of what's arguably the most consequential bilateral partnership in the Indo-Pacific today, that is India and Japan. We've seen decades of Japanese capital build some of India's most visible infrastructure, the Delhi Metro, the Mumbai-Ahmedabad bullet train corridor, industrial corridors that are reshaping our manufacturing map. But this relationship is now evolving beyond concrete and steel into semiconductors, critical minerals, AI, supply chain security. So the question for this panel is fairly simple and straightforward. What does the next chapter of India-Japan economic cooperation really look like? And can it move at the speed at which, well, geopolitics of today actually demands? There's a terrific panel here to unpack a lot of it. We have Mr. Sato, Ambassador Sanjay Kumar Verma, we have Mr. Ravi Kapoor, Ashok Chandok, and Dr. Vikas Kumar as well. We'll try and cover as much ground as we can. In fact, Mr. Sato, let me start with you there, which is that JICA has quietly been behind some of India's most transformative set of infrastructure, whether you talk about metros, whether you talk about bullet trains, whether you talk about industrial corridors. What has been the investment philosophy? Has it changed? Has it evolved in terms of the shifting realities and priorities that exist right now?
Hi. Thank you very much. My name is Yosuke Sato from the JICA India office, senior representative. Pretty much honored to be here.
So you'll have to keep the mic a little closer to you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. Well, firstly, let me a little bit introduce about the JICA. JICA is a kind of Japanese governmental agency with a centralized responsibility for ODA implementation. And for India, JICA is the largest provider of international cooperation. For Japan as well, India is the largest recipient of its international cooperation. We have been working in India over 68 years and they invest already for more than INR 4.6 trillion. And then we are running a 120 project right now. And a big example for here is Delhi Metro, I think. Yes, we have been working together more than a decade. And Delhi Metro network is already becoming one of the top 10 cities in the world. So, and then JICA is further continuing to expand such important infrastructure network. But on top of that, the question is, what is the next phase? So the discussion point may come to the quality side of it. So take, for example, when it comes to the metro, the usability or the maximization of the economic value of such infrastructure. Maybe interpret it into the word like, last mile connectivity, or the transit-oriented development type of thing. It's a kind of, not only a public investment, but also into a private investment mobilization will be the key element for the JICA's future investment. Let me stop here.
I'm going to come to that private investment bit in just a second, because that essentially is a very key aspect of the puzzle. But we're speaking on a day when there is a lot of strategic layers to this conversation as well. And Ambassador Verma, let me bring you in on just that, which is when you zoom out, look at the strategic picture, how does this really kind of, this economic cooperation reinforce the broader Indo-Pacific vision that both India and Japan are now committed to, bolstering it, and really likely to be the key vision that both countries take this forward?
So first of all, if we look at the bilateral relationship between India and Japan, the first thing which comes to our mind is that it has started from dependence, which was ODA to India, to interdependence, which was explained in the first session as well, to now strategic convergence. And that strategic convergence is not only bilateral, it extends to the region as well, free, open, and inclusive Indo-Pacific. So what is it that we are trying to do there? There are three essential pillars which one has to look at. And the first one is to build resilience. This resilience includes supply chain. The second one is enhance economic security. Supply chain resilience is just one component of economic security. There is connectivity, there are mobility, trade development, investment development. And third one is structured, trusted connectivity. So if we look at these three, then FOIIP has its place in the strategic conversation. The two countries are also trying to take on board other countries in the region so that more stakeholders would automatically ensure better economic security, better regional stability, and better regional security.
Those are broad areas where there is expected to be greater convergence. But in terms of ODA, it's important to just put out some numbers because that really tells the context in which we are talking. This is the development partnership from Japan, and the assistance that has come in is something that started from about 1950s, end of 1950s. It's been roughly about $58 to $60 billion so far, really backing some of the big infra projects so far. When you talk about marquee projects like the bullet train project, and we'll come to the delays that it has seen and how that sort of impacts. But those are some of the numbers, even as many are asking, could this have been more? Could this have been higher? And could that have multiple layers to this as well? Mr. Kapoor, let me then ask you about the Act East experience. The entire policy with regards to engaging with ASEAN essentially is through the prism of the Northeast region. That's a very critical aspect of becoming India's gateway to the ASEAN region. How crucial has Japanese infra funding been in terms of actually converting this entire region into a vibrant industrial transit hub?
The whole concept of Act East policy and connectivity to the ASEAN region hinges on actual physical connectivity with ASEAN. We have a mental frame of Act East about engaging the partners in Southeast Asia, but the critical part here is the infrastructure which actually connects Northeast with Southeast Asia. There are actually land connectivities with this region. Now, this is crying for investment. And it used to be one of the major hubs. In fact, if you see, the World War II was fought on the roads which led from this region to Northeast. And this infrastructure, if it is put on good track, can actually integrate the Northeast with Southeast Asia and ASEAN. And Japan can play a very critical. We had a very good study done by one of the agencies, Asian Development Bank, on how physical connectivity with Southeast Asia, with Northeast, can radically change the economic scenario of the region. Having said that, in terms of investments in infrastructure, there is a huge amount of investment happening, not Japanese at the moment, but semiconductors coming in a big way in Assam. We have a huge human resource which is available in Northeast, which is ready. And by the way, if you look at, I think there are now some exchanges, now some MOUs, where a lot of Mode 4, that's the movement of human people, is moving into this region, Japan especially. There are nursing staff coming from Manipur and Northeast, which are being trained in language skills. They look alike, they are very comfortable, you know, you have the same Mongoloid features, and if you have the skills and the language, you can actually integrate physically this whole region with Japan and Southeast Asia. So there is a special, I think there is one special engagement with Northeast for Japan.
Yes,
I think
there is one, yes.
So that needs to be really activated. And if you actually look, you know, it's very funny.
But isn't it already activated? Isn't that already happening at multiple layers?
It is happening, we just need to speed it up. For example, coming from Guwahati to Delhi is about 1500 kilometers. If you go 1500 kilometers on the east, you can cover 7 countries. You know, Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, Myanmar, you know, just about 1600 kilometers you can go up to Singapore. And Japan is not very far. But it's all about, so can we have investments in the airports, which have come up now, but now start looking towards Southeast Asia, have flights from here and movement of people. It will encourage trade, it will encourage businesses, and Northeast, as you know, as I think Minister was rightly pointing out, one place which will lead the growth of India in the next 50 years, 40 years, is going to be Northeast.
I'm going to come to the semiconductor bit in just a second, but I want to bring you in on just this part about the Northeast as an area, as a region where investments have come, but many are saying a lot more can be done. And then we, of course, open this up with the semiconductor aspect. Yeah.
Right. Thank you very much. So when it comes to JICA's investment in Northeast Asia, the cumulative support to Northeast India totals approximately 28,000 crore already, contributing to the improved connectivity, healthcare, and forestry, and helping bridge development gaps in the rest of the India. And you know, as pointed out, you know, connectivity is a matter for here, but when it comes to the next phase, so kind of how we can create the opportunities on top of that connected region is our, point of view. So what industry comes in, for example, you know, semiconductor in Assam is a quite big, you know, opportunity to come. So how we can support for the private investment to come in that area. So that's our phase at this moment.
Mr. Chandok, let's now talk about the semiconductor part of it. It's now as much an issue and area with regard to national security as it is with regard to economic concerns and economic realities. What real opportunities exist for India and Japan when it comes to the semiconductor space? And they already are exploring that, building on that. Your thoughts on that first.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. And just one line, I represent India Electronic Semiconductor Association, which is about 400-member body in the country, plus SEMI, which is the Global Industry Association, 3,800 companies in 20 countries for India operations. Now, semiconductor word is not just a buzzword like Bollywood or Hollywood, because it was referred 12,000 times in the media last year, by the way. But it has become a foundation of economic competitiveness, our digital sovereignty, AI, and other stuff. And we already see that into every sector of life, be it telecom, the healthcare, the equipment, the automotive, the personal gadgets, laptops, smartphones, etc., everything. And India has embarked on this journey recently, particularly from the manufacturing point of view. India has been pretty strong in the design elements for almost few decades, and more than 20% of the design pool worldwide is Indian pool of engineers. Honorable Union Minister just mentioned it about half an hour ago. But the manufacturing is where the journey has to begin. I want to highlight one point which many people tell me, that Japan is losing out on semiconductors, and which is not correct. It is wrong statement. Yes, what has happened is, Japan used to be at one point of time, let's say about 80s or 90s, 40 to 50% of the global semiconductor chip production, manufacturing. Over the period of time, some other countries like Korea, Taiwan, US, they have taken a lead on manufacturing, but there is something which Japan retained, and that's really the proud thing for Japan actually, plus also quite interesting for us as we partner with Japan, which is called all this overall supply chain, upscale supply chain of semiconductor manufacturing, that includes the equipments, the chemicals, the gases, the photoresist, and so many things. These words are a bit technical jargon, but overall, it controls 45% of the chip industry.
So what about India? Japan controls 45%, but what about India?
I'm coming. And this is where the India-Japan partnership plays an important role. India has this industry which is quite thriving, but not to the semiconductor grade. We all know that India has got gases, we know we have materials, we have chemicals, we have critical minerals, but they are not purified. And this is where the joint partnership can work out between India and Japan actually, to take it forward.
So 20% of designing has been done in India is now a fact that everybody acknowledges. We have probably the best designers in the world, but it's essentially been an assembly line story as far as semiconductors is concerned. You talk about R&D, you talk about manufacturing, that's where the gaps continue to exist. How will this partnership with a country that owns 45% of the semicon supply chain help India, let's say 2 years, 3 years, 5 years down the line when it comes to semiconductors?
So it's progressing well. I'll give you a couple of examples. We do this events called Semicon India event. This is jointly done along with the Ministry of Electronics and IT. And December we were at Japan actually for Semicon Japan. The India event comes in September 17, 18, 19. 150 companies were showing interest actually to come to India either directly or with partnership or with the technology transfers. Last year during the event of March which we had in Ahmedabad, 50 Japanese companies delegation came and they toured India actually. So what we see right now is, on the supply chain side, some companies have already set up their operations. For example, Horiba, Fujifilm and others, many companies are coming in. So the supply chain is going to get more strengthened and a lot of manufacturing is going to happen in the country. Plus, the India's pool of the design strength, Japanese companies and Indian companies are trying to work together towards the innovation piece.
Okay.
That means take it forward beyond what is required today towards what is required in 5 years from now.
Okay. Let's now talk about what has been one of the big success stories as far as the Japanese investment is concerned, and that's the DMRC. DMRC is a shining example of what Japanese infrastructure in core multimodal transport networks can do and has done. First of all, Dr. Kumar, I want to bring you in on the vantage point with which you sit when it comes to DMRC, the role that Japanese technology has played in terms of really allowing India to tap into mass transport networks like probably we did not have. DMRC is in a case study of its own. A, how has the transformation been? And then we talk about what could be the next layer for Japanese technology, for DMRC, for multimodal transport networks.
Good morning to all of you. First of all, I'd like to mention that DMRC is a shining example of Indo-Japanese collaboration, how such a mammoth project could be done timely and in a brownfield area. So that is, and I would say that Japanese, in fact, assistance does not come only in terms of financial, but it is more so in terms of building, like project management, like having best practices, bringing about institutional building. In fact, many of the construction practices in India got improved because of Japanese intervention through Delhi Metro. So this is what, and definitely, as we speak, 29 years back, the association started when the first agreement was signed with Japanese for the JICA assistance. And now today we are almost operating 416 kilometers of network in NCR region.
Yeah.
And the passenger journeys is to the tune of 6.5 million a day. So this shows the confidence, the reliability, the safety, and the quality of transport or transit being provided to the public. And the full credit goes to the Japanese team and the DMRC team for this. Now coming to next, I would say, where next? Like this has paved the way for urban mobility in India. People used to think that this is a dream. It has come true with the, in fact, coming up of DMRC, and this now needs to be extended to Tier 1 and Tier 2 cities also in the next phase, for which DMRC is already taking a lead role. Further, there is a lot of technologies and lot of components in rolling stock, signaling, power systems, where DMRC is dependent on Japanese companies. And here, of late, it has been seen that because of, although demand is there in India, a lot of car manufacturers have come in India. Car manufacturers, I mean to say the coaches of metros. But still, the Japanese OEMs did not get orders. The reason being that the cost of manufacturing in Japan is quite high, and also, of course, the turmoil in the world scenario.
Mr. Seto is taking notes on just that part that you just mentioned, that how is it that it's not adding up, and I'm going to get him to respond to just that.
So it is an opportune time to collaborate with India's scale and India's skill and Japanese technology, so that they can diversify and have manufacturing hubs in India also, which will cater for not only India, but I would say to the Southeast Asia, African countries also. And already DMRC's model, this can then be replicated to each and every country, and it would be a win-win situation for India as well as Japan.
That's a very good recommendation, and really a roadmap as to how Japan can build on its presence. Having local manufacturing could actually ensure that some of those cost pressures could be addressed, speedy execution could happen, and then scale it up to also be export units. But I want you to respond to some of those aspects that he mentioned, that Dr. Kumar mentioned.
I would still have certain more issues. I'll just bring forth.
Oh, okay, yes.
See, just an example, if you see, Japanese companies of Mitsubishi, Hitachi and Nippon, they are associated with us. And I would tell you that along with Nippon, we have commissioned an unmanned train operation. In fact, earlier, last 20 years, this prowess was there with Europeans only. But DMRC and Nippon together have done this, and I can proudly say it is working better than the European counterpart.
Okay.
It is working better than the European counterpart. So this is one thing which the collaboration has done. I would say they also were in fact innovating, and we also had come up with our experience, and jointly they have made a product which is very useful for the metros.
So these are live examples of actual experiences about how Japanese collaboration, investment, technology has been game-changing. Dr. Kumar, let's get in a response from him, and then I'll come back to you. I know you want to have more examples there, but let him respond. Yeah. Mr. Seto, you want to bring in your experience and your thoughts onto some of what Dr. Kumar just said?
I'm totally agree with what Dr. Kumar said. We are on the same page, and we are still collaborating to further expand the networks in the metro. And then on top of it, the kind of fruits gained from that long-standing relationship. The direction might be we are getting into the new markets in the South, global South. That's one potential direction, and a kind of cost effectiveness in the Indian market and a kind of technologies of Japan is such complementary relationship may make sense to further pursue and then to expand to the another market outside of India. So.
I guess the real test would also be that over a period of time, how much of investments from Japan move away from where they have been so far, which is your rail corridors, freight corridors, and towards semiconductors, towards supply chain linkages and AI, some of the other aspects. I think over a period of time, that data will really demonstrate which way is this relationship then developing into. Ambassador Verma, let me then ask you about the fact that, one talks about trusted partners, one talks about friendshoring, but you have increasingly seen that there are fragmentation with regard to supply chains, and that actually is having an impact in terms of how countries are now negotiating with each other. Whether you take India, you take Japan, they are now operating in an extremely fragmented supply chain network globally. Is this a perfect time for them to then collaborate even more, make the supply chains even more robust?
See, whenever traditionally we talked about the investment and the economic collaboration, we talked about products. Today we should talk about ecosystems. So as long as we are able to collaborate in the ecosystems, we are looking at strategic trust and strategic collaboration. And through the ecosystem, we can then leverage the products which are required to be developed through them. Earlier, the trust was never in the boardroom to take an investment decision. But today, if you take any investment decision in any country due to the disruptions in the supply chain that we have seen, most of the boardrooms do talk about trust, and it is taken as one of the factors of production today. And therefore, trusted partnership becomes that much more important. If I break down the trust factor itself, then it's not one single aspect. It is, again, an ecosystem of various trusts. So how do we look at the trust in the manufacturing capacity? So if you look at India and Japan, in India, there is manufacturing capacity where the ecosystem trust could be developed, created, and leveraged further. There could be trusted technology. Now, this is becoming one of the most important aspects in any boardroom today, that the technology is there, but can we trust that technology? So India and Japan together have these technology ecosystems which could be trusted. So that is the second component of trusted partnership which you just mentioned. The third one is trusted logistics and connectivity. In the pandemic period, we saw how disruptions in the logistics and connectivity impacted the entire world. And therefore, this has become another major conversation in the boardrooms where the decisions are taken. Another concept which I want to bring in today is the trusted capital. Is the capital trusted? Capital can come today, it can vanish tomorrow. But can we trust that capital to remain here for long term? Can we trust that capital to create something which is important for strategic considerations for the both countries?
And I think that's where the Japanese investments are really distinguished from some of the others, isn't it?
They are patient investments. So as long as you have patient investments, things would move forward. When you have investments which come today and overnight they vanish, there the trust is not there. And finally, after serving in Japan, what I've seen is that the boardrooms are increasingly talking about trusted governance. So the governance should be able to be predictable. Governance should be able to give a roadmap for the future, which does not roll back its own policies. And that is what would create a trusted partnership if one follows these 5 pillars of trust. Finally, I would say that whenever we talk of individual projects or individual products, gone are the days of talking in those terminologies. Today, we should only talk about the trusted ecosystem. If the ecosystem is there, products will develop by themselves. So for an example, if we look at mobility, if the mobility is language plus a skill set plus culture plus connectivity, then if we look at the entire thing is the ecosystem. But if we only look at the language, yes, it's a product.
Yeah.
So therefore, the ecosystem is extremely important, and more we should start talking about the ecosystem rather than the products in the trusted partnership.
Okay. When you talk about ecosystem, let's get into the nuts and bolts of investments when they come in, the regulatory landscape, the execution bottlenecks, the project delays that really do change the entire project report, so to say. Take the bullet train example. I mean, it's run into massive delays. It's been now 6 years is the kind of delay that is now being talked about. 2023 is becoming 2029. That, I want to bring you in on that along with the larger aspect about Northeast, because it's a similar story in terms of some of those bottlenecks. How can they be overcome to ensure that some of these investments that are coming in, projects are executed on time, because that's the best confidence that you can give to prospective investments and prospective investors. Mr. Kapoor.
See, the environment of execution and the capacity of execution, the story in the country is similar. Northeast may be little lesser than that, but in the last maybe 15 years or so, 20 years or so, there has been a tremendous improvement in the absorption capacity and execution capacities of the northeastern states. And this reflects in the fact that Tata can commit 25,000 crores to a project. You know, maybe 25 years back, even an investment of 10 crores, I mean, I've been in the industries department for a very long time in the state, getting a 200 crore or 500 crore investment was a challenge, because people looked at that, you know, whether we'll be able to survive here, whether we can execute the project here. But I think the last 15, 20 years, this whole competitiveness between the states to attract talent, attract investment has really spurned the states. With the result that at the highest levels in the state, they are emulating the national model, which is the Pragati, which is the Prime Minister chairs on all major projects in the country, and he chairs it once in 3 months, so that all bottlenecks are removed. Likewise, the state government, the chief ministers now have started reviewing the major projects on their personal dashboards, which has led to a huge improvement in terms of execution of the projects. The regulatory framework, yes, there are problems, but I think with the kind of mutual trust between India and Japan and our relationship, I mean, as part of my commerce brief, we were there when I was looking after the ASEAN region as Joint Secretary Commerce. There are issues, but once the trust develops, the regulatory mechanisms gradually melt down. We will stick to our regulatory mechanism, they stick to their, but I think a common platform is then found that how do we facilitate this? Okay. So that, I think, again is a very big improvement subsequent to good relationships. As we evolve good relationships, the trust develops, gradually the regulatory frameworks are, you know.
Good relations is the premise on which the investments start, but it's the execution of it is what decides how smoothly it goes on. That's the whole point. That's
you
what
know,
I'm saying.
I would like to add, I think what Dr. Kumar just mentioned, I think one area where we must emulate the Japanese is the discipline and the training and the capacity building. We must, I think this is something as a national project, we must emulate their discipline and capacity building. How DMRC works is basically the training. It's the mindset which has been changed. The trains can run on time and it can run flawlessly. I think that is something where project execution, not just in Northeast, I think in the entire country, I think we must emulate and we should learn from the Japanese experience.
Dr. Kumar, you want to finish that point and then we get in Mr. Chandok. Yeah.
No, I already told that we have learned a lot from Japanese, and of course what he says, the philosophy of Kaizen, that is continuous improvement, and our philosophy of yoga, that is excellence in action, that combines totally in DMRC to bring out a very different work culture.
Okay. Let's now talk about the semiconductor bit. You say that it's not a buzzword. It's spoken 12,000 times last year. I think that's the one buzzword that we are hearing with regard to semiconductors. And the difference this time around is that there is actual work on ground. There is a clear intent and a desire to be a chip major 3 years, 5 years, 10 years down the line, be a part of that supply chain. Mr. Chandok, where do you see those investments from Japanese investors coming in right now? Which layer of the supply chain from the semiconductor bit do you see maximum Japanese investments and interest likely to come about?
Yeah. So today, India, Japan are working towards building what I call chip currency of trust. So because that chip is a topic actually. Now within the semiconductor industries itself, the journey has, I would say, just began. And there are opportunities, those are being profiled and being pursued at multiple levels. Japan has a very good memory manufacturing technology for decades. And memory is a big shortage and big issue today. You know that the laptops and smartphone prices are going up because the memory prices have gone up 4 times. So that's one sector, which is the manufacturing of the fabs for semiconductors. Then advanced packaging, again, Japan has got some strength. And in the supply chain topics particularly, the photoresist materials, the chemicals, some of the equipments, these are the areas where we see Japanese companies are showing interest to collaborate, partner, work together with Indian counterparts. And my view is we should not look at this as only the economic investment. This is beyond that actually. Because what India and Japan are working right now together, and it's a government-to-government dialogue, as well as there is an industry-to-industry dialogue and cooperation and on-ground activity, is to really build this grid of multitude of activities which is going to shape up the future. Okay. Now, if we look at it in terms of the investments topics, people keep asking me as how many billions of dollars of investment Japan would bring for this sector.
I'll ask this to Mr. Seto also, this question. How many billions of dollars are coming?
So
yes.
I normally, my view is let's not worry about those billions of dollars because our industry is huge. Semiconductor industry today is about more than $1 trillion of manufacturing. And in that, I'm coming to the supply chain topic, which is $210 billion. And what we should look at is now India and Japan together. India brings that strength of scale up at a fast speed to build together. And how can we bring this $200 billion to $400 billion and build it further?
Yes, Mr. Seto, how many billions of dollars is what everybody is asking that Japan is going to bring in as far as the semiconductor layer of this conversation is concerned? Go ahead.
Right, thank you very much. Yeah, as he put in that actual, investment or movements are happening right now. So the anchor investors like such as Renesas or Tokyo Electron were quite aggressive to engage in the challenges changing India. Not to lose this momentum, the governments were quick to launch the Japan-India Semiconductor Supply Chain Partnership in 2023. Followed by the Japan's METI's launch of Global South Incentive Scheme for Japan's companies to expand supply chain across the world, launching a quarterly semiconductor committee by Japanese Chamber of Commerce in India to gather relevant Japanese companies to sensitize their awareness. And one element I want to add on is a kind of human resource development. So semiconductor manufacturing, we have a lot of human resource to work on in India. So JICA is trying to do a kind of training programs to educate more than 50 trainers who gonna in the future to be a kind of trainers for the training institutions in India. So let me add on that.
So lots that can be expected. In fact, from bullet trains to terabytes, the Japan-India economic partnership is only growing and becoming even more expansive. I'm going to leave it there. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being part of this very riveting conversation. And thank you so much to the audience members as well.
Thank you to our panelists. Well, much of today's conversation has focused on investment, infrastructure, economic opportunity, as well as discipline that we should learn from Japan. But enduring partnerships are sustained by something even more fundamental, which is strategic trust. As the Indo-Pacific navigates as increasingly complex strategic landscapes that we have, the partnership between India and Japan has become a key pillar of regional stability, maritime security, and a free, open, and inclusive Indo-Pacific. To discuss the opportunities and challenges that lie ahead, please welcome our moderator, Vishnu Shom, along with our distinguished panelists. We have Ambassador Chinoy, Director General of the Manohar Parrikar Institute for Defense Studies and Analysis, and former Ambassador of India to Japan. Also joining them on stage will be Admiral Sunil Lanba. Along with him, we have other panelists as well. We have Ambassador Kenji Hiramatsu joining us virtually. He's the former ambassador of Japan to India. And we also have with us Vishnu, if you could join us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Vishnu Shom and our distinguished panelists for the India-Japan partnership in a changing Indo-Pacific.
Well, hello and welcome, everybody. The strategic relationship between India and Japan is one of the most important ones as far as Indian foreign policy is concerned. There are incredible opportunities which exist. Some say that there's a lot more that really needs to be done. But the context is of a changing Indo-Pacific, of opportunities which are being redefined, of dealing with an expansionist China at many levels, of working militarily, joint exercises, the profound technology aspect of the relationship between New Delhi and Tokyo. These are all critical. We've got a wonderful panel. I'll briefly introduce them once again. Ambassador Sujoin Chunai, Director General of the Manohar Parrikar Institute of Defense Studies, has been a former ambassador of New Delhi to Tokyo. Admiral Sunil Lamba, the former Chief of Naval Staff. He's had the opportunity of leading the Indian Navy at a time when we've had very important and progressive military relations with Japan. And Ambassador Kenji Hiramatsu, the former ambassador of Japan to India, joins us virtually. I'd like to thank you all very much for being with us. Ambassador Chinoy, let me come to you first. It's a global strategic partnership between India and Tokyo. Let me ask you a direct question first. To what extent is this premised upon, I won't use the word challenging, but at one level, dealing with an expansionist China in the Indo-Pacific?
Well, in a sense, you're right, India and Japan are the two bookends of the Indo-Pacific. And the Indo-Pacific remains the Indo-Pacific no matter what the nomenclature used for commands here and there, because this is conjoined and seamlessly united strategic space. So, in a sense, all the challenges and opportunities within this space affect Japan as well as India. And you can say that one of the biggest changes that has taken place in recent decades is no doubt the rise of China. China's economic rise, China's translation of its economic rise into magnified military power, and more than that, such economic and military power spilling over into an extended neighborhood beyond China's immediate periphery as well. So we are really living in an era in which there are shared neighborhoods, expanding neighborhoods, and when there is an overlap in neighborhoods and there is inadequate dialogue or inadequate trust, there's bound to be friction. In a sense, therefore, both India and Japan are facing some of that challenge, but this is not necessarily a partnership geared at any country. It has something inherent about it. You are aware that there is a special strategic and global partnership. It's not just a strategic and global partnership. So the special part of it is really entirely bilateral. It's really a relationship that gives us hope for the future in terms of being there for one another in both economic and security terms.
Admiral Hiramatsu, if I can just come to you, how would you define the word strategic in the relationship between India and Japan?
Regret I cannot participate in this mission session in person, but I'm very happy to join. It is a very important topic for us, since the Indo-Pacific has been a main pillar for Japanese foreign policy for many years. And this is not only bilateral relationship between Japan and India, but covers a whole range of area of Indo-Pacific. And so this is a time for India-Japan to collaborate even more in view of a changing and very dramatic, turbulent situation surrounding the world, and China is rising, and Japan and India always share the very important values and share the basic views of international situations. And this is very important day for Japan-India today, because the Prime Minister Takaichi has just arrived and have an important dialogue with Prime Minister Modi. I hope they will have a very in-depth discussion with regard to not only bilateral relationship, but also situations around the world, and how to elevate our partnership into another level, especially to share same basic values and also strategic vision. So I'm hoping that this will happen today, but I think the importance of our Indo-Pacific partnership within the context of bilateral relationship is even more important than before. Prime Minister Takaichi has put a lot of emphasis on Indo-Pacific strategy. She has just updated her policy on Indo-Pacific and focusing on more strategic values like semiconductor supply chains and economic security issues. So many fields are available for us now. So we are very happy to collaborate with India on this very important subject on Indo-Pacific partnership. Sorry, I'm very happy to share that panel with my former colleagues, Ambassador Chinoi and Arvind Lamba. Thank you very much.
And we are very privileged to have you on board this as well. Admiral Lamba, you've seen the growth and evolution of the military cooperation, military to military, let's talk about that, between Japan and India, certainly in the naval sphere. They participated in the Malabar series of exercises as well. How have you seen the military to military evolution of India and Japan ties from a naval standpoint?
If you look at over, say, 2 decades, the mill-to-mill relationships have grown over the period of time. It started off with the Navy-to-Navy relationship and a bilateral exercise with the Japanese Self-Defense Maritime Force. Now it has progressed into multilateral exercises in the naval maritime domain by the inclusion of Japanese in the Malabar series. Also, there are mill-to-mill exercise between the 2 armies and the air forces, which have also taken. There are also, as the degree of confidence has grown between, there's also been agreements signed on sharing of information and maritime domain awareness, including the ISCIO Fusion Center of the Indian Ocean in Gurgaon and also others. So they've only grown over a period of time. There's a level of confidence in operating with each other. Standard operating procedures are more or less similar between the 2 navies I can talk about. We have overcome the challenge of language and also...
How did you do that?
Basically on more and more Japanese have got interpreters who can speak English, and on our side we have few, so we've been working on that also. And
eating the Indian curry together.
And also some black boxes have been developed which can be fitted on each other's platforms so that data can be transferred seamlessly. So it's a growing relationship with much greater engagements taking place as time goes by.
Ambassador Chinoy, I think Ambassador Lamba raises some important points. You know, when we take a look at the military relationship between India and Japan, the context in the Indian Ocean region is an expansionist Chinese Navy. They've got their first overseas base in Djibouti. We see them mapping parts of the Bay of Bengal, other parts of the Indian Ocean, perhaps paving the way for increased submarine operations. We've seen them base in Colombo, in the Maldives, certainly in Pakistan, and have a presence off the Persian Gulf. How do you assess this growth of the Chinese naval presence in waters which are of direct concern to India?
You see, China is the world's second largest economy, so it's a global economic power. I mean, there's no dispute about that. But China is not yet a global military power. China's growing military might is still focused on ensuring the limit of US power on its periphery. And it operates in two ways. It is deterrence vis-a-vis the United States, including in the Taiwan Straits, but it is also partly dominance against lesser powers in the region. Now, the Chinese were last in the Indian Ocean in the 15th century, 600 years ago or more, when Admiral Cheng He's ships sailed into the Indian Ocean. And I'd say that in the subsequent centuries, China has not been a natural power in the Indian Ocean. But today it goes without saying that the Indian Ocean, like all the other sea lines of communication, if you go by the Hugo Grotius theory of mare liberum, these are available as the air we breathe, so also the waters on the high seas are available for all. So in a sense, China's presence in the Indian Ocean is a function of its growing economic power, its interest in protecting its sea lines of communication, its Belt and Road projects, and also its strategic requirements of dealing with regional and global issues. And I'd say in that sense, it is, to my mind, an alien presence in the Indian Ocean. And like-minded countries obviously must come together to look at ways and means to ensure that this presence is not inimical to their interests. I'm also concerned in a sense about their, deep seabed interest in mining, for cobalt, for copper, for many things, particularly in the Indian Ocean, because such surveys and such other exploration work over time can also lead to semi-permanent presence. But India is also, as former chief mentions, it's a very active naval power, and we are also collaborating with others. I remember when the Japanese were to come back from any of their missions in the Western Indian Ocean, we would want to do some kind of bilateral joint exercise with them, a friendly PASEX or something of the sort. There was this proposal of ship riders, that we would board each other's ships. We are also now collaborating with the Japanese, not just at the Navy-to-Navy vessel level of their vessels, but also the Coast Guard. So all this really brings us closer together. But the Japanese profile is not a military profile. As you know, they are somewhat described by their inhibitions in this regard. But they have been part of the broader efforts to meet the challenge of piracy in the Indian Ocean. They are part of the Combined Maritime Forces in the Indian Ocean. India is now a full member of the Combined Maritime Forces, particularly the Combined Task Forces, 151, etc. So this brings us together both bilaterally and multilaterally.
Ambassador Hiramatsu, I think, Ambassador, Chinoy made some important points. I do believe that Japan that we are now seeing is far more assertive from a military standpoint. There have been treaty obligations since the Second World War, and your own policies, which have limited your military growth over a period of time. How has that changed, particularly in the Indo-Pacific region, off the Taiwan Straits, and across the Japanese islands, in the face of a growing Chinese threat, in a sense?
Yes, thank you very much. This is a very important point. Since we are surrounded by a little bit difficult neighbors, they are growing militarily, they are giving more threat to our country, so we have to be ready for any kind of eventualities coming from these countries. At the same time, we have very strong military tie. It's a traditional tie with the United States that will continue to the basis for our defense. At the same time, we have to defend ourselves. So we have to increase our budget for defense. We are doing our best efforts. Prime Minister Takaichi has very strong view that we have to spend more money for our national defense. At the same time, we have more ability to cooperate with other friendly countries like India. So our defense policy is now transforming in a very significant way. We are trying to revise our national security policy soon in view of the issues we are now facing. So we are in a very important juncture. So for that, I think we have more opportunities for collaborating with India, since we have recently relaxed defense equipment export regulations that will provide another important opportunities for Japan and India to collaborate. Maybe we can collaborate each other in defense industry. So we are very much concerned about the very active operation taking place surrounding Japan by Chinese Navy, but more preoccupyingly, they are collaborating with Russia. There are a lot of joint exercising between China and Russia surrounding our nation. So that is more preoccupying for us. So sea line, is very important for Japan. So OIP plays a very important role, how to ensure that this part of the world is safe, and that is something we have to collaborate closely with India. So now time is very crucial for us, how to elevate our defense security collaboration with India. This is our national interest. I'm sure that Prime Minister Takaichi are talking a lot about this issue with Prime Minister Modi.
Admiral Lamba, describe for us, with more stories than you've ever said before, not stories, they're fact, how you saw, when you were Navy Chief, a growing Chinese naval presence in the waters of the Indian Ocean. They have always called anti-piracy missions. I couldn't think of something which is more removed from the reality. You don't deploy guided missile destroyers, the occasional nuclear submarine to fight pirates off the coast of Somalia. It's something much larger. How did you detect this being larger than what it was meant to be, and what did the Indian Navy do to actually keep an eye on these developments?
See, there's been near permanent presence of the Chinese Navy since October 2008 in the form of anti-piracy escort force. There was an issue off the coast of Somalia and the Gulf of Aden, and they started deploying these anti-piracy escort force. At any given time today, of the past decade, there are at least 6 to 8 Chinese naval units in the Indian Ocean, in the northern Indian Ocean. One is the anti-piracy escort force, which consists of a destroyer frigate supported by a tanker, and others, they have permanent presence of their satellite tracking ship in the southern part of the Indian Ocean, and also survey and hydrographic ships. So about 6 to 8 ships at any given time. There have been periodic deployments of the Chinese submarines starting in 2011, if my memory is correct. But then there was a gap in between. The last one, when I was in service, deployed in 2017, and then I don't know what is the state now. There is a genuine, all our three countries, whether you look at Japan, India or China, are NED deficit countries, and a certain percentage or segment of our energy requirement comes from West Asia, for all the three countries. The Chinese economy is a global economy dependent on exports. There are important sea lines of communication which crisscross the Indian Ocean, where a very large segment of the Chinese trade flows from China to Africa and to Europe. So there is without a doubt they are going to be here present in the Indian Ocean region. As the economic power and as Ambassador Shenoy mentioned, the military power has grown, And they've really invested in the maritime power, holistic maritime power. The Chinese Navy is the largest navy numerically in the world. They are the largest Coast Guard numerically, the largest maritime militia, the largest fishing fleet. They have captured almost 55 to 60% of global shipbuilding industry at the cost of South Korea and Japan. So they are a maritime power to be reckoned with, and this is a reality. And they will be here. How we have tackled it is since there has been, the Navy followed a principle of mission-based deployment since 2017. So ships are permanently present in our areas of interest. And whenever there is a Chinese ship deployed into the Indian Ocean, they either come through the Malacca Straits or to Sunda. And our maritime patrol aircraft has always welcomed them, saying, "Welcome to the Indian Ocean." So this ding-dong keeps going on. The same thing happens when we deploy to Western Pacific. So we keep an eye, monitor their presence, and it's a play which is going to continue and only going to increase. So we need, India along with Japan, all need to focus on holistic maritime power. Now maritime power is not just the Indian Navy. It's also your merchant fleet, your shipbuilding capacity. So we have to look at it holistically. And I think we are two like-minded navies, nations and navies, both the Japanese and Indian Navy. We need to cooperate to ensure free and open Indian Ocean.
Ambassador Chinoy, let's talk a little bit about the evolution of the Quad. It's essentially a diplomatic sort of multilateral initiative. It's not meant to be overtly military. For that, there is, of course, AUKUS. India is not a part of that. But how do you see the evolution of the Quad? What purpose does it really serve between, let's say, Japan and India, if not for a larger strategic benefit, which includes potentially greater military cooperation?
So as I see it, the Quad, the origins of the Quad, as you are aware, lie in the Boxing Day tsunami and in the immediate aftermath of that destructive tsunami. Some like-minded countries came together to have a dialogue. And then there was an interregnum. You are aware that India and the United States have been cooperating at the level of their navies since the early 90s under the so-called Kicklighter proposals. Admiral Kicklighter was then the PACOM chief. I was Deputy Secretary Americas when we, in 1991, started working on the Kicklighter proposals. The bilateral exercise formed the basis of the Malabar. And the Quad was the dialogue in the boardroom about delivering disaster relief and such other things. Japan came on board around 2012, and Australia came on board, as you know, as a permanent invitee in 2020. So the Quad is essentially a non-military structure, but I'd like to describe it as a structure which has an exoskeleton in which some of the docking points potentially can be military. And this is the way I would describe it. It has a flip side of the coin in the Malabar, where the naval exercises are frequent and also becoming more and more complex in terms of their content and the kind of platforms that are brought to bear in the exercise. So there is potential for the Quad to flip over in a new direction in the future. But I think we are all in a great hurry to describe the Quad as useless unless it is entirely military in nature today. But we should really look at the potential and whether or not the Quad becomes something other than a group in which they are discussing capacity building, HADR, maritime domain awareness, sharing of information, etc., and veers off into something more military, is a decision not necessarily limited to the four capitals.
Sure.
It is Beijing's actions or other challenges which will determine that.
Yeah. Ambassador Hiromatsu, you know, when we use the word strategic, it equally implies to economic security. It implies resilient supply chains. what is the future of India in 3 specific areas? Number 1, AI. Number 2, key technologies such as semiconductors. And number 3, pharmaceuticals.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm very much engaged in Quad discussion for many years, and I was in part of the negotiation to kickstart new level of Quad partnership involving ministers and prime minister level. It wasn't an easy decision to make, but I have seen the very strong interest coming from India and Australia, United States to join 4 countries together to come up with something very concrete. This has not been a military cooperation, not necessarily security cooperation, but it is important that 4 countries to sit together to think about strategic direction of this region. So I feel that this mechanism is very important. I know that there is a lot of discussion about Quad future, but the strategic importance of Quad cannot be overstated. So I'm hoping that something more concrete is coming up from there. I'm sure that the United States now is committed to Quad, and also Japan and India should cooperate together how to ensure that United States will continue to be engaged in this very important mechanism. So I'm very much confident that United States is now on the same page, and especially Secretary Rubio is very much engaging in this process too. But responding to your question, I think Quad is now transforming to cover more, security-related issues, especially economic security matters. So 3 points he mentions are very important. And of course, chips and semiconductors, AI and pharmaceuticals are all 3 key areas. Japan is very much keen to collaborate with India, transferring our technology to India for the development of these 3 industries. But it can be done bilaterally. At the same time, we can put these things on the agenda of a Quad, and we can collaborate with the United States. United States is very important for these industries. So I see a lot of potential to, have a new agenda in the Quad with regard to economic security. So I think already we are talking a lot about supply chain resilience with regard to, critical minerals and semiconductors and AI. I hope this, direction will be enforced even more in coming months and coming years. So I have very strong, interest and conviction that the Quad is a mechanism Japan and India should collaborate, especially to engage in United States in this important mechanism. This is not particularly against China, but we have to China in mind. So as Ambassador Chinoi said, it depends upon Chinese, position vis-a-vis Quad, but we have to be ready to cover whole range of issues, including economic security or more security-oriented agenda. So we are hoping that something concrete will happen in the future. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Just wanted to add something to what His Excellency Mr. Hiramatsu, Ambassador Hiramatsu just said. Within the Quad, there is great potential, but we are missing out the fact that within the Quad, there are several countries who are already strengthening their own bilateral and trilateral relationship. And the case in point here is India, Japan, and Australia. So regardless of how frequently the United States associates itself with the Quad, what it calls its Pacific Command, that is irrelevant. The fact is that India and Japan and Australia, and India and Australia are not only strengthening their bilateral relationships, including on the defense side, but also the trilateral relationship. Right. And this summit is extremely important from the defense point of view, because Prime Minister Takaichi has just fundamentally altered Japan's long-standing controls over defense exports now to permit export of lethal stores, lethal technology, lethal equipment. This was never the case. Even when Prime Minister Abe brought about far-reaching changes in 2014, when defense export guidelines were changed, it was still limited to non-lethal stores. So now it is fundamentally a big change for Japan to say that it is ready to export lethal equipment and technologies to the 17 countries with which Japan has concluded a defense equipment and technology collaboration agreement. India is one of them.
Right.
And that's why we are looking at potential cooperation in shipbuilding. Shipbuilding was mentioned, but what about naval shipbuilding? What about the Mogami class frigates that could potentially
I would disagree. I think we're doing quite well in our own shipbuilding. But just a final question. And Ambassador Hiramatsu, thank you very much for being with us. We really do appreciate your presence on this. But I must come and ask you one final question. We have underachieved, I would suggest, in terms of our defense partnerships with Japan. That has partly to do with the fact that Japanese weaponry is extremely expensive. But there is still scope, right? For example, integrated masts. Called the Unicorn from Japan in our ship designs. Is that something that we can seriously consider? I know some areas which haven't worked. Submarines hasn't worked so far. Maritime aircraft hasn't worked so far. So how would you look at the Indo-Japanese military potential and from a technology standpoint?
See, one is the Japanese defense industry has just been opened up for export. They had no ecosystem in dealing with export orders and how to deal with other countries in exporting orders. And the Indian procurement system has its own pitfalls of pros and cons. It's not very easy to negotiate. But there are avenues of engagements available for procurement of defense equipment and technologies. You mentioned the unified Unicorn mast, I think, which is one thing which has made progress. There has also been some progress made on unmanned land systems and ground vehicles and robotics and AI. And I think there's great potential in collaboration between shipyards on getting AI and improving technologies and productivity of our shipyards to match the build timelines which the Japanese have. The Japanese system has there where when a contract is signed for a major shipbuilding project, each ship has to be produced and supplied within a period of 5 years. If we can achieve this kind of productivity in our own shipyard, we've got a long way to go. So there are lessons to be learned definitely from them, and there are areas of cooperation available. In the past, it has not worked because of their systems and our systems put together. I think we need to develop protocols so that we can collaborate with each other.
All right, well, gentlemen, I'd like to thank you all very much for being with us. And I'll end where I started, that the potential between India and Japan is absolutely vast. That strategic relationship is a special one. We've got an idea of why that is the case. As the Japanese Prime Minister visits our country, it's time to look very carefully at what the future holds for this excellent relationship between two of our oldest partners. For the moment, it's time for us to take this short break. We'll be back very soon with our next panel.
Thank you to our panelists, and a big thank you to Ambassador Hiramatsu, who joined us virtually. Well, India and Japan have spent decades building a partnership rooted in investment and in trust. The question now is, how do we translate that trust into manufacturing at scale? As companies around the world diversify supply chains and seek resilient production networks, India is emerging as a compelling destination, not just because of its scale, but because of its skilled workforce, growing infrastructure, and expanding innovation ecosystem. Combined with Japan's globally renowned strengths in precision engineering, quality and technology, the opportunity is to create a manufacturing partnership that serves not only India and Japan, but markets across the world. So can India become Japan's preferred global manufacturing hub? How do we build stronger supply ecosystems, deepen collaboration in advanced manufacturing, and create trusted supply chains that are resilient, competitive, and future-ready? To explore these questions, please welcome on stage our moderator, Suchetna Ray, and joining her on stage are Dr. Bharat Kaushal, Corporate Officer, Hitachi Limited, and Executive Officer, Hitachi India; Faisal Ashraf, Managing Director, Mitsui & Co., Gen Funahashi, Group CEO and COO, ICMG Group, joining us virtually, and Tatsuya Yamada, Vice President, Global Strategy, Deloitte Tomatsu Venture Support.
Thank you so much, Vedika. There was a little bit of a confusion there. Gen is joining us virtually. So I have here with me Mr. Kaushal, Mr. Ashraf, and of course, Mr. Yamada. Thank you very much for joining me. For decades, Japan built one of the world's most admired manufacturing systems, defined by precision, quality, and reliability. India, meanwhile, has become synonymous with scale and engineering talent. The question today is whether these two strengths can come together to build something much bigger. The first panel today conclusively decided that investment is here, and we looked at the numbers and realized that yes, it has in fact increased exponentially. But what is that one thing that's still missing? Because if we first discuss the challenges that are there, then it'll be easier for us to unpack the opportunities. With that question, I'll go to Mr. Ashraf to begin this panel. Mr. Ashraf, you were speaking about the exponential increase in investments that have been pouring into India. What is it one thing that is holding us back so that we can take in the full impact of that investment?
Thank you. Just to put it in context, I think the point that we were making when we were talking earlier was, if you look at the first 20 years of the century, 2000 to 2020, the Japanese investment in India, if you take 5-year, half-decadal run rates, it's been coming in at about 8 to 10 billion for every 5 years, right? 2000, 2005, 5, 10, 10, 15, 15, 20. 2011, the CEPA was signed and there was a big uptick in the investment, but it remained at about 8 to 10 billion every 5 years. Now, that 8 to 10 billion rhythm or cadence, whatever you might want to call it, has now shifted into 25 to 35 billion. So it's gone up 3x. It's a huge shift. Especially if you're associated with the Indo-Japanese space, it's a huge shift which has taken place. So I don't think, my thesis or my sense is I don't think it's about getting more Japanese investment, that is always welcome, but I think it's more about creating the bandwidth to productively receive and deploy that investment. Right. And I think the critical factor that we can bring to the table is speed. Speed of deployment, speed of getting infrastructure projects off the ground. And I think the word that I was using was a sense of healthy impatience for healthy outcomes. I think that will do more for manufacturing and infrastructure growth and Indo-Japan collaboration than anything else.
The other phrase that you were using is to ensure that we contract timelines from 15 years down to perhaps 15 quarters. I'll go to Dr. Kaushal with that question. Do you think that this contraction of a timeline, of course, albeit it's very healthy, is possible in India?
Yes, thank you for asking this question, because not just as a salesman of India, but what has remarkably changed in India in the last 10 years is the speed of implementation, and also very welcome thing for Japanese is the consciousness of quality.
Right.
And nowhere in the world do you see 34 metro projects and 50 kilometers of road and 200 gigawatts at the lowest cost of renewable energy being deployed. But the other thing, and Digital India, which sort of showed the world that scalability, affordability can be done at speed, it surprised even India and Indian people. The other is the consciousness of quality.
Right.
Because forever, Japanese goods, I worked 30 years in Japanese companies, and forever the understanding was that they are slow and expensive in terms of decision making.
Right.
But nobody ever doubted that they are trustable
Right.
or that there is formidability of their technology. Now there is room because the tech specs, the appreciation of life cycle costs, the change that you're seeing in condition monitoring of existing assets is a huge opportunity to revitalize the existing infrastructure and at the same time build new infrastructure. The big allocation done by government, $50 billion in rail alone every year,
Yeah.
$45 billion in energy sector every year. Where in the world is such a huge opportunity
Yes,
of building physical and digital balance sheets?
of course.
Coupled with this is the nightmare that is there about the geostrategic tentativeness
Of
in the
course.
world.
Yes.
And India's large growth is domestic still.
Yeah.
So it's a great opportunity. If you're okay in India, then you're ready to conquer many
The
other
world.
markets.
Right. You mentioned the geopolitical uncertainty surrounding us, and with that, I'll go to Mr. Yamada. 5 years ago, multinational companies were talking about China +1. Today, they're talking about resilience, trusted supply chains, a diversity there as well, and economic security. How has the conversation changed? Is India genuinely becoming a boardroom priority for Japanese manufacturers?
Okay, thank you so much for the questions. And in fact, I feel like that India has been always a priority in the issue in the boardroom of the Japanese companies, but the priority has been changed. So when I see it, when I compare with the 10 years ago and now, India used to be one of the options to have the manufacturing hub or the supply chain option, but now it is a priority place to be. And the second thing I would say is that when Japan used to be, seeing the place like India and China as the place to produce the things, manufacture the things with the cost-efficient place, but now it is the place to co-create a new product with the quality product. India is now for the Japanese companies to produce a quality products together with the Indian talents. And the third point is that the quality of the people here in India, and the more Japanese companies from the big. For the large Japanese corporations, they are kind of aware of the the availability of the talents here in India. But in the recent situation, I had talked with many Japanese companies, the mid-sized companies in the rural area like Hokkaido and Fukuoka, sub-mega cities in Japan, and people and the more and more Japanese companies are being aware of the talent capability to collaborate with. So those 3 points are the big change, when I compare with 10 years ago. This
Right.
was 10 years ago.
Thank you, Mr. Yamada. Let's get in a word from Mr. Gen Funahashi. He's joining us virtually. Gen-san, thank you very much for joining us. We want to take the conversation that we're having here forward, especially the point that Mr. Yamada made, which is large manufacturers are only, as strong as their supplier ecosystem. So how can Japanese companies really help Indian MSMEs when it comes to improving quality, productivity, as well as manufacturing discipline, which will lead to the speed that Mr. Ashraf spoke about?
Yeah, thank you for having me today. It is an absolute pleasure to join this panel. So let me highlight a point from different angles. So it is true that many Japanese companies have already entered the Indian market, but most of them are still Japanese large companies, just like Hitachi, Mitsui. But here's the fact, 75% of Japan GDP actually comes from regional areas, and 70% of total population is actually employed by SME, small medium enterprises in Japan. So there is massive untapped potential here, as many of these Japanese regional SMEs have cutting-edge technologies, especially in deep tech and hardware. But it is quite difficult for these regional SMEs to enter the Indian market, set up factories, and start businesses all by themselves. So that is why ICMG Group has established a unique partnership model with Japanese regional banks who knows these local SMEs the best. So our venture capital fund called the Co-Creation Fund are already backed by 4 major Japanese regional banks. So first we invest directly into Indian startups across diverse sectors such as agriculture, logistics, fintech, D2C, healthcare. Once we invested, we set up a POC, proof of concepts, between these Indian startups and Japanese SMEs. If the POC is successful, we establish a joint venture between them. So this structure safely brings Japanese cutting-edge technology into Indian market to enhance the local business operations. And these JVs can also be financially supported by the Japanese regional banks. So I strongly believe, this type of ecosystem activity will fundamentally help India become the factory to the world. Because once you integrate the Japanese SMEs, cutting-edge technologies into Indian manufacturing, it will boost the economy and make local manufacturing significantly more efficient and innovative. So right now, SNG Group is the only one ecosystem orchestrator directly connecting every single Japanese regional economies to the Indian market. And through these activities, I'm quite confident we can help achieve a truly sustainable Make in India.
Gensan, I have a follow-up question. Where do you see the biggest manufacturing opportunities in India over the next decade? I mean, electronics, mobility, where do you see the biggest manufacturing opportunity?
Well, honestly, I would think that there is many opportunities in many diverse sectors. But maybe let me share a couple of examples of how we bridge Japanese deep tech with the Indian ecosystem. So first, for example, like in aquaculture, shrimp farming is a massive industry on the east coast of India. And one of our Japanese clients has developed a highly advanced IoT device that utilizes acoustic sensor technology. It literally listens to the sound of shrimp feeding underwater to analyze their appetite and optimize feeding efficiency. So we are connecting this cutting-edge Japanese hardware with a leading Indian startup that operates a digital platform for shrimp farmers. And another one is, I would say, in agriculture. We have invested in the Indian startup that aggregate agricultural biomass. Naturally, supply chain and logistics are major bottlenecks in this sector. To solve this, we are planning to integrate another Japanese company's IoT tracking technology into their fleet to track and optimize the entire distribution process. So honestly, I would think there are so many opportunities in the various sectors. But like what we're doing is that we invest in Indian startup and we do POC and then we set the joint venture between them.
Thank you so much, Gensan. I'll come to Mr. Ashraf and take from where you left off in the first answer. You know, the fact that investment is here at our doorsteps is clear from the number. The quantum of FDI is proof of that pudding. But why does India look more attractive today than it did 5 years ago? What are the specifics?
Yeah, thank you. With your permission, if I can just make this a little bit more interactive.
Please.
I just want to follow through on what Gensan said, because I think he raised a very, very important point.
Right.
And what we were talking about is the traditional view of Japanese investment in India is about heavy industry and heavy engineering and manufacturing and infrastructure. And that's happened over the last 20, 25, 30 years. But what Gensan is talking about is bringing Japanese IP into life sciences, into agriculture, into consumer-centric centers. And that is, I cannot, as a company, we are invested across a very wide spectrum, so we have a view on how that space is emerging. And I can't express enough the importance of Japanese IPs, which are typically vested in the Japanese equivalent of small and medium enterprises. You know, they are holding the IPs, the know-how, and the ability to work with Indian talent to customize that IP to Indian needs and to deploy it at scale is something which is beginning to happen, but I believe it needs to be scaled up exponentially. So I think it's a very important point, and as a country or even as a business community in India, we need to create the right ecosystem for Japanese MSMEs who are not necessarily coming from the big financial district of Tokyo, right? They're coming from kind of semi-urban rural Japan. To be able to receive them and to be able to create a comfortable environment for innovation to happen. I think it's a very, very powerful story waiting to get off the ground.
So, of course, then you're saying that it is there, and we just need to ensure that it happens not only at a heavy industry level, but also at an MSME level. What are the few things that need to change for this entire gamut of investment to take shape in India and for this relationship to play out to its full potential?
So I'll come back to the first question. I think the
Yes.
question that you asked is, and what has changed? I think that was your
Exactly,
next question over the last. I think one big change for, guys like me and Dr. Kaushal who have been working with Japanese and Indian communities and other communities for a long time is, I think the narrative has shifted to an extent whereby Japanese companies, let's forget investment for the time being, Japanese companies with their know-how, technology, engagement are, I'm using this word very carefully, impatient to come to India.
Right.
But where perhaps we are not quite ready with the infrastructure, the regulatory ecosystem to be able to receive it and deploy it at scale. So I think what we started with is whatever is happening between India and Japan, I think we need to think about, I mean, just to use a small analogy, when you're looking at real estate markets, they say the three biggest factors in real estate is location, 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 right? I strongly believe the three biggest factors in terms of Indo-Japan collaboration across the spectrum, heavy industry, infrastructure, down to life sciences, consumer businesses, the three factors, speed, 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 speed of deployment. I think that will do much more than a lot of other stuff that we keep talking about.
But you mentioned that Japanese investment is impatient to come into India. However, as a reporter covering parts of infrastructure over the last 2 decades, the feeling that we would get, say, about 15 years back, is the Japanese investment that was coming in, especially at that time, we were waiting with bated breath to see the dedicated freight corridor take shape, was that the Japanese were perhaps circumspect. I'll take this question first to Mr. Yamada. Do you think that the sense of circumspection is now over and the Japanese are fully committed to this relationship?
Okay, Kaizen, okay. First of all, to understand what Kaizen and kind of the improvement process, one thing you need to understand is why it is needed. Why it is needed. Why we need to do the Kaizen and why we need the quality circles and such kind of processes. And because we have the problem, because we need Kaizen. So problem is always there. So for about, the origination of the Kaizen activities, I think it is about 60 years ago or in 1960, around that time. Because the quality of the product was not enough at the time, people engaged in improving the quality of it. So that is the thing. So if there is no problem, that is the problem. That is the thought of the Japanese manufacturing philosophy, right? So one thing we can say is that if you find any problem around you, please be safe and you can improve it. And the Kaizen it is not the kind of the know-how, you all know what to do with it. But, the implementation the level of the implementation is very different in comparing to Japanese companies and other countries. So what I think is that you need to understand that part.
Yeah.
So the continuous improvement takes time. So if you are aware of such kind of things, today is the best day to start with.
Okay, I'll come to Dr. Kaushal. Mr. Yamada was speaking to us, telling us about the various manufacturing philosophies which India can learn from Japan. Do you want to share your views on that? A country known for precision and what India, which is known for scale, can learn from each other.
Yes, so there is, the relationship is not about the overlapping opportunity, but also the complementing opportunity. If India's aspiration, because India's aspiration is to become a superpower, you will have to sort of bundle your growth to world standard. And that consciousness, as I've explained briefly with implementation and quality consciousness, one is getting the scalability and affordability in that space very clearly. But this whole thing about finding a new equilibrium between globalization, deglobalization, within India, the noise of Make in India and China Plus One and Atmanirbhar Bharat. Coupled with all of this, the small component industry behaves differently, the large component industry takes more time.
Right.
And as Ashraf Saab said, you know, there is a supply chain ecosystem, which even again also, you know, alluded to, that big companies were doing 40% and 60% was coming from outside companies.
Right.
Now you already find in tier 1, tier 2, a lot of supply chain companies in India who have 10 years or 15 years of very good track record supplying to European auto companies, power electronic companies. And they are listed, they've tabbed, so they're ready to partner. They need a flag.
Yes.
And they need the systems and the ethos to be brought with it.
Of course.
So they want sometimes more Japanizing the whole ecosystem of manufacturing so that reliability is ensured.
Right.
And that trust continues. But at the same time, it's opening up newer ways of also combining the right tweaks which will lend India the size that it needs
of course,
for the might of its economy, but also the efficiency, because green is emerging as a new tool. Artificial intelligence, condition monitoring, these are very new things which are allowing P&Ls to grow at the same time as balance sheet recoveries happen with large investments.
of course.
So P&Ls can go into legacy infrastructure and start showing improvement. As definitions emerge, I mean, are you more productive? Do you take less time? Are you more green? All of that is also coming in as standards in the new manufacturing landscape.
Mr. Ashraf, in this entire foxtrot between indigenization and Japanization, we know that manufacturing today isn't about labor costs, right? So it's about logistics, energy, digital infrastructure, talent, sustainability, of course, the underlying theme of geopolitical trust as well. But which of this will ultimately determine whether India succeeds?
Short answer, all of it. Let me break it down. I mean, it's a difficult question to answer because, you know, manufacturing is such a wide spectrum. So let me start with the safe answer. It's all of it. But, you know, traditionally, low labor cost, India is an LCC, you know, low-cost country, low-cost manufacturing country, has been a story which has been around for about 25 years. And I think that is no more the sole factor. I think what has gone on is that Indian manufacturing, and to some extent followed by Indian consumption, is moving up the value chain insofar as quality specs and technology is concerned. Actually, it's happening a lot more than I'm making it sound. It's really, really shooting up the value chain.
Right.
So when we continue to harp about the more traditional elements of labor cost and low-cost country, I think that's not doing justice to India and the Indian market and the Indian manufacturing space. So that's one way I'd like to answer it. And things are happening, you know, for infrastructure to be deployed and the time that infrastructure takes before it distills into your numbers, distills into scale, there's a bit of a lag.
Of course.
So I think we are going through that lag phase right now. For instance, I'll give you a case in point. About 15, 20 years ago, one of the big elements of manufacturing cost is logistics. Not just logistics cost, but delays and the cost associated with those factors. So India typically was about 13 to 14% of GDP was logistics cost. Global average is about 8 to 9%. Not many people might be noticing it that we're down to 10% and kind of shooting downwards. So as the kind of lag impact of you know, infrastructure components like, for instance, the dedicated freight corridor, double stack container transportation. When that kind of permeates down into manufacturing
that
costs, you want to see that huge jump.
Down.
So I think the answer is a bit more complex than bringing it down to labor cost. It's a combination of all these and ultimately delivering a product that the market really requires at scale, which is what the story in India is all about.
Of course. Please.
If you just allow me to add, you know, India has a coexistence of industry 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, 4.0 at the same time.
Of course.
So there is assisted intelligence, augmented, even autonomous intelligence that exists in India. So when you look at the changes, whether it's the PLI, the seamlessness of GST, the land acquisition, labor codes, but also the other intermediate infrastructure coming of age, the banking concession agreements and capital subsidy, credit enhancement, or critical minerals and hydrogen, attention to semiconductors. Gati Shakti, of course, very, very important point. And government resolved to bring it below 13-14%. It's already, as he said, less than 10%.
10% already, yeah.
So all of this opportunity makes it a more attractive case.
Yes.
Because it's domestic demand driven to taste scalability and affordability.
Right. You know, another key factor in this domestic demand, also adding that edge of agility to the Indian economy, are the startups. And I'd like to go to Gen-san with that question. You know, you've been championing what you call the startup-led joint venture model for the next phase of Make in India. Please explain to all of us how this works.
Yes, so in today's geopolitical climate, global supply chain resilience is everything. So we often talk about G2G, government to government, or mega conglomerate partnerships. But true resilience is built from the ground up. So by bringing Japanese regional SME technologies into India's startup ecosystem, we are creating a decentralized, highly agile supply chain network. So this grassroots level collaboration builds robust industrial muscle in India that are not entirely dependent on the giant corporations. So this is the ultimate form of friend shoring between our two democracies.
Thank you so much, Gen-san. I'll go to Tatsuya-san. You know, if a Japanese CEO asked you today, what 3 things must India improve over the next 5 years to become our preferred global manufacturing hub, what would your answer be?
It will not be the kind of the special answer. I think it comes to the basic things. You know, one thing is the quality, and the second thing is the speed, as you said.
Yeah.
And the third, if I say, it is like the ecosystem like Gen-san is creating, or the supply chain ecosystem starting from the material, the parts, and such kind of very basic things. And improvement of those 3 things will be the most important and will be the most impactful things.
Right.
Because when it comes to the Japanese companies, you know, as Gen-san told us that 75% of the Japanese companies are large corporations, and SMEs are less comparing to the Southeast Asian market, right? So one of the reasons is that the small SMEs cannot bear stand with the predictability.
Right.
So predictability of the better you foresee the future in India, the better step the Japanese companies will do, and that kind of environment will be, in one way, such kind of POC process will help.
Right.
But the environment as a ecosystem, improvement of it day by day is the most important things. So the measures which India needs to take is not the special things, but the very basic things. That kind of sustainable and continuous improvement is the most important, I think.
Right. Mr. Ashraf, predictability of policy, speed. To address all of this, we have the Gati Shakti platform. Apart from that, any 2 or 3 things you think that the Indian government needs to do immediately to ensure that India is able to be the recipient of the vast amount of Japanese interest in the form of investment that we're seeing?
I think you might have covered it, but let me repeat it again. I think stability and predictability of policy, stability and predictability of tax regime, very, very critical factors. And if in addition to these attributes, we can add infrastructure platforms, which is land connected to road, rail, airports, seaports, whereby in the case of Japanese MSMEs, they can come and plug and play before they take a decision to drop deep roots in India. And that's typically how MSMEs work all over the world. It's a perfectly normal growth path. Or given the size of these, maybe you can call them industrial parks, where really large players can come and get land quickly, which is with clean titles and which is connected to utilities and infrastructure. I think these are the things, if they are provided. It's already work in progress. In a lot of places, it's really happening, frankly, much better than a lot of people in the investment community had given credit to India for. But given the size of India and given the size of India's aspirations, I think this can be ramped up quite significantly.
Very quickly, Dr. Kaushal, the aspects that Tatsuya-san as well as Mr. Ashraf mentioned, if all of these were to fall in place, you'll have to complete this sentence, then India and Japan, if they get this partnership right, by 2035, we will complete the sentence.
We will if we can make, we are a noisy democracy, right? But if we can make 5 or 7 big winners from Japan very quickly, just take responsibility for doing the trunk infrastructure, ask them to plug and play. It creates the believability at a much faster pace.
So we are getting there when it comes to plug and play?
Yes.
Okay. With that, it's a thank you to all my panelists here. We've completely run out of time. Thank you guys for taking the time out. It's been a pleasure talking to you.
Well, before we move ahead, a quick update. As I speak here, you have the Prime Ministers of India and Japan delivering their joint statements about 8 kilometers away from this venue. Well, we've spoken today about infrastructure, investment, and manufacturing, but while these may be the visible symbols of the India-Japan partnership, its strongest foundation is something far more enduring. Of course, it's the people. Last year, India and Japan set an ambitious goal to facilitate the movement of 500,000 people between the two countries over the next 5 years, including 50,000 highly skilled Indian professionals heading to Japan. So how do we transform India's demographic dividend into a globally competitive workforce? How do we equip young Indians with the language, the technical expertise, and cultural readiness to succeed in Japan? And how can this exchange become not just a talent pipeline, but a long-term partnership that benefits both nations? To explore these questions, please welcome back our moderator, Gauri Dwivedi. Also joining her on stage, Dr. Ravi Kota, IAS Chief Secretary, Government of Assam, Dr. Shabani Roy Chaudhary, Professor at Japanese Studies Center, JNU, and along with them, Nupur Tiwari, Founder, Connect India, Japan. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our distinguished panel for the 500K Talent Pipeline, Deepening People-to-People Ties.
So while we spend a lot of time talking about bullet trains, factory investments, and rightfully so, but the real heartbeat of the India-Japan relationship is the people-to-people connect. Last year, at the 15th India-Japan Summit, both leaders had set a massive goal, which is to move 500,000 people between our two countries over the course of the next 5 years, including sending 50,000 highly skilled Indian workers to Japan. Now, in the next 30 minutes, our focus will be on the actual ground-level roadmap to make this very ambitious target possible. Our speakers here will be discussing how to move past the big promises that have been made and to really tackle the on-ground challenges. How can you actually have mass Japanese language training? How can we prep up our youth for Japan's highly disciplined work culture? And of course, turning India's big demographic strength into a powerhouse talent pipeline that really fills and plugs the gaps that exist right now with Japan's workforce shortages. Those are key issues, but really at the heart of this entire India-Japan relationship is the people-to-people connect. Dr. Ravi Kota, Dr. Shamani Roy Chaudhary, and of course, Nupur Tiwari, who's looking lovely in that Japanese kimono. Essentially, the spirit of Japan right here on the dais. So thank you so much, all three of you, for joining me. Let me start first by asking the very premise of this entire discussion. Japan needs people. India provides those people and talent shortages, but India also needs those big global opportunities. Building that institutional bridge is essentially what this entire discussion is all about, and will ensure that the full potential of this partnership is actually achieved. And that's a question I put forward to the entire panel. Nupur, let me start with you on that.
Thank you so much, Jyoti, and thank you for having me. India has population. Japan needs people. Very simple line, right? It is the most difficult thing. So I don't want to scare people here, but Japan is not other country. You just understand something, you just go to university and you can just migrate there. Japan is completely a different country. Of course, we all are different. India is a diverse country, our states are different. I'm not talking about those. Japan was not global. It was locked for 200 years. Japan, if you go to even countryside of Japan, still you will be called gaijin, you're foreigner. Again, this is not a bad thing or sad thing or wrong thing because they are not exposed to foreign countries. Now here we are expecting that our people, we will just send our people just like that. This is really not very practical idea.
So what do you suggest then?
Yeah, so that's the reason I think there are a lot of Japanese schools are building, a lot of SSW, Japan has started, whether these SSW system where you can train them and you can send them to Japan. But Japan is not only learning the Japanese language, Japan is completely different country, completely different culture. Even though I know many people, they know how to read, they cannot speak Japanese. Even though they speak, they don't know how to behave with Japanese. And it is totally completely, if you're working in a corporate, it is totally how to speak, even a small example I'm giving, when you are leaving before someone, it is 5, you can leave. But you have to say, Osaki ni shitsuresimasu, I'm sorry for leaving early, but you're not leaving early, you're leaving, your time is done.
So you're right about the fact that there are certain Japanese traditions, work ethic, and a way of life, and imbibing that, and the culture, of course.
Right.
Imbibing that is essentially what will ensure that the people-to-people ties are strengthened and the full potential is actually tapped into. So,
exactly.
So those are very important points. Dr. Shabni,
I just want to say last point here. 736 AD, the first Indian landed in Japan, Bodhisena. Since then to today, we have only 50,000 Indian in Japan. Here you go.
That's actually a very underwhelming figure because, it could be 10 times, 100 times of that, but that's a very underwhelming figure and really contextualizes this conversation as well. Dr. Shabni, you want to come in there?
Thank you for this opportunity. When I look at it from an academic point of view, and I look at the skill sets that originates from the academics, platform for the industry, there is a gap in this whole model which we have to what is the expectation that is there when you look at Japan. My colleague in the platform has talked about the cultural aspect of it. Beyond the cultural aspect, there are a large amount of work that we need to do to make our skill sets capable to address the needs of Japan. Yes, we have a demographic advantage. Japan needs us as we look at it. But there is a way that we have to promote this entire activity. There are lots of work happening at ground level to enhance capability of our engineers, our STEM people enable them to be able to fit into the Japanese work culture. I think that is for the next round of questions, right?
No, but go ahead. Finish your point,
ahead?
yeah.
Okay. So effectively, traditionally, if you had to go to Japan for your higher education, there were three options. That is the MEXT option, the Indian scholarship options, and the MEXT option is a Japan Education Ministry's various scholarships. You had the Indian few scholarships that allow you to go abroad by your choice, and you had the Japan Foundation Fellowship, which was targeting the higher education. But since this program started, or little before this program was brought onto the table, there is a program started with Sakura program, which was a short-term visit of Indian students to Japan at a higher education level, such that they had a feel of Japan for 10, 15 days, and then they plugged into going for higher research, etc. That has been upgraded to what is called the Lotus program. It is essentially, so far it seems to be targeted mainly to the IITs, etc. But I think Japan has to understand that larger potential lives in the central universities programs.
Okay.
So we would be looking, they would definitely be over time looking at that. But what is interesting in this Lotus program, which I really feel a very important differentiation, is they start by going for short terms so that they integrate what she is talking about, the cultural aspect of it, that integration happens. More importantly, the fear of Japan is lost. What she said, that Japan is a very different country. YouTube is very, very popularly seen by the younger generations, and they do have that understanding. So they fear. But that fear gets absorbed when they go beyond and stay for a few weeks, months, and over a period of time go for work, etc. I think that's a very excellently good program that has emerged.
So two things both of our panelists here are saying. Nupur, of course, highlighted the huge cultural differences that exist for people who go to Japan for the first time. And when they aspire to actually build a life, a career there, they need to be prepared for the kind of cultural differences that exist. That's one aspect to it. Dr. Shrabani pointed out the other aspect, which is that, Japan is also now looking and must also evaluate opportunities, keeping in mind that it needs people. So unless you build those bridges, those two extremes will never come together. And that is exactly what needs to be done. And there's a need for both sides, both for India and Japan, to create those bridges. And Dr. Kota, let me ask you the other aspect to it, which is when you talk about the India-Japan equation, we've spoken about Northeast being that special space. It has that special place in the relationship. Whether you talk from an infrastructure point of view, whether you talk from a connectivity point of view, or whether you talk from tapping this 500,000 people moving between those two countries for 5 years point of view. In your assessment, how can the Northeast states, particularly Assam, tap into that 50,000 Indians who can go to Japan opportunity the best?
Thank you so much. In fact, before I get into this couple of points I would like to mention. Our Chief Minister in the very beginning, 2 years back, he told two things when it comes to Japan-India kind of relations. Language is infrastructure. Especially when we talk about Japan, the kind of proficiency, rigor we have to follow. So we have to put that system in place. Second thing is that bilateral trust best established at the subnational level. That's the way rubber meets the road kind of a situation. So therefore we have put in a system, we have come up with where Assam sits at the intersection of India's Act East policy and also growing demands of the Japan for the skilled, semi-skilled and caregiving kind of a workers. So we put a three-pronged kind of a model on language training, then teachers development, and third one is that structured overseas placement. And is all end-to-end run through two organizations in Assam. One is the Assam Skill Development Mission and second one is Assam Skill University. Now, we have identified 6 different areas where Japanese demands are there. There is the hospitality, IT, agriculture, caregiving, accommodation, and nursing. So, based on that, in fact, our Honorable Chief Minister was in, it was catalyzed during that visit to Japan in January 2025, followed by our Investors Summit, Advantage Assam in February 2025. We worked with them very systematically. And we created one program called CM Flight, because this is a 500,000 kind of a thing, how we can contribute from Assam and the Northeast. Chief Minister's Foreign Language Initiative for Global Human Talent. So it's a scholarship program, but as part of that, the 3 private organizations also, we took it as a partners, ASEAN One, Jasix Ventures Private Limited. We are working with those private agencies and the Mirai Language Center. As we speak today, first batch of 150 candidates are undergoing that training. So that kind of a structured program we have started. And this kind of a structured program will be able to start with the kind of requirements, and also to put that intense engagement with the employers and also the embassy. So we want to do that well-established, vetted kind of a institutional mechanism for the moment.
Okay.
Thank you.
You know, before I get in the aspect about can India realistically prepare thousands of Indians, let's also then talk about the targets that are there. You have 500,000 and 50,000 being the sub-target in it, right? If you look at India's numbers, that's a very modest target by all measures. But again, the preparation that is needed, given the cultural differences, can that happen? And where do you think policies can come in to ensure that preparation can happen at the earliest? Nupur.
So definitely policies are very important. Policies are made, but they have to be implemented. You know, both my co-panelists, they talked very well in a policy point of view, academic point of view. Very rightly they said, but the implementation here is very important. And Japan, Ambassador Verma also here, and he experienced, during his when he was ambassador there, even the little bit of trust. Japan is not only the companies. When you're sending someone SSW and working in home, that old age home, and little bit trust, if it is broken, the entire country, that an Indian broke it, the entire country would be stamped. Because, why am I talking about that? A bit of negative sense, because, I have been living in Japan from last 23 years, and I never lived with Indian. I always lived with Japanese. I started with a small city, very small, you can call countryside. Now I'm in Tokyo. So I have seen the Japanese, how they work. I worked in, when I was a student, I worked in old age home. So how they develop the trust. When they trust you for everything. I'm not saying that 100% Japanese are same. At least 70%. What am I there? So here we have to be very careful that we know what we are doing. Policies are made. Now we have to implement it with all the honesty, dedication, and patience. That I can say.
Okay. Dr. Shravani, sectors where you think this potential can be tapped the fastest? Because, Japanese economy is at a different arc. The Indian economy, the Indian demographic dividend is at a different arc. In your assessment, where do those sectors, and which are those sectors where this opportunity lies the maximum?
Of course, automobile sector continues to be their dominant sector, and therefore we would have enough opportunities out there. The IT sector, where our software skills are very strongly appreciated. We already have the main TCS, Wipro, all having their agencies out there. But when it comes to looking at how we can really embed this entire thing, I think one part of it is to tap them young. That is, look at, these days, the private schooling system has a huge summer school concept which has emerged. I think that is where Japan can tap in and make students go out there for a summer. And apart from studying some small activities, they can also get to know Japan, which enthuse them to be targeting Japan as a country to study, to live, to work. This is one aspect I think that is very important. The second important thing is that universities to university programs should emerge where we have lots of Japanese students coming and spending time in India. That kind of thing is really lost in the post-COVID period. Even if lead universities like JNU are having very few Japanese, whereas previously we used to have around 10 to 12 Japanese, but that should increase. More Japanese students coming and spending time in India, in universities, even if it is for short duration, does impact the Indian youth to look at Japan, that going around together, etc. There's a feel-good factor which emerges, which encourages them to go forward towards, any kind of higher education or skill sets that will enable them to work in Japan. I think this two-part can be looked as an immediate impact of doing things. But more importantly, I think a stronger study of what is the need of Japan with respect to each where sectors and variables should be decided, and see if we can plug it into our education system.
And I think that's the larger point, simply because, the level of automation that exists in the Japanese economy is completely different. So only those sectors need to be tapped where that ideal fitment actually exists. Identifying those gaps is going to be critical. Dr. Kota, let me then ask you the other aspect which we dwelt on earlier as well, which is about how Assam can plug into this opportunity, specifically with regard to linguistic handicaps and challenges. That's a real handicap and challenge for a lot of students, for them to pass those rigorous Japanese language tests, something that you alluded to as well earlier, is a real challenge. What is the government doing about it? Is it ensuring that it comes in the level of the curriculum? Is it ensuring that it can reach out to students early? How is the government of Assam really building on that as an opportunity?
Yeah, thank you for asking this question. In fact, we have started this work already. We have this Assam Skill Development Mission and Assam Skill University. Now, Assam Skill University is the institutional anchor for doing this. Along with the Japan Foundation, New Delhi, we have already started the teacher Japanese teacher development program, because this is very important. So we have come up with this month onwards, 20 candidates will be trained rigorously for 8 months in the classroom with the help of the Japan Foundation. And we wanted to scale up that so that these candidates who learn up to N3 level, so they will be able to teach the other people and create a kind of a successful cohorts. And these cohorts will go around even at the district level also and work with the nursing colleges, engineering and technical institutes, etc. So we need to increase that number because without that learning ecosystem and which can be sustained over a period of time, will not be able to create that kind of, to overcome the language handicaps. So that one, along with the employers, because depending on the sector where what kind of proficiency is required, we are working with them. And so this model perhaps many other agency, which is the private agency in training of the teachers for the Japanese language, we can plug into those kind of resources through this institutional mechanism and then go forward.
What about training that helps employees get seamlessly in? What allows and ensures that companies are able to seamlessly absorb youngsters for Japanese employers? There are a lot of Japanese employers in the region, but again, that training is an issue, language is an issue. How best can that seamless induction happen, and what's the government doing on that front?
So on this, I would like to give you a couple of examples. In January 2026 and again March 2026 happened. We hosted Osaka Prefectural Government, led by Executive Director of Osaka Growth Industry Promotion Office. So they directly engaged with the talent pool available here, and they began that kind of an exercise and looking at their employer requirements. So then that has given a lot of feedback to us, and which we are building it into our skill university kind of requirements. Second thing is that there is agriculture. We have organized Japan agriculture job fair in Guwahati, and there is 5 different Japan agricultural employer groups attended that. So they interacted with the students and they tried to understand that what are the requirements where we can improve their skills along with the language. so that they will be useful in those sectors. So employer, the kind of a sectoral requirements and the language. So institutionally, we are trying to address all these things.
Nupur, as someone who's lived in Japan for 23 years, what will be your message to youngsters evaluating opportunities in Japan? What would be your message to them so that they can look and tap at those opportunities?
So, of course, the Japanese language is the first thing, but you have to make sure that you're speaking the language more than you are, reading. Spoken language is more important. The second thing is you have to understand teeny tiny culture of their daily lives and their corporate. If you're going to work in the corporate, then you have to corporate totally different, how they're working, how they are greeting, just like they have the small thing. This is a very small thing for us. We will give the card like this, okay? But giving card, exchanging card, like with two hands, you have to bow down and you have to respecting everything. Japan is, respecting everything. So the third thing I would like to say that the core system of Japan, it is like combined of Shintoism and Buddhism. So it means the God is everywhere, and you have to, everything is important. Okay. So they say that Toire no Kami-sama, it's mean even the God is in toilet also. So you should clean the toilet every day. So these are very small things, but you have to understand that they're dedicated to everything. So I think culture, these teeny tiny things, if you really want to go to Japan, nobody's, it is not definitely, nobody will force you to go to Japan, but if you really decide to go to Japan, these are the things you have to understand, and you have to, just like, the small example I'll give, when the Parsis came, to India, that the king said that this bowl of, I think, milk, this is already filled, so we cannot have any more. Then the Parsis, they just
put some sugar,
a spoon of sugar. I said, see, this is more sweet, but I'm here.
Yeah.
So this is the same way you have to, that we are not going to disturb your culture. We are here to be one of you.
I think that's the most important part about integration and assimilation that is very important when you understand and talk about the Japanese economy and the Japanese society. Let's open this up. Let's take about 2-3 odd questions quickly. And before we wrap this up, any questions to anybody in the panel? To introduce yourselves and to whom you would like to ask this question to? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, good afternoon. Lovely session, I must say. Nupur also happens to be a dear friend, so I'll just put the question across to you. So as somebody who moved from India, and India and Japan are culturally different, what were your biggest challenges, and perhaps the one thing that you really look forward to every time you return to Japan? Thank you very much. The name is Huda Zariwala. Thank you.
Thank you. So my story is completely different. I didn't move to Japan. Japan called me. So Japan really calls you. Japan will call you. So Japan called me. So my story, keeping it aside, when I go back to Japan, the first thing, the quietness. So I can meditate everywhere. I'm a spiritual person, very deep. So the quietness, which is actually I look forward to when I return. Even I'm taking the limousine bus from airport to home, it's a quiet, I feel, oh, I'm back. Okay. So that is the thing I look forward to when I'm back in Japan.
All right. Yes, Ambassador Verma.
My name is Aiksana. I am Managing Director of Indo-Korea Business Culture Center. Wonderful panel to give description of Indo-Japan relationship. I have been working with the Japanese embassy, trying to give them suggestions and the importance of Northeast states. It's after banging the PMO's office and with our Prime Minister that today he has gone 86 times to the Northeast states. And so we as Indians have to wake up.
Yeah.
My request to Ms. Nupur or anyone in the panel,
Yeah.
everybody is talking about economy, economy. How do we change our mindset to understand the discipline, the determination, the unity among Japanese? How do we understand that mindset which we have to reform and transform?
That's a great
Please
question,
advise
sir.
us.
Let's get Dr. Kota to answer that. And then quickly, Ambassador Verma after that. Yeah.
Thank you. In fact, certain things can be taught in the classroom, and beyond that, we need to give them the kind of an ecosystem and the amount of time they spend with Japanese as an employer or in their society. I think slowly the things will get inculcated. But to give that opening, then we have to create that kind of a window and some kind of a structure. To begin with, of course, one is that bilateral kind of a goal of 500,000. Second thing is that each state at the ground level, we have to create some kind of a vehicles to get on board those people who are willing, young and energetic, not at the mid-career level, and go to the places, learn some basic things. And during that, we have to that training create a kind of enthusiasm in them to learn and learn those values and the discipline, etc. from Japan. And thereafter, of course, once they are working with those companies and the country, then they get into that. And definitely we expect this will happen. And we all know that it's a slow process, behavioral change. And sometimes it takes generations, but definitely there is something we have to begin with. Thank you.
Mindsets take time to change, but that's the whole journey all about. Last question. Yes, sir.
Very quickly, we have been talking a lot about how Indians can become Japanese. Let's talk about how Japanese can become Indians. Because after all, any bilateral relation has to have a middle path. What do you think, all panelists, what do you think Japanese should be doing to show more flexibility, to understand India better than they have been doing so, rather than putting their value system on India? Thank you.
Perfect. That's the diplomat asking that, where is the middle path? Where is Japan walking in the extra mile? Dr. Shabani, you want to take that? Yeah.
Yeah. Frankly speaking, what is unfortunate is when you look at the Japanese who are interested in India, it is essentially been culture. We have lots of Japanese who learn dancing, they've learned many musical instruments, etc. Link with Shanti-Ketan is very strong. However, I think the Japanese are also very keen to learn English. We are a huge opportunity out here for India because we do have a large English-speaking population as well as English language classes available for them. I think it is opportune time for Japanese to actually seek and come to Indian universities for their education. And mind you, I think our education out here is comparable to the most of the Western education, which they all flock to. So I think we need to promote our education system. Only aspect that again would come down to is the infrastructure, mainly with respect to residential living of Japanese. We have to work on that.
All right.
I would like to answer this question.
You want to take that offline?
No,
because we are holding everybody back for
online.
lunch.
Just be a second. Yeah. So definitely, when it comes to India, the most of the Japanese, they think that it is Bollywood. Unfortunately, they go for learning Bollywood and everything. So I think we have to promote our culture the way Ambassador Verma did. We have to promote our culture. We are not only Bollywood, but we have 5,000 years culture, or the Sanskriti. That is, I think, we have to promote the way Japan is promoting Japan. The same way we have to promote us. I think they will be very much keen to learn.
Absolutely, Nupur, very well put, and I think that sums it up. At the end of the day, people-to-people ties are the bedrock of any partnership. How to elevate those is what this entire panel was brainstorming. Completely out of time. Thank you so much, all of you, for this riveting session.
Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, how many of you here can speak in Japanese? So how do you say lunch is served?
どうぞご飯食べてください。夕食準備できましたよ。どうぞ。
All right, that's your cue. Lunch is served, and we'll see you back here in the hall by about 2:45. Thank you.
Transformation. Through the 4 groundbreaking ceremonies held so far, projects worth over 15 lakh crore have been brought to the implementation stage, creating employment opportunities for nearly 60 lakh youth. Now, with the 5th GBC, projects worth around 7.5 lakh crore are expected to be launched.
इंडस्ट्री के लिए जो 3 महत्वपूर्ण उसके आयाम हैं, ये 3S का वो मॉडल आज यूपी के अंदर आप सबको देखने को मिलेगा.
The groundbreaking ceremony symbolizes UP's development journey, where investments do not remain confined to agreements on paper but are translated into action on the ground.
and we have active civil societies. Our people-to-people ties are also strong and underpinned by, among other things, the shared link of our Buddhist heritage. We also have important cooperation in science and technology. Our bilateral relationship got a boost in 2014 when it was elevated to become a special strategic and global partnership. Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi has visited Japan many times for the annual summits. He last visited last year for the 15th summit, and important decisions and initiatives were launched then, which have developed very successfully. Subsequently, as you know, Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi became Prime Minister, the first woman Prime Minister of Japan. Our two leaders have met already on the sidelines of the G20 summit in South Africa last year, and on the sidelines of the G7 summit in Evian in France earlier this year. But this will be an important opportunity to deepen their acquaintance. Our two sides will hold discussions to deepen our economic partnership to mutual benefit, as well as to strengthen our economic security partnership to ensure that our supply lines are resilient and able to withstand external shocks. We have political relations, strong relations, and we have interactions at many levels through the year. In this summit, many agreements are likely to be signed, but I will wait till they're announced, and so I will not speak too much about them right now. It is notable that a large business delegation is accompanying Prime Minister Takaichi to Delhi for the business meeting that will be held after the summit meeting. She has tweeted that 150 members of the business community from Japan will be coming for the summit meeting to New Delhi. As you know, the established sectors in which we have long-standing relations in our economy is automotives, and more recently banking and finance and insurance. But the newer sectors which already have attracted a lot of interest and a lot of investment from Japan are more cutting edge: semiconductors, batteries, large magnets, clean energy like green hydrogen, green ammonia. I think that the business delegation will be announcing at the business summit many new MOUs that have been signed already post-summit and will be signed during this visit. I will end by saying that I'm confident that the 16th India-Japan Annual Summit will take forward this most important bilateral partnership to greater strengths and to mutual benefit. It's wonderful that NDTV is hosting this summit to celebrate the India-Japan Annual Summit, and I wish all the participants and NDTV all the best for it.
Thank you, Ambassador Malik. Now, as the global balance of power continues to shift, the Indo-Pacific has emerged as the world's most consequential strategic theater. For India and Japan, ensuring a free, open, and rules-based Indo-Pacific is no longer just a shared aspiration, it's a strategic imperative. At the heart of that conversation is the Quad. Once viewed as a diplomatic experiment, it has evolved into a platform for cooperation across maritime security, critical technologies, resilient supply chains, disaster relief, and regional stability. But as geopolitical priorities evolve and global alliances are recalibrated, an important question remains. Is the Quad becoming more relevant than ever, or is it at risk of becoming merely symbolic? To explore that, please welcome our moderator, Aditya Rajkol. Joining him on stage are Ambassador Gurjeet Singh, former ambassador, Japanologist and author, Dr. Arvind Gupta, Director of the Vivekananda International Foundation and former Deputy National Security Advisor, and Dr. Satoru Nagao, Senior Research Fellow at the Japan Forum for Strategic Studies and former security analyst with Japan's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He joins us virtually. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our distinguished panel for the Quad Relevant or Ornament.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Well, there was a time when every Indo-Pacific conversation inevitably led to the Quad. Today, the conversation is a little different. They say the first test of any strategic partnership is whether it survives changes in the governments. The Quad has now survived 4 governments in Japan, multiple governments in Australia and India, and now a very different Washington under President Trump. Yet, the question before us today isn't whether the Quad exists. It clearly does. The real question is whether it still shapes the Indo-Pacific or whether it risks becoming what diplomats politely say and call an important platform, and what skeptics call a very expensive photo opportunity. That's exactly the conversation we are here for at the NDTV Strategic Dialogue on India and Japan. Is the Quad still driving the Indo-Pacific agenda, or is it now trying to keep up with it? Has President Trump's second administration downgraded the Quad politically while keeping it operational? Did the May 2026 Quad foreign ministers meeting in New Delhi revive the grouping or merely mask the declining political momentum? The meeting announced new initiatives on maritime surveillance, critical minerals, energy security, and infrastructure, but notably followed the absence of the Leaders' Summit. Can India and Japan now sustain the Quad if Washington's priorities become mere transactional? So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us here at the NDTV Strategic Dialogue on India and Japan. We have a wonderful panel here. We have a Japanologist out here, Ambassador Gurjeet Singh. We have a veteran on security affairs, Mr. Arvind Gupta, who's been the former Deputy National Security Advisor of India. And of course, we have Dr. Satoru Nagao, Senior Research Fellow at the Japan Forum for Strategic Studies and former Security Analyst with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Government of Japan. So let me begin with Ambassador Gurjeet Singh, because you've had a vast experience, not just with Japan, with ASEAN, and you've been looking at Indo-Pacific and Quad as well. Now, we've seen the Quad being initiated in Japan in many ways, and the leadership of Shinzo Abe had a lot to do with it. But today, when we look at the priorities of Washington, they seem to be focused more on the AUKUS, on the bilateral relations, as well as the burden sharing as higher priorities for the Trump administration. Now the question is, has the Quad become less central to US Indo-Pacific strategy? I am saying Indo-Pacific, but in many ways the US has changed the terminology as well. Or is Japan quietly preventing it from becoming irrelevant? Because we've seen Tokyo and New Delhi still robustly speak about the Quad.
Thank you, Aditya. So if you look at the Indo-Pacific, I want to reverse what you said. Whenever you spoke about the Quad, you spoke about the Indo-Pacific. And now, whenever we speak of the Indo-Pacific, we speak about the Quad. So, at the two ends of the Indo-Pacific is India and Japan. So, come what may, whoever's interest rises or diminishes, this reality is not going away. India and Japan are committed to the Indo-Pacific. Now, whether they are left with the duo, triad, Quad, that is a matter of semantics. If you look at what the Quad countries are doing in this region, outside the strategic way, in functional ways that the moderator had just mentioned, all those things we are doing. So while we keep talking about China, China has an overall financial interest of about $35 billion in our region. The private interest of the Quad countries in the region is also $35 billion, but over which we have a $10 billion official development assistance, which makes all the difference. So the Quad is not irrelevant. Perhaps the attitude of some Quad members diminishes with interest depending on their thing. But even if you see the USA, and you mentioned the Rubio meeting and the first and the one, they are doing everything possible to keep the agenda rolling, even if they rename the Indo-Pacific Command or they don't want to do a summit. But I think real strategy does not only depend on a summit, it depends on effective implementation of your agenda. I think we need to look more over there. Thank you.
All right, implementation is where you seem to focus here on. But Dr. Gupta, coming to you from the security standpoint, really, recently we saw Marco Rubio coming in here, and he was pointedly asked, not very far from here, at the Hyderabad House, about the relevance of the Quad. And he seems to suggest that the Trump administration still values Quad and the Indo-Pacific strategy still is very much robust as it was at Trump 1.0. But the question here is that India has always insisted that the Quad is not an alliance. They've said with increasing maritime coordination, technology cooperation, and supply chain initiatives, is India gradually accepting alliance-like outcomes without calling the Quad an alliance? And especially in the backdrop of the recent Trump and Xi Jinping meeting and the coinage of the term Indo-Pacific that came in the first administration of Trump that has been recently changed. What does this suggest with the changing dynamics?
So, thank you very much
Use the mic.
Thank you very much for framing this question, whether Quad remains relevant. If you look at Quad's history, it has evolved. And naturally, all institutions evolve because the situations change, the geopolitical situations change. Today, if you look at the Indo-Pacific, or generally around the world, things are changing very rapidly. And to some extent, Trump is really, spearheading that change. To my mind, I think the term Indo-Pacific itself is now under question. The concept of Indo-Pacific is likely to change if what Trump called a G2, or a kind of an accommodation or understanding between China and US comes up, then I think all institutions in the Indo-Pacific region are going to change. Now, the Quad, of course, will also evolve. The Quad is not going to go away. It is very much there. And I think India has played a major role in shaping the Quad in a way that it is not seen as an alliance, though security component of cooperation still remains, whether you're talking about cyber security or critical minerals, energy, etc. But I think Quad also has to see that the way it has evolved, its agenda has expanded massively. But delivery, it's not commensurate with that. Now that is, I think, one big problem with Quad. You cannot really quarrel with the agenda, and I'm sure even in this last meeting that you talked about, they came up with some new ideas, like common picture, the maritime domain awareness, etc. These are extremely important elements for our cooperation. But where is the delivery? I think that is where the Quad is found missing. And if you look at Quad's various working groups and so on, one hardly knows what are they doing. And I think a critical point about Quad is that it is unable to put that kind of a money which is required, which China has done in BRI, etc. Right. If you are really competing with China, then you ought to be, and you have so many initiatives, whether it's in cyber, whether it's in critical minerals, whether it's in vaccines, whether it's in space, whether it's in fellowships, you name it and Quad has it. But there is very little, it is not backed by the kind of a... So Quad has become more like a talking shop in a way. And even that is now in danger because the summits have not taken place. Any institution is driven by the leaders. And during the earlier times when Biden was there were 3 summits, and that gave some kind of a shape to it. But this one, the last meeting was almost like a holding operation that keep the Quad going, and you added a few more agenda points, but nobody asked what has Quad delivered. So I think Quad will have to reimagine itself as it has done in the past, and we'll see how it goes forward.
Well, certainly it'll have to evolve and reimagine itself with the current circumstances, but let me get in Dr. Nagao, who's joining us live right now. Dr. Nagao, we are speaking to you on a day when the Japanese Prime Minister is here in New Delhi, and even as we speak, they've had bilateral talks and a joint statement taking the relationship to another level. But the big question here is about Tokyo's perspective in respect to Quad as well. Because one of the initiatives on Quad came in during Shinzo Abe's time on Quad. From Tokyo's perspective, what is today Quad's primary purpose? Deterring China, reducing dependence on China through geoeconomics, or simply managing strategic uncertainty created by changes in the US policy? And how do you see the road ahead when we speak on the Indo-Pacific strategy and Quad?
Of course, China is important, but at the same time, we should not forget one important word of the Prime Minister Shinzo Abe in 2007 in the Indian Parliament. strong India is the best interest of Japan, he said. A strong Japan is the best interest for India. That's also, he said, but the important thing is strong India. That is the most important part of Quad. Most important part of his idea, the Quad and Indo-Pacific. Because we can imagine that without India, there is no Indo-Pacific, just the Pacific. So that's why he need to say Indo-Pacific because of India. Quad is not needed if there is no India. India is most important. Other three countries, Japan, US, Australia, they can talk easily because they are ally of the United States. But India, newcomer, that's why new concept, Quad, is needed. So all of these things indicate that India is the most important in this concept. So India is important, Quad is important, Indo-Pacific is important, and still the article published from the Prime Minister Takaichi yesterday, in this case Times of India published it, that article clearly mentioned that word, strong India in the best interest of Japan. She said, she quoted this word. This means that view from Japan, India is important, very important. Priority of Japan's policy is strong India. So that's why view from Japan, Quad and Indo-Pacific is also important. India is rising. India will be the superpower in the future. That's why Quad, Indo-Pacific, which is Japan's policy. That is answer to Japan's perception. Thank you very much.
Well, Dr. Nagao, since, I have to admit, that has been one of the most passionate arguments that you've made from the Japanese side on India's participation, but also India's very critical role when it comes to Quad. So that makes me question about Trump's policy and the Trump administration's role at this point. President Trump's second term has clearly prioritized tariffs, bilateral deals, and burden sharing. If Washington becomes less invested politically in multilateral platforms, Mr. Nagao, like the Quad, should India invest more in making the Quad internationally and institutionally strong, or simply treat it as an instrument among the many other things that we have been talking about?
Analysis, President Trump's policy. Indeed, President Trump's policy is very simple. What happened in India and what happened in Europe, there is a similarities. Because Europe, Trump said, European issue, like Ukraine issue, should be dealt with Europe because America is not a part of Europe. So that's why the US allies and partner must pay more for this and contribute this. Without contributing the American interest, America will not help. This is deal. This is equal deal. This is not free. Something like that. Same things could apply to the allies and partner in Asia. So in this case, which country contributes more for the American interest? The Americans start to check, and that country contributes a lot. In this case, America will support it. But that country hasn't contributed a lot. In this case, America's support is declined. Something like that is President Trump's way to deal, equal deal, they believe. That is the pattern. So that's why in this case, some doubt has happened. Indo-Pacific Command changed to the Pacific Command. Why? Because lip service is not exist, Americans want to say. So quadrilateral security dialogue, long version of the Quad, but now quadrilateral dialogue, they start to say, not security. Security was removed. And now the War Secretary's Heg's speech in Shangri-La, he did not mention about Indo-Pacific instead of just Pacific. So why it has happened? Indeed, they want to complain about India's contribution to the American interest. But this means that this is not meaning the end of the Quad. And because Americans say regional countries should take charge more of the security in their region. If so, which country is a regional country? America is not Asian country. America is not a part of Indo-Pacific, main part of the Indo-Pacific, which is Asia. Asia is India and Japan. So for India and Japan, Quad is important. India and Japan, we need a Quad. And in this case, we need the support from the United States, that is true. But if the United States stand a little bit backside of this cooperation, still for India and Japan, this is needed. And we have the strong will to continue. Because India is rising, and Japan is not a rising power, but at the same time, in case of Japan is the restriction we impose ourselves and in the defense field. So that's why Japan's potential will be bloomed or released in the Indo-Pacific region, especially militarily or defense sector. So that's why in this case, indeed, viewed from the diplomatic performance, Japan will show the relatively strong compared with the past. So that's why India-Japan cooperation as a regional country, as an Asian country, as an Asian member of the Quad, this is vital. So that's why still Quad is important, but the Quad's type is a little bit different. Now Asia should lead, and the US support it. That is good, but a little bit back from the backside, but we will lead this. So investment, economic security, energy security, everything is very important to support this framework, that is true. But at the same time, we should not forget this. Strategic direction is the same, but now Asian country must take more responsibility. Thank you.
Mr. Nagao, you know, in this deeply divided world, we are living in unpredictable times, a lot of global turbulence, but the kind of strategic clarity that you displayed just a few seconds ago clearly should be contagious at this stage. I really believe so. But Ambassador Gurjeet Singh, you know, I believe your first posting was in Japan, and you speak Japanese fluently. I want to ask you about the Prime Minister's visit here, but also about your own experience staying in Japan, being connected with Japan, and now being a Japanologist, studying the pattern of the rising relationship over the decades. How do you see Japan-India ties today with the kind of strategic clarity that is there? We saw the Prime Minister of Japan speak about not just robust trade and business delegation, but also security cooperation, technology cooperation. It's not restricted to automobiles, but also banking now, and there are critical minerals that are involved. So from staying in Japan decades ago with the view today, where there's a high-level Indian delegation led by Dr. Tharoor, which is in Japan, Tokyo right now, what is the kind of changes that you witnessed and want to share with us?
So, what India-Japan relations today are the dream come true of my youth. When we were in Japan the first time, do you know there were no direct dialing facilities to India? We were that remote. And the ambassador, I saw Nagma here, she can meet the Prime Minister. In those days, you could barely see a Director General in the Foreign Office. We were not on the picture of the Japanese. It took more than 2 decades for a Japanese PM to come to India. When PM Nakasone came in '84, I remember working on that visit, and it was, I think, now the PMs go exchange visits every year, and as you mentioned, now they talk critical minerals, they talk semiconductors. So we have gone beyond vehicles. So the agenda has ranged so much that from a cultural relationship, we are now a flourishing economic relationship and a really fast-growing security relationship. So this is a full Monty. You have a fulsome relationship between India and Japan, which despite political changes in Japan is now not changing. The agenda is not changing. Agenda has taken a track and coming. I think this, many ways, I would say, mission fulfilled from my first posting.
Mr. Gupta, you know, where does Japan fit when we speak about overall diplomatic and security architecture of India in the present times with the kind of turbulence that we are facing? And we have a very clear policy of a strategic autonomy, but we have a very robust security cooperation with several countries. And I would presume that Japan is one of the topmost countries where we have a very, very important and critical partnership. Now, many have argued that Quad in particular does not need any dramatic summits to really take shape or give out a message or declarations, but measurable outcomes, which has been a stand for a very long time. Is the future of Quad less about high politics and more about building habits of cooperation that survive changes in governments, and more so also about the kind of security cooperation that we want to develop in this next phase of the relationship between Tokyo and New Delhi?
So I think we should look at India-Japan relations and the Indo-Pacific beyond Quad. And India and Japan, as our colleague from Tokyo said, that India and Japan are natural, geopolitical countries with natural affinity to each other. In the Indian Ocean, you have India. On the Pacific, you have Japan. And I'm sure there can be in this visit, a lot of these things will come out. But I want to focus on one more thing, which is my experience of dealing with Japan more at the perhaps civil society level. Thanks to the initiative of Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Abe, in 2015, they set up what we call the Hindu-Buddhist Samvad, in which Japan Foundation, Tokyo Foundation, and many other Sasakawa Foundation, all of those foundations took part, and we have had 5 such iterations in which the civil society, particularly centering around Asian values, and we have had several dialogues. And I can tell you, the closeness that we feel, Japanese feel for India and India's feel for Japan, this is understated. This is not even talked about. We talk about politics, we talk about security, we talk about economics and so on and so forth, but there is a huge cultural connect between India and Japan through our ancient ties and so on. And I think we should really be building up on that, and I hope some initiatives come out of this visit. But civilization and culture, and which will link up not only India and Japan, but link up the whole region. So, and this will have also a very important geopolitical meaning. And they are the Asian values, and today we are talking about the changes which are taking place in the world. Perhaps we are looking for new norms which will help us shape the new world, because the old norms are not going to last you very long. Some of it probably will survive, but some of it will require new thinking. And that's where India and Japan, and with other countries, so let's go a little beyond Quad and start, looking at what was a very nice, strong cultural and civilizational relationship that we had.
No, certainly, people-to-people contact has been a pillar stone of this relationship. In fact, we have with us Nupur Tiwari from Tokyo, who's been leading the charge from the Indian diaspora, building on the Buddhist connect and the people-to-people contact. That is amazing. I was asking, the Ambassador Malik about the relationship that we have had, but also the perspective of the common people, which he said is very, very significant and positive towards the people of India. Ambassador Singh, I have a 2-part question for you. Prime Minister Modi is heading to Australia, and Australia has been a significant part of this entire grouping as well. Do you think this would be high on agenda, or do you think both these countries would be mindful of the fact that there has been a change in policy when it comes to the Trump administration, and this is certainly something, as Mr. Gupta said, we need to think beyond Quad also. And the second question is about the tariffs that have come in and the kind of reset that we are looking at now. We had Piyush Goyal earlier in the day here, and he spoke about the deal that could possibly happen, if not in the next few weeks, then in the next few months. Do you think post that deal, there could be a reset on these kind of groupings and important structures that have had kind of a status quo moment right now?
To answer your second question first, I think deal or no deal, whatever nails have been banged into the coffin are going to stay. I don't think US policy is going to change from what we see now. You may have periods of calm, but then the storm will come again. So in this period, as Arvind says, we go beyond the Quad. So if you see Prime Minister's forthcoming visit to Indonesia, to Australia, to New Zealand, interspersed with this visit over now of Prime Minister Takeichi, I think we should look at the rise of the middle powers of the Indian Ocean region and say we are going to make sure that our region remains stable and not sway with the vagaries of big power politics, either in rivalry or in alliance. So I think this is our Act East Policy 2026. We want a relationship with Japan, Australia, Indonesia, Philippines, Vietnam, South Korea, France in the Indo-Pacific, and see whether we can maintain the ideas which the Quad has so assiduously built up but have been unable to implement. So I would look at the rise of the middle powers with a more coherent agenda and a plan of implementation.
All right, let me go across to Mr. Nagao for the last question. And this is in regard to Japan and India. A lot of announcements have been made today, and there's a win-win situation in terms of trade, in terms of robust cooperation, as I said, technology, artificial intelligence, and critical minerals as well. Where do you see India-Japan ties in the next 5 to 10 years? What do you think are perhaps the top 3 priority areas from the perspective of Japan when it looks at India as a very, very close friend and perhaps an ally?
In this case, even if we talk about the strategic cooperation, defense area is the most important next 5 years, I think. Because what happened in the past is clearly indicated that trade is only occupy 1 or 2% of the total trade of each country, both Indian side and the Japan side. Compare with this, defense agreement has going well, joint development going well, so defense area has progress much. Because the motivation came from this relation, originally came from rising China. How to deal with China is the matter anyway. And we continue to face this threat, China. So that's why how to deal with China is a matter anyway, and so defense cooperation will going well. But in this case, Japan has already removed the restriction. So variety of the option of the cooperation that Japan can prepare. And in this case, for example, the drone, joint development of drone will come, and with AI, that will happen, really happen. So that's why this will be happen the next 5 years. And the other area, Prime Minister Takaichi is a real expert of the economic security. She published many books about it in Japanese. So that's why this area will progress much. And the current situation, energy security is also matter. How to deal with the energy security, not using the Strait of Hormuz. These are the issue. So that's why Prime Minister Takaichi said, Power Asia simply said, sharing the storage of the resources, these are the image. So this kind of the concept will really happen next 5 years because priority. And so that's why the India-Japan's bright future will come. And India is rising, it is no doubt. India will lead the country. That's why for Japan, India is new hope, and Japan is focusing on India. So India's age will come if Japan and India cooperate very deeply. That will happen if we cooperate deeply in the next 5 years. That is my opinion. Thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of this particular panel, but 1 year into President Trump's presidency, the question certainly is the Quad still a strategic necessity or merely a diplomatic ornament? We'll find out in the next few months and years, but one thing is very clear, that Japan and India ties are very strategic, are very critical, and that is something that is going to remain. Thank you very much to Ambassador Gurjeet Singh, to Mr. Arvind Gupta and Dr. Nagao for joining us live here on NDTV. Thank you.
Thank you to our panelists. Well, throughout the day today, we've explored the many pillars of the India-Japan partnership, from investment and manufacturing to security, and of course, right now, the Indo-Pacific. But perhaps one of the most powerful bridges between our two countries has been built not through governments or boardrooms, but through stories. Anime and manga have introduced generations of young Indians to Japan's culture, creativity, and imagination. Today, that cultural connection is also becoming a serious economic opportunity. To explore how fandom is evolving into business and how India and Japan can together shape the next chapter of the global creative economy, please welcome the founder of Comic-Con India, Jatin Verma, along with my colleague, Arun Singh.
Thank you, Vedika. Jatin, a very warm welcome to this special event of ours. But you know I have a prerequisite, right? Before I start any session, I have to have a huge round of applause from you guys so that we keep the energy going. Yeah, so see, India has officially grown into the world's second largest anime consumer market, with industry data projecting the domestic anime economy to hit $3.3 billion by 2034. As India shifts from a passive viewer base to the world's fastest growing market, how can Japanese production houses and Indian distributors capitalize on this momentum, moving the narrative from mere screen time and to taking it to a massive multi-billion-dollar licensing and merchandising ecosystem? And how will this help India's own growing animation market, specifically in addressing talent gaps and developing highly localized content? Joining us, Comic-Con founder Jatin Verma. Any anime fans here? Too many. Any one of you who's attended Comic-Con in Delhi, Mumbai? Okay, that one gentleman here. Have you cosplayed? Maybe in the upcoming sessions. Jatin, first of all, a very warm welcome. Comic-Con, you know, is such a huge property now in India. When you started back in, I think, 2011, did you imagine it to become this big? And when you started, what was the thought that triggered it?
Thanks for having me. When we started 15 years ago, it was just a passion project. It was because I was really into comics, and I thought it would be a lot of fun to do our own convention. And it had never happened in India before. But then very early on, we kind of realized that we hit upon something really unique, and it grew from there. That first show had about a few thousand people back in Delhi, in Delhi Heart, if anyone's ever been to that open air market. And now we are in over 14 cities with over 350,000 people who attend our shows. So it's become a very massive...
Wow, give it up for Comic-Con as well, guys. I mean, it's such a collaborative event. You know, everybody who comes there has that volunteer energy because, you know, everybody is there for their own passion. And that's something that Comic-Con is really known for. And I love that spirit as well. What was your first interaction with anime or comics or manga?
I think, genuinely, I think my first sort of on-purpose interaction was me coming across the Buddha series by the great Osamu Tezuka. It was one of the first sort of manga books that you could get in India. But inadvertently, apparently, I got to know much later in my life that my first interaction with anime was actually on Doordarshan because we used to watch Jungle Book. And much later did I realize that that was actually anime, not a regular animated show.
And now, you know, we see regional dubbing of anime as well.
Yeah.
And that, I think, has taken it from metro cities to tier 2, tier 3 cities as well. Do you think the reach of it was very crucial to happen in 2026 and regional dubbing is essentially behind it?
So I think something happened during the pandemic which really, obviously there was a lot more access to anime on streaming apps, and that opened up a whole market that already existed but really blew it up. And then post-pandemic, when we saw all these streaming apps dub a lot of the popular anime series into local languages, the penetration went from just Delhi, Bombay, Bangalore to tier 2, tier 3 cities. And unlike you know, the Marvel or the DC superhero sort of boom that happened in the past decade, this had a deeper reach to it. It connected with fans beyond the most obvious places that we would find them. And it is now a part of life. You cannot assume that anything, any Comic-Con can happen without anime and manga. You cannot imagine any pop culture event in India happening without anime and manga. And it's now going to be there forever, and I think it has a deeper reach than anything else from outside.
While we are chatting here, I also want to tell you that it's a conversation with you guys as well. So I'll, somewhere in between, we'll pause for questions from you guys as well. So keep your questions ready. Now, a lot of Indians, got introduced to anime through Doraemon as well.
Yes.
How many of you are Doraemon fans or have watched Doraemon? Which I think is an Indian pronunciation of the character. It's pronounced differently in Japanese, by the way. But what are your thoughts? Do you think that was a good introduction for Indians to start anime journey with?
I mean, it was, I think a lot of people, it was a generation after mine in terms of content consumption. So I was much older when it started really becoming big in India. But I think it was dubbed.
You don't look a day over 20 though.
But I think it was the first sort of mass penetration of anime into India without the audience realizing that it was anime. And it was popular because of its own sort of reach. I think Doraemon, Shin-chan, all of that. But I don't think the people who were consuming it back then thought of it as anime. And then now when we are consuming all these series, they're more aware of the fact that this is Japanese content. And I know a lot of people have debates with each other at Comic-Con about, did they consume this series in the original Japanese version with subtitles, or are you watching it dubbed? So it depends on how a serious fan you are.
Do they look down upon those who watch the dubbed version? The purists.
Yes. So you really didn't pay attention if you weren't watching it with subtitles, right? Because you can't look away. But yeah, I mean, it was a very great way of initiating people to anime, but that was a very simple form of it. And now I think fans get to realize the depth and the volume of anime library and manga in general. It spans all sorts of genres and age groups as well. So there's something for everyone there.
Okay, for starters, for our audience here or people who are watching us online as well, if you had to define anime and manga for them in layman's language, what would be your explanation?
So manga is essentially comic books, and anime is the animated version of either those comic books or original stories. And anime is perceived to be inherently Japanese because it's a very specific style of animation that we attribute to Japan. And so when someone thinks of anime, they have a very clear idea about what type of sensibility they're looking at.
There's another thing about anime. Here in India, when we talk about cartoons, we essentially link them with kids, right? But something with anime is really special, that age, no bar.
No, age, class, no bar. In fact, gender, no bar. In fact, I mean, anecdotally, I feel like more women watch anime than men, but I feel like it's because of the sheer volume of the type of things that you can consume, the type of stories and type of character arcs and franchises, you have something for everyone. So it's a little more engaging than what you assume when it comes to, say, the superhero universe, right? So which is why it's growing massively, which is why India is the second largest consumption market for anime. And I think maybe in the next decade, we'll be on the business side of it also a very important market for them.
And I think when we look at Indian market, I don't think it's just about the numbers. There's something about Indian consumers' behavior as well. What do you think can Japanese producers really, learn or let's say keep in mind when they're tapping into the Indian market?
So, I mean, specifically when it comes to this type of content, the penetration is much more stickier with the Indian fans than, say, we've seen with Western comics or Western content. If you become a fan of anime and manga, you tend to stay with it forever. You're not a casual fan. You tend to invest a lot of your time and effort into it. Just to give you a number, last year there was a movie called Demon Slayer Infinity Castle, which released in India. It was dubbed in a bunch of languages. It did approximately about 80 crores of box office return, which was higher than the Superman movie which released last year. So that tells you there is a very massive market sitting here and waiting to consume this content.
When you are designing Comic-Con, do you also keep these numbers, figures, market size in mind? Let's say you have dedicated sections for anime, manga, and several other categories there. But are there any figures, or what kind of strategy are you looking at when you're designing Comic-Con or sections there?
So when we did the first Comic-Con, back then also we had fans of anime and manga, but it would be in the corner. Now, when you enter a Comic-Con, the first thing you see is probably anime and manga, then you see the superheroes on the side. And that's because the past 5-10 years have been massive, and post-pandemic, it's taken over our shows in a very big way. We do look at what's happening in the market, we do look at numbers, but the market drives how we would want to curate our shows. So 10 years ago, the biggest things that you would come to Comic-Con and see would be Iron Man, Spider-Man, Batman. Now the biggest things you'll see is One Piece, Demon Slayer, Jujutsu Kaisen. And that is driving not just the experience zones that you'll visit, the sponsors that we might have, it also drives the bookstores or the book curation that would be at Comic-Con, or the merch that you'll see. So right now we are living in an anime and manga world in India, and it's here to stay for a while.
Do you have your favorite anime character or anime in general or manga?
So I am obsessed with Gundam, which is a much older anime which came out in the late 70s, I think. It still has many variations. So I loved Gundam, Robotech, Macross Saga, and I'm a big Godzilla fan. So I have collected and watched all the original Toho movies, all the animated versions that have come out, and yeah, I just can't get over it.
I have more questions, but before that, we'll pause for questions from you guys. If you have any question for Jatin, please raise your hand and a mic shall reach you. Can we send this gentleman a mic, please? Please start with your name and your question then.
Yeah. Hello, sir. My name is Rahul, and I'm learning Japanese for past 1 year. And my question is, I have two questions basically. First one is, when you first started in 2011, did you expected like Indian audience to embrace anime and gaming as deeply as they have today? And where do you see the next big shift happening?
I mean, no, I don't think I expected it to be this deep in terms of the reach. I know there was always obviously going to be a fascination with it. Manga was a very influential art form that not only influenced India but also the West. So it was always a part of our shows, but where it's reached right now, it's not something I ever imagined. And I think in terms of the next 10 years, I see a lot more, I would say, content coming out of India influenced by manga and anime. We already see it in comics, and we see a bunch of animated productions happening in India which are in that style. And hopefully in the next 10 years, we also see a lot of Indian content going to Japan, and the Japanese audience is lapping it up as well. Yeah, that's what I see in the next few years.
Okay, so my next question is that India has incredibly rich storytelling culture, but local creators, comic creators, are often struggle to find mainstream success. So what do you think is the main missing link to make Indian comic globally successful?
We as Indians, unfortunately, don't read a lot. So when you don't read regular books, the comic books are a smaller part of that story. But I feel like when you get fascinated with stuff like manga and anime, I think it has a inadvertent effect of you also curious about what's happening in India. And we saw that with the Marvel and DC's boom, where because people were fascinated by those characters in comic books and movies, they were also looking for Indian stories. So we saw a boom in Indian comics as well, and I hope this also has a similar effect.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your question. Any other question here? Okay. Can we send the mic there?
Hello, sir. My name is Chandra, and I'm from St. Stephen College from Japanese Society. So my question is, like, many students are very interested in Japanese anime, comics, and Japanese pop culture, but they don't see it as a viable career path. So what advice do you want to give to young people that want to invest their time in this industry and want to take part in this industry?
Creative industries are usually tougher for people to break into. It's not an unknown fact. But I think in the past few years, we've seen a new policy that came out with from the Government of India called AVGC. And C in it stands for comics. under which they have set up an Indian Institute of Creative Technologies, which is going to come out with courses and potential job opportunities in this space, in comics, publishing, and animation especially. So I think there is viability in it, but I won't be, I don't want to mince my words by saying that it's a very easy industry to break into and have success. But on the other side, we are the biggest consumption market for pretty much everything. So there's always going to be an opportunity to, do something unique.
Yes, that ABCG announcement came in, I think, last budget, and I hope that does wonders and also helps the community here as well.
Yeah, for sure.
And as we speak here, and of course this is about Indo-Japan relationships as well, today there's an announcement which is Dhurandhar, which is our, one of the biggest hits of our times, is now going to get released in Japan as well. So I think when we say there's a cultural exchange, we send them movies, they send us their anime and manga as well. But what can we do so that Indian comic creators can also penetrate that market, or Indian anime creators also penetrate that market? Because as someone pointed here as well, that we have great art of storytelling, but how do we penetrate that market?
That is a tougher sell. I think we have to create enough volume of quality content to then pitch it to that market. In the quality of content and the volume of it in India is still small as compared to, say, Japan, which is why you're seeing audiences in India lap up this content, because there's so much of it and so many different variations and genres. When it comes to us exporting our content, it's still limited in the size and volume which could go international. So when you hear about Dhurandhar getting dubbed and being showcased in Japan, that's great. Ideally, it should be 10 or 15, 20 more movies along with Dhurandhar. But it's a slow trickle out. Hopefully in the next 15 years, we might see this exchange being a little more fairly balanced. Right now, it's all incoming, but I'm hopeful that we should also get some more exports going on.
Coming back to Comic-Con, of course we said that, how anime serves to different set of audiences, and of course gender no bar, age no bar. When it comes to cosplay, a lot of women also, outnumber the men. What do you think is the reason behind it? Do you think it's kind of an enabler, or what's driving that change that you see during Comic-Con?
So Comic-Con is a mixture of everything in pop culture, but the thing that drives its success is community. And there are different communities. There are comic book communities, and there's obviously cosplay, which is short for costume play. And it's become massive in the past 10 years, where, for example, if we have a show in Delhi which has about 50,000 people showing up, about 8 to 10,000 people will be in some sort of costume. And more than 1/3 or half of it would obviously end up being dominated by anime and manga. And that's become really big in the past few years, post-pandemic. And this is where we see fans who are really passionate about something coming out and showcasing their passion through those costumes. It can be as simple as being Chacha Chaudhary, or coming as one of your favorite characters from your favorite manga or anime. And it's not, like you said, it has a lot more women cosplaying as well. And what's happened in the past few years is where we have created an Indian championship of cosplay, where we see cosplayers taking it from a casual fun thing to making it into an actual profession and doing it professionally. And also India becoming a part of the World Cosplay Summit in Japan, where some of the best cosplayers in India go to Japan and showcase their creativity. So cosplay is a major part of this, and anime and manga have played a very special role in sort of pushing it forward.
It's really an emotion, when people come dressed up as their favorite characters. Any cosplay story that stays in your mind, because kids also show up as their favorite superheroes, or of course there are adults portraying their favorite anime character. Anything that stood out for you? Any cosplay story, any chapter that you have?
I mean, the most memorable story that I have is that from the first ever 15 years ago, since we started doing our first ever Mumbai Comic-Con, there is a gentleman there who shows up every year as Chacha Chaudhary for 15 years. And you see him growing grayer and older, and then also his kids coming along with him. a little more recent story would be that at every Comic Con we have a cosplay parade. People get on stage in their costume. We actually had 2 cosplayers propose each other for marriage. Sorry. So yeah, it was so cosplay every year. Something or the other is always happening. So.
Lovely. I didn't realize it while I was talking to him, but when his shot got cut on the screen, I thought you were cosplaying as a Schneer Grover. You actually give that hint. Any connection there, or you you just happen to resemble him? But let's also talk about Indian market. There are several Indian IPs that we have seen while growing up. But do you think a lot of work needs to be done on that front when it comes to original Indian IPs in the comic scene in 2026?
There are a lot of original Indian IPs.
First, do you think the scene has gotten better, or you think?
No, it's certainly gotten better, but it's still a niche. It's still a small segment of the market, and it's not easy being a comic book publisher or creator. Has it gotten better in the past 15 years? For sure, and especially right now where you can digitally or through social media reach everyone. We've seen many web comics get popular in India. Be it Green Humor or Sanitary Panels or Good or Garbage Bin. So we see that happening. We don't have a dearth of talent. We just have a problem when it comes to reaching the audience, which is distribution. And that is something that, unfortunately, over the past 15 years, no one's been able to overcome. And when it comes to, like I said, reading books in general, we are a very small market. So when it comes to comic books, that's even smaller. And, people who grew up in the 90s reading Chacha Chaudhary or Raj comics, that generation's kind of grown older, and that idea of buying comics at your local bookstore or the railway station or your local market has gone away. So we're trying to figure out how to survive and thrive in this new era, and we're trying to use all the tools that are available to us, especially through social media. But like I said, we have a lot of unique talent and stories to share, but it's kind of gets overshadowed with the fact that we're not able to reach the audience easily.
Right. See, anime is also a great way to learn about the Japanese culture. Since this is Indo-Japan Strategic Dialogue, I want to ask you as well, when you started watching anime or when you had just started to, let's say, follow that path, was there anything that enamored you about the Japanese culture, or something that you learned or you got introduced to it via anime or manga?
I think, so I came to manga much later in life. I grew up reading Western comics and Indian comics, and then in my college time is when I discovered manga. I think that what kind of surprised me and now I understand is that manga and anime had a emotional quotient which wasn't the same when you read your Western comics or Western animated series or of sorts. There was a deeper connect that people who were really who got into anime or manga would end up having because of that emotional quotient in that content. And also, I was just blown away with the wide variety of content. I mean, like I talked about the Buddha series by Osamu Tezuka. On the other side, he had a series called Blackjack, which was about a doctor who would do intense surgeries and have weird adventures. Then there was a character called Dororo, which whose body parts could move around. I mean, and then obviously one of his most famous creations is Astro Boy, which is a completely different thing. So like I said, there's so much to go over when it comes to Japanese content. And that's something that's blown me away with the wide variety and the quality of content that comes with it.
Okay, I have a last set of questions from my side. Before that, if we have a question. Okay, Vedika has a question. Can we send the mic here? Or Vedika, your face mic I think would work. Can we make Vedika's face mic work, please? And then I'll come to you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Hi, Jatin. This has been a great conversation. I have two questions for you. India has incredible mythology. So I want to know if there's potential to turn that into anime. If it's adapted the right way, it could perhaps become a phenomena in itself. And secondly, if there was an anime character that could be the guest of honor at Comic-Con India, who would you choose?
So I think, yeah, for sure. Indian mythology with anime makes sense. I think there was a Ramayana which came out, if I'm correct, in the 80s or early 90s, and then it was re-released recently. So I think there should be a Mahabharata anime. That would be intense. And not as a movie, but as a series, because that requires a lot more deeper delving into. If I had to pick a character, I would pick probably Amuro from Gundam to be at Comic-Con. But I think a lot of people would probably go for One Piece right now because with the live action series. But then, yeah, I mean, there's so many. I don't know which one to pick.
Thank you.
Thank you for that lovely question, Vedika. Can we go to this lady in the middle and then we'll come to you, sir? Ma'am, can you raise your hand so that they can reach you? Please start with your name and then the question.
Hello, sir. My name is Bhumi, and I study Japanese at Nihonkai. My question to you is, if Comic-Con had never happened, what do you think you would be doing instead?
I would be probably publishing comic books.
Wow. Well, do you guys know that he actually used to publish a magazine and he's produced love shows as well? Can you tell us about that?
Before I did Comic-Con, I used to produce television shows for Channel V. I used to do a lot of the reality dating shows. And then I used to publish comics. And I had a magazine called Random, which was a humor magazine, like Mad Magazine. And all of that then got me into Comic-Con.
Did you also produce Dare to Date?
Yes.
Which I think most of you guys won't have watched because
No,
you
they're
guys
too
were
young
very
for
young.
it.
Yeah. Anybody else here? Yes. Ma'am, can you please pass the mic?
Hello, my name is Ritik. I'm a BTech second year student. And I have a question that in Indian households, there are misconceptions like families and parents consider anime as just cartoon or
हमारा लड़का तो cartoon देखता है.
waste of time. So I want to get your take on it. That what do you think? I think anime passes on a story and multiple life lessons that we don't get to know, as many people now prefer to just be in their own circle. They don't want to interact. So
Only if I can add, I mean, what you're saying that you know parents usually have that opinion. I'm sure he's not of that opinion. But we can ask, what we can ask you is that how do we combat a situation like this where parents usually don't like the fact that you take it so seriously.
I have had that, running Comic-Con, I've had that problem for a very long time, and I shame people into it. I shame parents if they don't introduce their kids to animation and comics and books in general. I think the way to overcome it is to figure out how to get your parents also invested into all of this content, especially when it comes to anime. I think we can find something which they would be up for.
What can they introduce them with? How do they start that journey? What do they show their parents first?
Maybe solo leveling, I don't know. But I think it's, I know that this misconceptions is there, but I feel like it's much lesser of a misconception than it used to be. I think the fact that anime, especially when it comes to anime, it's so mainstream now, and you see it in so many languages. I'm hopeful that parents will not be in that space anymore. And also, to be fair, with AI coming in, I think it's great to get into more creative spaces, consume that content, and become more creative in general, because a lot of the regular jobs are going to go away. So what's going to keep us alive is unique creativity out of humans, right?
For Indian parents, if you can mention a few revenue streams that one can have once they enter this industry, because I think what really works well in a conversation when you tell them, okay, this is the money that a person in anime makes. So what are the revenue streams that young generation can really, tap into and then convince their parents?
I mean, look, it's AVGC, right? Animation, gaming, VFX, comics, all of these are, and animation gaming are some of the biggest industries out there. So there's obviously a lot of opportunities in those spaces. And I don't see that going away in the short term, even with AI. I think that's a space, a legitimate space already, which a lot of people can showcase that, I consume anime because this is a space that I want to professionally get into. And anime is essentially animation, right? So you're not joking around with it. But like I said, with the government policy of AVGC coming in, there's going to be a lot more opportunities coming up in these sectors. and the government fueling and funding a lot of them. So I think misconceptions by parents would probably go away when comics become part of your coursework.
Yeah, of course, that could be a good move. Any other question? Okay. Let's keep it very quick. We'll try to accommodate both these questions. We'll begin with him and then...
Good afternoon, sir. I am Arun from MAIT. My question is, which anime character or comic character inspires you the most? And also, why does Comic-Con always happen during or close to the time of JLPT?
Sir, I can tell you that in India at any point in time there is some exam happening. So you can try organize any event in any state, in any city, at any week or month, there will be some exam happening that day. So unfortunately we can't help it. We're bound by the weather and the logistical issues. But my favorite character is actually not anime, it's actually Superman. But the biggest influence in animation on me was an anime movie called Akira. If anyone's seen it, it's one of the most amazing movies that was ever created. It influences everything from real life cinema to animation till this day.
Thank you for your question. Can we send the mic here, please?
Hello, sir. I hope you're doing good. I have a question, like, how did you got the idea about Comic-Con? In India, it is not like very popular thing about anime. And it is not a useful thing, I would say, like a very used to thing. It's very new in India about Comic-Cons and things. Like anybody, if you go to some places or ask some people, they will not know about Comic-Con. How did you got this very interesting and new idea in India?
I don't think it happens anymore because it's not niche anymore, right?
No, it's not niche. It's
quite mainstream now. But yeah, there's a good question there. How did you crack it, and what did you ever think that it'll get mainstream?
Like how did you got the confidence about that your idea will work in India also?
When you're in your 20s, you have a lot more confidence in life. You can do anything in life, and that's how I got to that place. But I was publishing comic books. I was really into it. And at that point in time, I would do a lot of fun experiments. Like I did an event called the Golden Kela Awards, which was giving out all the worst Bollywood films there, due.
Did you watch it somewhere?
It's not happened in 10
No, but
years
is it on YouTube?
Yeah, it is on YouTube. You can watch
Golden Kela Awards. Oh, lovely.
Yeah,
we'll watch. So I'm assuming it's a parody.
Yeah, it's a complete parody of actual film awards. So I was really into this space and I was publishing comics, and this had never happened in India, a convention of sorts. So for me, it was like, let's do it. If it fails, the worst thing that could be is that I would lose some money, but I would be the first person in India to do something like this. And that Wikipedia page entry would always say that I did it first. So that was the motivation. But I never thought of it as becoming, going to the scale at which it is right now. And but you never know where you're going to go. You have to keep trying, right?
And were your parents always supportive of this idea?
Always. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing anything like this.
Lovely. And how does the sound of Founder Comic-Con sound now?
It's really cool. It makes me now. When I was younger, it was more fun. Now I'm in my 40s, so it makes me feel younger. So
Any more questions there? Okay, I have my last question. It's a very HR style of question, but then in a few years you'll be completing 2 decades of Comic-Con. But where do you see it in next 5 years? Where do you want to take it? I am sure you have have had multiple milestones till now. But what is the next one that you are aiming to hit with Comic-Con?
So right now we're trying to go to as many cities as possible, which is why we went from 5 to 8 to 11 to 14 now. I'm hoping in the next 10 years, we have kind of maxed out where all we can take it. And I think we are able to bring a lot more unique content to it. So obviously there's anime and manga, there's Western superheroes, but there's a lot more niches, and we're living in an age where, because there's so much content, everything is a niche, and every niche has a community in it. So the idea is that how many more communities could we fit into Comic-Con, and for it to be truly a pop culture platform. So I'm hoping more and more niche communities and niche content is introduced to Indians through our shows. I know for a fact that our shows were some of the first places where people discovered superheroes, where they discovered anime and manga. So in the next 10 years, I hope that people still discover new content through us.
And out of the 14 cities that you already do Comic-Con in, which is the toughest to crack?
Delhi.
Why do you say that?
Because every few years, I feel like the audience completely changes and we have to redo the curation of the event. So you never know what we're headed into.
And which city are you aiming now? As you said, you want to take it to more cities. Any one city that you can mention and the reason behind it?
So one of the newest places we're going to is Vizag, and we plan to take it to Indore. Because, I mean, just because of the scale of the city is growing, and we felt with our partners that there was an audience there. So those are two cities which are brand new.
Lovely. All the very best on that. Thank you very much, Jatin. It has been lovely talking to you. Give it up for Jatin Verma, founder Comic-Con. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jatin. It's remarkable to think that a conversation which began decades ago through trade and diplomacy is today finding new expression through creativity, storytelling, and shared cultural experiences. It is clearly a reminder that strategic partnerships are not built by governments alone. We've heard how strategic investment is shaping the future of the India-Japan partnership, but what does the next chapter look like as global supply chains are drawn and redrawn and businesses rethink where they invest? India has an opportunity not just to be the world's manufacturing hub, but its innovation hub as well. So how can India move from Make in India to invent together? Where will the next wave of Japanese investment flow, and what will define success for the India-Japan economic partnership over the next 5 years? To explore these questions, please welcome Nivriti Rai, Managing Director and CEO of Invest India, for a fireside conversation titled India-Japan 2.0, Investing in the Next Growth Story. Welcome, Nivriti. As New Delhi hosts the 16th India-Japan Annual Summit today, the focus will be on the agreements and announcements. But the bigger story is the remarkable evolution of a partnership that has grown from infrastructure and development to innovation to technology and strategic investment. Helping drive India's investment story is someone at the forefront of that effort. Please join me in welcoming Nivriti Rai once again. And we're now going to start a conversation on where the investments are now heading in terms of India and Japan. Nivriti, I want to start by just, reading the mood in the room as we speak. As you speak to investors across the world, Nivriti, how much of that conversation about India has fundamentally changed? Or is it that, these investors are excited to become a part of India's growth story, or do you still have to take India's story to them? Which way does it work now?
So the big difference that I can tell you is, every country that I have been to and every investor that I have spoken to believe in the India story. The ones that believe and that have experience in India already, they are looking at investing more and more. I can tell you, over the last few years, 80% of the FDI that came into India was from 300 companies only, and repeat investment. So people that have tasted success in India are very comfortable investing more. Case in point, Daikin, 2004, started in Neemrana, looking at, metallic casings, to compressors now in Sri City. Maruti Suzuki, 40 years of investment. Hyundai, doing an IPO and not having to struggle what is called Korean discount. So GCCs and many stories, I don't have to sell anymore. What people are, the new investors, what they are asking me is, how can you support me with ease of doing business? What is the kind of return India is offering, etc. So I'll give you 2-3 just quotes.
Yes.
State Street CEO told me,
The only country that I'm looking at besides United States to invest in and feel assured about the return is India, in addition to his own country, which is United States. I'll give you one more very interesting example. It's a story of sixes. Carlyle told me, I have invested 6 billion over the last 6 years, repatriated 6 billion, and 6 billion still stays in India. Another fund, a European fund, which refuses to have me share the name because they are still doing the last, order of math, said, over the last 15 years, they've invested 6 billion, repatriated 7 billion, 25 billion still stays in India. So, yes, our roads are not perfect. Yes, our ease of doing business has to improve, and we are learning, but the returns are there. And that is why the government has very interestingly, smartly chosen Invest India with all corporate experience sitting in a government organization to hold hands with these investors so we can help them avoid those pitfalls. So that's the change story that I can tell you. People came to India for low cost but are staying for innovation and market.
And that's very optimistic as well. I'm going to go to these slides in a moment from now that you've brought with you. But before that, I just want to borrow.
Don't worry about those slides. Those are just anchor and they are in the order of the question. So when I speak, I'll speak.
Great.
Just
So
ignore that.
I just want to even talk to you about, the title of our session, which is India-Japan 2.0. If you really had to define 2.0, what makes this phase of partnership fundamentally different from the last 2 decades? Also, along with that, tell me about the challenges that we face today.
Oh, yes. So I'll tell you the big difference that I see is the world order of today. Me and my team have coined a framework, we call it DIME. You may be a diplomat, diplomacy is important. You may be a technologist, technology and information is important. You may be in defense, military is important. You may be a marketeer, a business or economist, economy is important. So DIME stands for diplomacy, information set technology, military and economics. May I tell you, whoever you are, if I am an economist or I create businesses in India, I have to worry about diplomacy, I have to worry about technology, and I have to worry about military. Why? Because in this new world order, economics can drive a new warfare. Hormuz, what happened? Oil prices doubled. That is an economic warfare. I truly believe if something happens between India and Taiwan, it's not going to be a traditional warfare. It's going to be driven by 40% of trade is routed through Taiwan Strait. Japan and India may come to a significant amount
So
of
you're talking about
standstill.
economic warfare.
Yes. So everybody, whoever you sit in DIME framework, you have to look at DIM if you are E. You are M, you have to look at DIE. So everybody has to be in a different framework and you have to look at everything. Technology can drive warfare, warfare can drive technology. Look at what happened in Iran. 400 drones can be manufactured in one day. The drone called Shahid could, bring down millions of dollars of missiles. So cost asymmetry. So the world of today is not the traditional. We have seen traditional warfare with armies, military, navy fighting. We have seen chemical warfare. Long time back, people was using anthrax. People will use biological warfare. I don't know what COVID was, but I can tell you that with the impact to DNA, you can create that much disaster like nuclear warfare. So this world is a different world. And so for that, Japan India 2.0 has got to be a completely different, and the DIME framework has to play in every single discussion.
I'm glad you spoke about geopolitics. India and Japan have been trusted partners for decades. But as much of all of this is driven by investment, it's also driven by geopolitics. So how important is strategic trust then, Nivruti?
Oh, absolutely. May I just point at this graph? I hope you can see. Yep. In the back you can see. What this graph is, just look at 2 countries, United States and China. What we have plotted is how each and every country is dependent on either US or China for most of their trades. Look at the amount of red. Red is these are the countries that are heavily dependent on China for trade. Wow. Look at the blue. May I tell you that 3 years ago when my team built this, the South America was more red. Africa was more red. So US woke up and said, you know, I have to drive more trade engagement. I have to leverage trade as my partnership. And that's why you're seeing a little more pinks here and there. But look at how much the world is dependent on China today. It's not just China. Any country, single country dependence is not a good strategy. Single country, single company dependence is a bad strategy. The other thing that I must highlight, the yellows are areas, choke points. The largest yellow that you see is the Taiwan Strait. 40% of trade goes through that. The size of the yellow is the size of the trade. I don't have to talk about Hormuz because the world knows 20% of the trade goes through that. Look at, Malacca, 30% of the trade goes through that. So, those are critical choke points that can be leveraged for trade-related warfare. The other thing I want to tell you is the black dots. Those are ports. Black dots are Chinese ports, purple triangle are US ports. Can I share with you, if you look at the right side, there are 3 lines we have drawn connecting the 3 purple triangles. Those are called island arcs. Over the last 3 years, US has very nicely established those 3 island arcs for a purpose. Purpose number 1, submarine stationed, refueling, my ships go. Purpose number 2, it can be surveillance. Why? Because Taiwan is a very critical choke point. So everybody, and look at Arctic melting, the circle that you see on this side, China and Russia are building so many ports. Why? 5,000 miles are reduced 20 days. In 20 days, Iran can build 20 times 400 drones. That's the importance of trade. So therefore, the point is, every country should wake up. Look at their reliance. If you can't be 100%, nobody can be 100% reliant on themselves. Who are the friendly nations they want to partner with? And that friendly nation, those partnerships will together build the self-reliance based on what is called trust.
Strategic trust, absolutely. I'm glad you spoke about China because the phrase China plus one has dominated boardroom discussions for far too long. I want to understand from you, Nivruti, if India is fully capitalizing on that opportunity and what's the road ahead when it comes to it?
Yeah. So I may want to, I have it myself. China plus one, I think, is a glass half empty strategy.
Why?
I like to focus on the positives rather than, think match strength to weakness and increase the value for both countries is the way I like to think. So rather than China plus one, it can be any country plus one. It can be Congo plus one if you're dependent on Congo. It could be Australia plus one. It could be India plus one. So the plus one strategy, I feel, is more of, weakening somebody. For me, it's like strengthening two countries. So I like to think India plus Japan strategy. India plus Australia strategy, India plus United States strategy, India plus Middle East strategy. So I like to think, how do I build the trust framework? I honestly feel, and I've been saying that time and time again, I'd like us to close our eyes, take yourself to 15 years from now, technology would have advanced so much, then your neighbors are not going to be defined by the geographical neighbors. Yep. They will be defined by trust because geography will be old, passé, and technology, speed will enable your digital trust neighbors, and your neighbors will be people you trust. And
I just want to jump in here to ask you, is
yes.
trust then the biggest challenge right now?
100%. Trust and common goals. I want to highlight this one chart. My team took, with me more than 6 months to build this. Red is again China, blue is again US, yellow is India, and many countries are in the middle. I want to just highlight, shipbuilding was something that I wanted, or I was imagining I'd see Japan. Automotives, I wanted to see Japan. And what are the countries? The countries are that drive greater than 50% of the world's trade. Yes, Japan is there, 10 million, still Toyotas are being made. However, if you look at, Japan is no longer there. There's Europe and there is China. Similarly, in shipbuilding, there's no Japan. South Korea and China. So many places, and look at India. Spices, of course, since Columbus and Vasco da Gama were looking for it, we are spices nation. But I want to see more. We have a little sliver in small molecules and pharma. But I believe we have very many smart people who can join hands, who can look at common goals. I really believe Japanese culture, from samurais to our Kshatriya culture, when honor was so important, it was, life given for honor. Not very many countries have similar kind of culture, respect for elders. So I feel our inherent DNA from culture perspective matches. So with that, I feel trust building is going to be easier. I have never seen India raise a war against anyone. We have defended ourselves, we have supported others. Do you know that World War II, more Indians died than COVID? For what? India was not a leader or dividing, warfare kind of a country. So India and Japan are natural, culturally aligned, honor before life kind of countries. Japan is really ahead in frontier. India has amazing scale and now market. I am sitting on the table with any country because I have a lot to offer. My market is precious. My scale is precious. My digital infrastructure is precious. My talent is precious. Yes. How many companies have Indian CEOs? And I tell you, in any country, US, I lived for a very long time. The minute my friends would see an Indian doctor, they'd say, oh, my surgery will go fine. So, there's so much trust with our talent. Sorry if I'm going overboard.
I'm enjoying this conversation, and I'm sure everyone here is as well. I want to come back to the India-Japan investments. The first chapter was defined by freight corridors, metros, bullet trains. What do you think the second chapter, India-Japan 2.0, will be defined by?
So I have something to say. India's GDP is growing. Everybody can argue 6, 7, 8. Definitely, more than 4, 5, 6%. Japan GDP is growing less than 1%. India has aspirations on semiconductors. We are nascent. May I tell you, it pains my heart that till 1993, see, I come from semiconductors, so pardon me if my examples are semiconductors. Japan had 2, 3 crowns sitting on their head for semiconductors, for memory. 80% of the world memory was built in Japan. What happened post 1993? Japan lost the crown of semiconductors. Japan lost the crown of memory. Samsung rose, SK Hynix rose. TSMC became so large. I really feel with the youth of India, with 70% semiconductor design happening between US and India, can India be the youthful energy in the semiconductor space of design and scale and market, and partner with the uber smart Japanese architects, frontier technology guys in the space of semiconductors, and bring back the Japanese crown, enable the younger brother, sister in India to start aspiring towards the semiconductor crown? That's what we can do.
So you're saying it's a collaboration that's needed?
100%. Their weakness is our strength. Our weakness is their strength. And I totally believe that, Japan and India should be natural partners in semiconductors, especially the 15 years now scenario that I asked you to dream of. Who your neighbor is going to be based on compute, is going to be based on data centers and technology. Already by 2030, the world data center is going to double up. Everybody's talking about logic chips, the CPUs, the GPUs, more GPUs. May I tell you, the world is short on memory chips. For the doubling of the data centers, we need at least 5 to 6 additional memory fabs. And I want to make sure that Japan, India, no, by the way, can I just show the one SK Hynix supply chain?
You have it
Or
there.
maybe it's next one. If you can't see it, apologize, but please see the green dots. This is a supply chain diagram for SK Hynix, which is the leading developer of HBM memory that goes into data centers. The green dots, half of the supply chain is Japanese. Only the top is not. I want to work with you, Japan, and bring Japan to the top and us to become many of those green dots that you are today.
Nivriti, I have 2 more questions for you.
Yeah.
You know, when you talk about India's manufacturing story, it unfortunately gets limited and associated with a handful of industrial hubs. How can we make sure that it percolates into tier 2 and tier 3 cities in India with the help of Japanese investments?
Yeah. So before I go there, India has roughly 1,500, 1,434 to be exact, Japanese companies, and 75% of them are small and medium. I want to take you to Maruti Suzuki, which is building a lot of, Maruti Suzuki cars, and I actually was very happy to see those cars in Japan. So it's not that Japan is not buying from India. Can I tell you that 95% of the suppliers for Maruti Suzuki are Indian? I also want to tell you, Hyundai was able to build a 4-wheel drive, meeting India's aspirations by slowly getting into Indian ecosystem and building the high quality leather that our 4-wheel drives required. So slowly look at Indian small and medium companies to rise up. I also want to say, while I'm so proud that 1,500 Japanese companies are in India, there are thousands, 30, 40,000 Japanese companies in China. I really want to tell you that Japan, from area perspective, is 10% of India. However, when I look at the density, it's close. When I remove the mountainous areas of Japan, the density of Japan is higher. So you need more land, you need more people, and you need more market. You have super products, your Japanese products spell quality. I want you to leverage India market. I want your small and medium companies to come more into India. And I can tell you, as Invest India, we have a program called Cohort Strategy, where I'm looking at Japanese companies to come into India. And for the smaller companies, I am seeking global investment to come into these companies. So I have a cohort strategy for Japanese SMEs to come to India. And I have a Scale Up India strategy where I'm looking at small and medium Indian companies to become the supply chain of the global investors. So I am looking at small companies of Japan to leverage India market while building their products in India.
All right, and my last question that wraps up this summit as well. If we're sitting here 1 year from now, talking about India-Japan ties and investment, what would you want that headline to be when it comes to investments between the two countries?
Yeah, I would love to say Japan doubled up its GDP growth. And I would say Japan contributed to India's doubling up of economy. While, we are 10% of, Japan is 10% of India's area, Japan is 10x of GDP per capita. Indians also have aspirations to live a good life. And to do that, we have some big bets. 40 billion in 3 years. These are the sectors that we're going to work on. I really want to see how Japan and India can contribute towards clean energy in nuclear, renewable energy, green hydrogen, green ammonia. Your shipping industry needs a boost. We need to build more ships. We spent 75 billion in renting ships. I have 5 bets, and I believe we work on these bets. We double up Japan's GDP growth, and we double up our GDP.
Well, that's been a great conversation, so many takeaways, and it's amazing when you come with data and statistics to back what you have to say, Nivruti. If there's one takeaway, ladies and gentlemen, from today's conversation, is that the India-Japan partnership is no longer just about investment. It's about collaborating, co-creating technologies, industries, and trusted supply chains. Nivruti, thank you so much.
Do
This
we
has
have
been a great
Japanese
conversation.
people in the audience?
Some of them, yes. Could you put your hand up?
Only one? Okay.
We've had many through the day.
Okay, for you. I hope you understand me. Koko ni koto, konyo moimas, katsutameno patona. I just said we want to collaborate to win together.
Lovely. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This is great. Thank you. Likewise. See you. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the close of the Indo-Japan Strategic Dialogue, Shaping the Asia Century. Today's conversations have reflected the extraordinary breadth of one of Asia's most trusted partnerships. We have spoken about infrastructure, investment, manufacturing, mobility, technology, talent. We've spoken about security and strategic cooperation. And finally, the enduring influence of culture as well. Together, they tell the story of a partnership that continues to evolve with confidence, with purpose, and with trust. You know, there's this beautiful Japanese word, it's mirai. It means the future. And perhaps that is the perfect word to end today's dialogue, because the future is not something that simply arrives. It is something that nations like India and Japan must build together through trust, through innovation, and through shared values, and through partnerships that stand the test of time. If today's conversations have shown us anything, it is that India and Japan, the relationship is not only helping shape the future of our two countries, it is helping shape the future of the Indo-Pacific and indeed the Asian century. On the behalf of everyone here at NDTV, thank you to all our distinguished speakers, our partners, and to each one of you attending this dialogue. We would also like to thank our partners who have made this event possible. State partner, Government of Uttar Pradesh. Tourism partner, Delhi Tourism. Impact partners, Adani Green Energy Limited, Adani Ports and Logistics, and special partner, Guwahati International Airport Limited. Have a wonderful evening, and thank you so much for being here.